So and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you plead to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me.
Hello and welcome to day 9 of the North American Squad League. I am your lead host, organizer, shoutcaster, all of the above, T-Rex Senpai. Joining with me today is a caster you guys have seen once, and he's back on. Phantom, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited. We have some really good games up and coming today, and I'm glad to be back. Last time I had a really good time. It was enjoyable, and I'm ready to go back again and, hopefully do better this time.
Yeah, I'm also really excited about tonight's games. We're about halfway through the season now. A few teams have dropped. We've had a few issues, but now we're just left with kind of the cream of the crop, the teams who are always there on time, the teams who are ready to play. And tonight we have some good games. We got the game we're going to be watching first is Brotherhood versus the Simpsons. Then we have Brotherhood versus the Valley, which I think is going to be a big clash. And then followed up by that, probably one of the most anticipated games tonight, Insomniacs versus Team SEXI. Both undefeated teams right now. I mean, just monsters in their own right. And then to finish it all off, we have Exodus 9 versus TSU. It's going to be a big wall for Exodus 9 to try to beat, but they are sitting on the bottom of the list right now. Everyone cannot be winners, but we're going to keep it with the first game tonight, Brotherhood versus the Simpsons. We talked about it a little bit before we got on stream. What do you think, Phantom?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good match. We saw the Simpsons, what they did versus Insomniacs. They were able to take a game, and I think, if they were able to work on their middle game and late game coming into this week, I think they could, show really strong performance. We saw them always in the early game, always showing pretty strong, getting some good leads, staying in the game, and, if the Brotherhood, aren't prepared, aren't ready, they can get caught by surprise by the Simpsons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't put Brotherhood just lost to TSU. They're coming back. They have 2 games tonight. They have beaten big teams like Area 77, but then again, Area 77, as we all have been seeing, isn't the same comp and isn't the same team that we've seen them in past games. So maybe that's not as big as a feat as we thought it was. Brotherhood, definitely I would put them more in the middle tier, mid or upper tier. But Simpsons, we haven't seen a whole lot of games from them. They're still, I think they played 3 games so far. They're not at the bottom. They're not at the top. They're sitting there in the middle. So I definitely think they either have a chance to win or at least take a game from the Brotherhood here.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have a good chance. And I think, the Brotherhood, they've only lost to TSU. So tonight they have 2 games. They're going to show out and, show maybe they're, ready to be one of the contenders. So, I think they're probably excited to show what they're made of here today.
Yeah, they are some monsters. I mean, don't get me wrong. They are, they got an amazing early game. I think they fall off a little bit in the late game. We saw that with them against TSU, but their early game, just monstrous. And they really run that old school pocket formation of, 3 or 4 of them just snowballing around the map. They try to put pressure on early on, and the core, the mage, and the tank kind of stay together usually. And they're really just hitting ganks, invading, just putting a lot of pressure and trying to keep the pace to there. I think one of the best counters for that sometimes is the split pushing, is trying to kind of avoid that snowball and take objectives. So hopefully the Simpsons can do something like that. And we'll just see how this game exactly goes. We are doing ping checks right now, letting these teams ready up. We're going to see how things go here. But what do you think that the Simpsons might just be able to really actually take this?
I think they have a good chance. Last week, I saw some really good things from them in the early game. I think they come prepared in the early game rotations. They kind of know what to do on the map with the compositions they're doing. But they really got to work it through to the middle and bring it into the late game. So we'll see if they're going to be able to flesh that out. I think we're going to see close games in the early game from them. They play pretty patient. They don't like to push anything, get too aggressive in the early game. So I think we'll see close games definitely in the early game into the middle game. And we'll see if they're going to be able to pull out. You said the Brotherhood, struggle a little bit, versus TSU, versus some of the teams in the late game, maybe making some mistakes and some of, overextending a little bit. So I think the Simpsons have a chance of catching them out on those mistakes and, being able to bring home a game. We saw what they did versus Insomniacs. When Insomniacs made a mistake late in the game, they were able to take advantage of it. So the Brotherhood, they have to be careful not to get caught like Insomniacs did for that one game.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Brotherhood do some, whenever they were losing to TSU, they did switch up their composition a little bit. They did try to go for more of an end game, or even the way they moved around the map. So we have seen them adapt and change the way they play. hopefully, if they do get caught off guard here, if the Simpsons does bring a different type of heat to them than what they were prepared for, you know, we do know Brotherhood isn't stuck in just one composition in just one way. So hopefully they can. I definitely think if there's a team that's, you know, if we're going to see a good game, I think this could possibly be it. I am just checking in with the teams real quick. If you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. This is a great time for us to answer. On to second game, Phantom, the Valley versus Brotherhood. Do you think the Valley just stomps, or do you think that Brotherhood can get 2 possible wins tonight?
I think it'll be a really close matchup. I think, you know, we've seen the Valley play really strong, but we've seen them also, you know, lose out some games, not be fully, you know, committed in some games at, like, you know, following through on the late game. So I think the Brotherhood have a good chance. I think they're a unique team. They bring in some interesting compositions. We've seen Grok side lane from them, some tanks in the XP lane. And, you know, it can really be a nuisance if you're doing, you know, any assassin junglers like we've seen the Valley do. So it'll be a close matchup. You know, the Brotherhood have a good rotations, so it's going to be a good series.
Definitely, I think that's going to be a good series. I'm really excited for the Insomniacs versus Team SEXI.
Yeah,
Insomniacs, I kind of doubted them in the early. I kind of doubted them in the beginning of everything. So Insomniacs is like really just like starting to steamroll through this league right now, and so is Team SEXI. I mean, Team SEXI is undefeated, and they shut down Area 77, and it was 2-1, but still Team SEXI just dominated in those games. They were showing their presence. So I think that game right there, it's gonna be a playoff level game, honestly. But these teams are ready. I'm excited to see how it goes. We're gonna get them readied up. Brotherhood is gonna have first pick. I'm ready for this game.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's get into it.
1 second. All right. Jumping into the draft, like I said, Brotherhood will have first pick, first ban. I'm wondering if we're just going to see some of the typical things. Again, I'm pretty sure Cold World does like to use some assassin picks. We've also seen Hal run on Hayabusa and run some assassin picks. Also, I think both of these teams aren't limited to just marksman jungle or things of that nature, as we've been seeing so many teams do recently. So I think we might see some variety here and some different compositions, especially from the Brotherhood, as they're similar to TSU in a sense of they like to throw together some kind of off-brand, unmeta compositions here and there.
Yeah, they definitely bring in some interesting compositions, and it can, you know, throw some teams off guard if you're not ready for certain comps. And, you know, first off, we see the Esmeralda ban. I think that's one of the most popular bans or picks right now in the league. It's just such a strong, versatile pick in the XP lane. It's so tanky in the late game. It can be absolutely a nuisance to, you know, deal with, and it'll be interesting to see. You know, there's also Yuzong, what's one of the other popular side lane picks, so we'll see if one of these teams will prio the Yuzong as well.
Yeah, he's just been catapulted into the meta of this season so far. So, I mean, he's either picked or banned. He's almost never... It's never like we don't see his face somewhere on the screen. And not only that, but Sicilian has slowly been inching his way into the ban pool. I don't know if it was me and you last time I was telling you that I just didn't think he was worth the ban. And... because AE's been running it a lot. They've been like sticking with the Sicilian, or they've been banning it. It's been one of the two, and now we're starting to see some other teams slowly jump on the bandwagon of either banning it or picking it. Which it's really up in the air for me still about whether he's worth that.
Right. Yeah, I think we've seen him pick up popularity a lot. Not only, you know, in the NA, but in some of the LPL leagues. You know, we see, you know, the Sicilian be picked up, and it's one of those heroes where you give up a little bit in the early game, but in the late game, you just gain so much. If you're able to get the game into the late game, which, you know, if you have close teams, you're probably going to end up going into the late game. And when you have Sicilian being able to poke out that much burst damage at the end of the game, it can really be a game changer. You know, you can relieve some of the pressure from the marksman, from the jungler, and have some magic damage in there that, you know, you're going to have to build for.
Yeah, not only that, but with that ultimate, being able to speed up the CC
Yeah.
you get, like, he does have a decent kit altogether. Like, not only is he going to output some burst damage, and yes, he is almost useless in the first several minutes, but, like, from mid to late, he's not an easy mage to lock down, like other squishies, like other high damage, you know, just glass cannons. He does have that ultimate to kind of get away. He's not always easy to pin down, you know, so he does have some versatility when it comes to the late game. As long as, like we've seen AE, Sushi plays him, and they know that he's the win condition, and they just keep someone back there to protect him. They really kind of like focus around that as their carry, and they do it well. We are seeing some more bans of Valentina. That YSS is definitely targeted for Cold World. We don't see YSS banned very often, but it's definitely a target ban. Phobia is getting taken out, and like you called, Yuzong prio pick right up front.
Yeah, you know, not wasting any time with the Yuzong. We see it almost every match, either picked or banned, and it's such a nuisance to deal with. In the turtle fights, in the lord fights, when you have a dragon, being able to zone out the enemy team, it can really help you take control over those objectives. Even towers, you know, being able to zone out people for the towers. So it's a really, you know, overall versatile pick.
Yeah, and then I love the response. You know, you see that Edith and you see this Lolita, and you're like, ooh, lots of CC. And then
you see the Diggy.
Brotherhood just, I mean, it's almost like they planned it, like they knew, all right, we're going to give them these two, thinking that they got it. And we just respond with Diggy. And Diggy's got the recent buff. He can just keep laying out those bombs. He doesn't have to, like, build them up anymore. He gets stacks now. He's definitely, I think he's slowly inching his way back, especially with Lolita and a lot of these heavy CC picks coming into play so often, that Diggy may just be inching his way back in as a major counter to the current meta.
Yeah, I think he also got a little bit of a defense boost, you know, in his kit. And like you said, that ultimate for the CC, for Lolita, for Edith, you know, it can really just help your team out. You know, it's hard to be the Lolita, and you gotta wait first to, you know, either kill the Diggy or use his ult, and then you can go ult. So it's, you know, it makes the job for Lolita is a lot harder. For sure.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to bait out that ult. Either Edith, they're not going to be able to do everything at once, you know? They either need to try to get the stun on someone, let Edith go in first, then have the Lolita come up second. They need to definitely time out and pace their engages correctly, because if they just blow it all in one load and Diggy just ults it all away, it's going to be a bad counter engage for the Simpsons. So, my guess, like, you know, we have this Lilia, so they are kind of, you know, Brotherhood does give up a little bit of that early game tankiness, though, by going with the Diggy. Like, those first 3 levels, I think if the Simpsons can kind of push that aggression in the first 3 levels, you know, before level 4 comes in, even maybe around level 4, Diggy's going to be pretty squishy in the beginning. He's not going to, you know, he's not your typical tank. He's not going to be too bulky. If they can get some early game kills on him, then it might set Brotherhood back a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Diggy, you know, in the early levels is not as tanky as some of your other tanks. You really need to build a couple items, and you know, we see some other picks here. We see the Clint from the Simpsons. No one's banning it out, letting it open, and we see Selena maybe hovering over Valir, which would be pretty unusual. Trying to pick out their jungler, I think.
Jungle Valir, changing the game.
But it's, you know, it's interesting that they just let the Clint open. We've seen one of the strongest gold laners. You know, they're not worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, they go with the Allis. I thought Paquito. I thought they were gonna lock in the Paquito, but I mean, this is Brotherhood, and this is what I was mentioning earlier. Them adapting and changing. They've been really running more of early game jungles, and picking this Allis just shows that maybe they want to go a bit more late, but they still have the Lilia. They have this Selena to kind of keep that early game aggression on, but so they're looking good from front to back. Not only that, but the vision they're going to have from Selena and Diggy, bombs, abyssal traps all over the map. Definitely looking good on their side. But I can't count out the Clint, the Lolita, the Edith. Just a scary composition on the side of Simpsons also.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Simpsons have a lot of burst damage, you know, with the Clint, with the Eudora. So I think it'll be, you know, for the Brotherhood, they gotta make sure they don't get caught out, and that's where the vision comes in with the Selena, with the Diggy. You know, if they're able to use those bombs, the traps all over the map, and kind of set up around the objectives well, it's gonna be hard for them to really burst and kind of sneak in kills with the Eudora. It's definitely a risky pick for the Eudora. You know, you got to get kind of close for you to be able to land your skills. And if you're not able to be sneaky enough, you know, you might just not be useful enough in the team fights.
It's true, but only time will tell. We're going to see exactly how this goes. I'm excited for the first game of the night, day 9. Give us a little bit of a breakdown. Who do you think wins some of these lanes early on, Phantom?
Yeah, I think, you know, that Lilia gold lane, it's, you know, it's one of those picks that even in the gold lane against almost any hero, it can really just win. You know, it has that early game pressure with the bombs. So it's one of those few heroes that can really go up against a Clint in the early game and trade blows. I think, you know, the Clint can dodge the bombs, but it's not super easy. As far as the Yuzong and the Edith, you know, I think Yuzong has a little bit of priority as long as he's able to dodge some of the Edith CC. And he's able to out-rotate her for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much, even though they do have the Diggy, man, so much CC coming from the side of the Simpsons right now. Like, just to really seal the deal, they bring in the Eudora also. I mean, there's no way Diggy's going to be able to cancel all of that. And like I said, as long as the Simpsons can just time themselves a little bit, they can definitely win out with that on some of these team fights. So I think a major key play, like you said, for Brotherhood is using this vision to your advantage and just trying to counter objective and catch the Simpsons off guard yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, all this early game, you know, he needs a little bit of time to kind of scale and get the, you know, get the right items. So it's going to be interesting to see if they just, you know, the early game, they give up some of the turtles, opt to go for the split push, or they actually try to fight on ahead with the, you know, versus the Lance in the early game for those objectives.
Yeah, I mean, they do. I mean, I feel like the Lance should be able to push some early aggression on, you know, and that the Simpsons made sure that they had a nice early game jungler. Then you got Clint in the gold lane, but down in the bot, looks like we are having a little bit of focus onto this Clint, possibly a gank, but they have revealed themselves at this point. No one else from the Simpsons. It looks like the Simpsons wants to try to keep position on this turtle, and hopefully Clint just is able to survive this.
Yeah, I think like we said, you know, the Simpsons are going to prioritize that first turtle, and, you know, the Allis is just going to ignore that first turtle and try to push the gold lane, you know, try to just get the farm up. No one really helping the Clint, so they're going to be able to get a lot of this tower gold. So it's, you know, it's a pretty good trade for both teams, you know, a turtle for some tower gold, and, you know, maybe they're going to be able to defend this tower and not, you know, actually lose it.
Yeah, the rest of Brotherhood does come down to help defend, but we do have a little bit of a pick in the middle. Zio taking a little bit of damage. Whole world able to come in and finish, getting first blood from the Simpsons, but Annie is here on to Blazer. Blazer gets the knockup though, is taking a little bit of damage. Annie able to get the kill though, and she's moving on to Cassandra. She's forced to back away. A nice rotation from Brotherhood, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 trade. The Mage versus the XP laner, you know, pretty even trade so far. The gold, you know, it's pretty even, only 100 lead for the Simpsons. And, you know, not too much, you know, going on. Both teams playing a little bit safe, you know, not going for too crazy fights. They're splitting up the map a little bit. And I think, you know, the Simpsons got to just make sure they don't let Brotherhood kind of run over Clint's lane. You know, that's a bit of your late game insurance. You want to make sure, you know, you're able to keep that tower for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, and he's doing a good job. Daggers is doing a pretty good. Wait a second, Zio coming in, gets a stun on Cassandra, a little bit of damage, but as she's running away, she gets stunned herself. Just not enough damage yet to take out Cassandra. But Daggers did a good job. He's like, listen, you guys can have the gold plating. I'm backing off. Take as much of the tower as you want. Cold World coming in, takes a tower shot. Damien with the flicker, able to get the kill onto Zio. She's having a tough time in this mid lane right now, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. They're targeting her, you know, with the Eudora and the Lolita. You have a lot of CC there that, you know, if you get caught, you know, that's a lot of damage that you can get on. And Diggy's not level 4 yet to be able to, you know, ult that away.
But again, Brotherhood comes down this bottom lane, takes this tower. Cold World is able to wait a little bit of a gank on Cassandra. Nice ambush. Requiem taking some damage. Goes to Cassandra, does go down though. Cold World trying to come in and help, but they are on the trail. Hal responding quite quickly as Sirius Taquito keeps them at distance. Damien with that Numen on blast does get targeted by Zio. They're trying to finish her off. Requiem doing a little bit of damage. He is back to life, putting some pressure. Hal coming around the wall, trying to lock on. And they do get the kill onto Damien, but immobilizes what happens to Zio, and she pays the price for getting that kill. Another 1-for-1 trade, but Simpsons taking a slight kill lead back in the middle lane though. We do get an airborne onto Hal. Blazer locking on and gets the kill. They are brawling it out right now, Phantom.
Yeah, but I think we missed them. They were able to get that mid tower during that whole scrimmage. So, you know, I think it's overall it was a little bit of a win for the Simpsons. They got the kill lead. You know, they got to get the turtle and they got the mid tower. Overall, the Simpsons looking good in this early game.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping. They're starting at the beginning. It was even, and now they're definitely starting to take a huge lead here, Phantom.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, the next priority might be that bottom tower with the Clint, and, you know, make sure to give him some space. It looks like they're going to be able to push that. And, you know, the Brotherhood, you know, they're going to have to step up their objective games a little bit. They're losing a little bit too many towers. They've been losing all their turtles. You know, they got to kind of group up together and, you know, be able to come back from this.
Yeah, and they had, you know, I felt like when they were taking that bottom tower, we saw it once again, you know, the jungle, the mage, the tank kind of just hanging out together, rotating through the map. They get that tower, and they come up and they just fall right into Eudora, who sets an ambush for them. And that can also be one of the dangers of everyone running together like that, you know. You know, you have no one really getting vision for you. They are kind of playing on the back pedal, but up in the top lane, a nice pick onto Sirius Chiquito. She does go down. The Simpsons definitely taking charge of this game, Phantom.
Yeah, they're looking great in this early game, you know, controlling the pace of the game. They're getting the ganks they want, and they're really reading Brotherhood's movements around the map really well and getting everything they want right now. And as they're getting another fight in, you know, Lancelot dashing around a lot, doing a lot of damage, getting a huge pick off onto Diggy. Great mechanics from him.
Yeah, that was a nice pick on him. I mean, out of the tower, back through the wall, under the tower. I mean, just great play. Now Annie taken down. Annie, are you okay? That is a rough pick for her. You know, just some nice ambushes coming from the Simpsons right now.
Yeah, and this is where you're seeing the door pick really playing off, really playing it really well with the team. And whenever you get that stun and the burst damage, it's just a lot of damage, even in the early game. You know, even before she has items, if you're able to kind of combo that, that's a lot of damage. And Lancelot over here still being super aggressive on the blue buff now.
Yeah, I mean,
Simpsons
just coming
all
in
over the map.
Definitely, now that I think they know, now that they've taken this mid tower, you can see they've taken the whole first tier towers, and they're really just pressuring into this jungle. And this is what I think they needed to do. Like I said, they got a couple early picks on a Diggy. He's not going to be tanky. It's going to be a while until Brotherhood can even really put up a fight. And the Simpsons know their win condition. They know that if they can keep on doing this, there's no chance for Brotherhood to take this game back.
Yeah, for sure. We see him get the turtle and getting another scrimmage.
Huge
fight over here.
Requiem does use that ultimate, but it's a little too late. Damien with the flicker, Newman on blast, right onto Zio and Hal, and they are able to get a kill. Sirius Chiquito and Requiem go down. Cold World pushing in, trying to puncture in through the tower, decides not to fully engage, but still they're going to take this mid tier 2 tower and keep on pushing their lead in this game.
Yeah, the Simpsons all over the map. They came prepared to play this game number 1. Absolutely doing everything they want. As they're going to get this bottom inhibitor, nope, not quite able to get it. They're going to back off a little bit, and they just have control of the whole map right now, rotating as a team really well right now.
Yeah, right now they are pushing forward. Looks like they might be able to take this tier 2 tower. I had a feeling they are going to take this mid-tier tower. I'm wondering, can Brotherhood come back from this? You know, can they wait it out for the end game? They do have this Alice. We've seen how damaging he can be in the end game. You know, can they make a play that can turn the tides here?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be a little bit tricky. You kind of have to rely on the Selena or the Dragon for setups. And I think that's one of the issues with the Brotherhood right now. Is the Dragon hasn't really been, you know, coming together in the fights, helping his team out. They haven't really been able to team up as they get a pick on the Dragon. Wow, and you know, they're just not letting them do anything on the map. It's gonna be tricky for them. And the Owls is still not level 12. Still needs a lot of gold, and
yeah,
you know, they just gotta kind of turtle up.
I mean, right now they're sitting at a 7k gold deficit. There's definitely, I mean, and the Simpsons are just zoning out the jungle well. They know they're keeping Lolita over in the red side, keeping vision everywhere. You know, and at the whole time we're thinking Brotherhood's supposed to kind of have the vision advantage here, and they just haven't really been able to do that. They've been kind of pressed into a hole, and it's been kind of the downfall of the formation they normally run. You know, we wanted to see this Selena get into the enemy jungle, you know, and put pressure, but they were never able to really do that, Phantom.
Yeah, no, and I think, you know, one of the issues is, you know, their lineup besides the Dragon is really squishy, so, you know, the Simpsons were able to take advantage of that, you know, with the high burst damage of the Eudora and the Lancelot, being able to make use of, you know, all those picks, and now they just have control of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Brotherhood once come this. Hal taking a little bit of damage here. Cold Whirl on the chase, gets a flash and gets the kill. Hal goes down, trying to get some split push on and pays the price, Phantom.
Yeah, the Simpsons doing everything really well right now. They're able to get the Lord, and it's really going to be up to the Simpsons to make sure they stay disciplined. They have a huge gold lead. With this first Lord, they're going to want to get at least one inhibitor, maybe two. And, as long as they're able to stay, disciplined, they have really good control of the map. They should be able to take this map.
Yeah, Lord is coming down. They have evened up all these lanes. We are going to see a big push coming in from all three paths as super minions crash in, along with the Simpsons. Cold World punches through, not able to really land on anybody, but the Lord is at the inhibitor, and it goes down. The rest of the team coming in. Zio tries to get the arrow down onto Damien, not quite able to. We are seeing a bit more of a push here. Blazer, Cold Whirl, all coming in onto this inhibitor. Another inhibitor goes down, but Brotherhood just keeps patient, stays under their home base, their home turret, but arrow does land on daggers, taking a bit of damage. Damien with that Numen on blast, though, as Requiem cancels out the CC. Cold Whirl gets caught up, taken out. Zio able to get the kill. Sears Chiquito pushing forward. Brotherhood doing a great defense right now. They have lost two inhibitors. Here comes the conceal play. They want to try to push forward. They get the arrow on it, goes to Cassandra, and they go down. Hal now on the aggression. Blazer is going to be next. A nice double kill going to Hal. Minions crashing into the base as the rest of the team falls back to defend, but a great counterplay coming from Brotherhood, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. The Simpsons, they got the two inhibitors, and that's when they should have backed off. They didn't have enough minions, and they stayed a little bit too long. We saw Cold World kind of get picked off, and they had to be able to retreat a little bit earlier. And the Brotherhood with the good defense, they saw they stayed too long. They're able to jump in, get aggressive, and now they give some map control to the Brotherhood and gives them a lot of farm. They're able to kind of close the gap a little bit with the gold, and that's what the Brotherhood needs. They need to be able to scale, get the Lilia to do some damage, get the Aldous to be able to do some damage for them to have a chance, in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw right there, they need to be careful for Zio's arrows, those abyssal arrows.
Yep.
Don't get too crazy. Yes, you have an advantage, but you're attacking under the tower. And Brotherhood, just because you got a gold lead, Brotherhood's not a team. They know how to pace these team fights. They know how to get the picks. So you cannot get your ego too ahead of yourselves. You need to play this game to a T, even when you have a huge lead, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. At any moment, if you stay too long, they're gonna eventually be able to catch you off, and 1, 2, 3 picks, then all of a sudden, they're back in the game. So right now, they just gotta focus on this, Lord fight. They gotta be able to get position in which they are, and maybe be able to get a pick or two right before the Lord spawns, or when the Lord spawns, to be able to go for it. We'll see if Brotherhood's going to contest this.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they are. They are still a bit of a deficit. They don't quite have the vision, and they haven't. And I mean, Blazer's just so far out, and you have Damien and Blazer with this heavy CC. It's a hard wall to get through to try to contest this Lord. Cold World takes it. Brotherhood back on the defense here. Can they bait them into a nice pick? Requiem does get the second skill. The arrow falls up. Blazer taking a bit of damage here. More bombs coming out. Blazer forces that ultimate to get some shield. The bomb hits the minion, but he is low. Oh my god, an arrow from a distance. What a play from Zio. Pops that immortality and sends him back to base before Lord comes.
Yeah, hit that arrow from downtown. Oh man, able to get that immortality, which definitely you don't want to just lose it in a situation like that. But Simpsons looking good with the Lord. They should be able to push all these lanes, and it's gonna be interesting if the Brotherhood are gonna be able to defend it. Aldous has to be pretty close to kind of do wave clear, but they do have the Lilia for the wave clear. So the Simpsons have to now in this push be a little bit more disciplined. They might be able to end this with the second tier Lord. We'll see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, I think the bombs from those Diggy are just so helpful at clearing these waves. He's able to stack them up, but the fight is on as Blazer comes in. Sears Chiquito taken out. This could be rough for the side of Brotherhood, but a nice knockup. Down goes Blazer. Damien maybe next. Annie closing in. Damien taking a little bit of overextension, getting a hit from that tower. Annie trying to push back out, takes a little bit of damage. She's going to get pulled back. Zio clocks the arrow, and Hal gets the kill on the daggers. Damien with the Numen on blast, able to walk on and get the kill on the Zio, but Hal is on a chase, taking out 3 members. Make that 4. Damien is going to go down here. A 4-for-2 trade as Brotherhood defends another push. Hal is finally taking off at the 14-minute mark. This could be the turnaround, Phantom.
Yeah, this is definitely the turnaround for Brotherhood. They're able to kind of close the gold lead, and 4 people down for 1 person. That's huge trade. They didn't lose any inhibitor. You know, the top inhibitor is a little bit low, but they weren't able to lose it. So I think, you know, the Simpsons, you know, that's not a good Lord push. You know, you look back at, you know, at the film, you got to look at these Lord pushes, and you know, it's huge to be able to end these games. You don't have your Lord pushes down, it's gonna be hard to end these games when Brotherhood's disciplined at defending.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a hard comp to defend against. You got Zio throwing these arrows out. You got Chiquito doing great wave clear along with Requiem. Requiem, now that we're kind of in this late game, you know, with that Diggy, he's been timing those ultimates pretty well. So he does have a good chance. Cold World coming in, getting a little bit of poke damage. And Chiquito just gets deleted along with Zio. This does not look good for Brotherhood. They are on the chase. Hal taking a little bit of damage. Cold World on his trail, and Hal goes down. The Immortality does pop. They want to try to finish him here, but they're not quite able to. We do get Annie engaging with the knockup, but she gets deleted. It's a 3-for-0 trade. Simpsons finally pushing in and possibly ending this game here, but Hal is back. A nice pullback onto Blazer as the rest of the team closes in. Hal taking a little bit too much damage, taking out Requiem all alone, and the Nexus goes down. First game going to Simpsons.
Game 1, wow, great engage from the Simpsons at the end. You know, the whole game when they, you know, whenever the Brotherhood weren't in their base, turtled up, the Simpsons doing great job with the engages. As you said, you know, they had so much CC, you know, the Eudora, the Lolita, you know, the Edith, and it was just a little bit too much for the Brotherhood to be able to handle, even with the Diggy ultimate, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great for them to defend those two. I think on that third Lord, they should have just or no, it wasn't a Lord. They just got outplayed there on the side, and I think their positioning was right. I think they maybe needed to, just like when they were winning in that, maybe just turtle up one more time or wait for Lord to come up, and that's when you press out. Because when they were kind of spread out in that river, it was definitely a tough spot for them.
Yeah, I think, you know, they're a little bit too spread out, and they kind of got caught off. They weren't really expecting, you know, the Simpsons to be that aggressive at that moment. And, you know, you still got to be careful. You know, the Simpsons still had a little bit of a gold lead, you know, and with their comp, you know, they're dangerous at any moment. You know, you land a couple CCs onto one player, and that's one pick, that's second pick. You know, they have a lot of follow-up. Lance is able to dash into the backline. And the Simpsons, you know, showing a great performance there in Game 1, and we're going to be able to see what they're going to do in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Brotherhood, I mean, we saw that also. We saw them play that late game, and they did it well. I think they just needed to tighten up in the beginning there. But Simpsons just did a wonderful job. The composition, I liked the way the Lancelot was able to really assert itself early on, and you still had the Clint for the end game. Edith with the sets. You had Blazer with the sets. You had Damien with the Lolita doing a wonderful job timing those Numenon blasts. And then Eudora was, I mean, that final pickoff where she just deleted Sirius Chiquito, one-shotted it, and that's game-changing right there. That's what really opened them up. It was a tough game for them. We are going to be jumping into Game 2 in just a minute. Do you think Brotherhood comes back here and takes this second game, Phantom?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how they switch up the comp. You know, they went for that Diggy Selena strategy in the mid lane, and it didn't really work. You know, we saw the Lolita and the Eudora have control of the river, you know, at the beginning to the first turtle, and they just kind of had control of the map. They rotated how they wanted, and they didn't really play it, you know, the way they needed to. You know, Diggy's a little bit squishy in the early game, and they needed to, you know, be a little bit safer and kind of, you know, place the traps a little bit better so they weren't getting caught off as much.
I didn't cure the pain.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely... Brotherhood is a team that definitely learns from their mistakes. We saw them, even though they lost the second game TSU, we saw them do much better in their second game against them. So I think they definitely bring something a little bit different this time. They definitely try something new. They're not locked into anything. The bans, Cold World staying with that Sicilian ban, not changing anything up. I don't think we see too much of a change coming from Cold World. And after that YSS ban, I think that will definitely be a ban we see again. I think the fact that it was a target ban, I just think it's something that Brotherhood doesn't want to go against right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You know, if I'm the Simpsons, you know, don't switch anything up. Everything worked well. You know, it was just two Lord pushes that didn't quite go as planned, but the comp worked really well. But you know, if you're the Brotherhood, you know, maybe you gotta, you know, ban out the Lolita, maybe ban out the Lancelot. You know, we saw him putting a lot of work in the early game with that aggression, being able to dive into the backline. So you know, maybe you gotta switch something up, or maybe you just switch up your lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try something slightly different. I don't know how I mean, Sears Taquito, the idea of putting Lilia in gold lane, a lot of people say she counters Clint, but
yeah.
I think you really surrender the end game, and they weren't ever able to get that early game gank onto Clint when they tried. So either you need to, if that's what you want to go for, that's fine, but you need to make sure you're securing those, you need, because you got to secure those early game games on those early game ganks onto Clint, because Lilia is just gonna fall off, especially if she dies early on. Like, she was just getting deleted, she was getting countered hard, so they have to try something slightly different here. In comes the Lilia ban though, so it does look like there's a little bit of respect shown to that Lilia pick, and maybe the side of the Simpsons is something that they don't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, you know, maybe, you know, they didn't like the early game. You know, they were able to get that first tower due to the Lilia being able to kind of win that matchup with the Clint. I think, you know, the Lilia, it's interesting ban because she wasn't able to get the range to be able to do the damage, you know, because of the amount of CC they had. She wasn't really able to get close to them to be able to do that damage. So I think that's why we saw her ineffective, because I think even in the late game she can still deal out a lot of damage. It was mostly the fact that she couldn't quite get in range for any of those fights.
She does great against the Esmeralda. She does great against the Paquitos. Against those, she does good against the Yuzongs. You know, those people that really have to push into you. And you're right. So many heroes on that were either distance, or by the time they got to you, they flipped you over like Edith. You know, so, or if you did try to get close to Eudora, you get stunned and locked up. So yeah, she was definitely ineffective there, like you said. Side the Simpsons really want to stick with this Edith. They did wonderful last game, and they're definitely a team that I've been using it a lot compared to, you know, it's kind of like split down the middle. Half the teams in the league thinks it's a great pick, the other half don't bother with it.
Yeah, you know, Edith is one of those picks. If you're able to land the CC, you know, that CC, it stuns you for just so long. But if you're not quite able to get close enough, or you know, you miss some of those engages, you're gonna be pretty ineffective throughout the map. So, you know, it's a little bit risky. You have to be pretty, you know, good mechanically and comfortable with the hero. And we do see a Lancelot ban coming in from the Brotherhood. You know, a little bit of respect, man. They open the YSS now, so we'll see if they're gonna be picking the YSS now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Cold World just locks in the YSS. Not only that, but Brotherhood gets this Clint in their hands now. Neither team's banning it out, but it's definitely, and so far as this season has moved on, Clint has become less and less banned. He was really prio in the beginning, and now some teams are not banning him and not picking him. He's not as, a lot of teams I think feel that maybe he's not as much of a threat as they thought he was, but I just feel like no matter what, he's always been great late game insurance. He's always been something that even if he dies a few times, once he locks in that Blade of Despair and that endless battle, or that you know, that Thunder Belt, he's just shredding through everything. But Brotherhood looking good right now. Farza's gonna be able to zone, but I kind of like Eve over Farza.
Yeah, I think, you know, Farsa, you know, it's falling out of the meta a little bit, as we saw before, with a little bit of that ultimate cooldown reduction. And it's one of the things where you can't poke out with the ultimate as much as you used to. You used to be able to just run in, throw a quick ultimate, get someone like a little bit low. Now you got to be a little bit more careful when you use your ultimates. And, you know, Eve is just overall, you know, just the utility even without the ultimate is just a lot. And that's why you see her a little bit more versatile. You can also build her a little bit tankier than Farsa. You know, you can go for the Brute Force, you can go for the Athenas, and you still have the utility. So it's a little bit more versatile in that sense, where with the Farsa, you kind of have to go full damage. Maybe you can get a Winter Truncheon in, but you kind of have to go full damage with Farsa.
Yeah, you can't. She doesn't. You're right. Farsa doesn't have that much utility. The slow that she gets. Now Eve has. She's a bit easier to knock out of the ult now. A lot of hero CCs can't end it, but still, like she's been a game-changing pick for so many teams. Team SEXI and Area 77, both of them were vying for her. Essentially, whoever had her on their team was winning the game, and I really put it up to her. I mean, the placement of her, she's able to. Any tower you want, if you place her right and you place it at the right time, you can pretty much take a tower, and it's very hard for the other team to contest as long as you know how to protect your Eve correctly. So it's gonna be a hard, and again with that and the peel coming from Blazer on this Edith and Lolita once again just giving those two heroes over to the Simpsons, it's a hard wall to get through.
Yeah, I think that combination with the Lolita and Eve is going to be tough to deal with. You know, both the slows, and if you're able to pair up both the ultimates together, it's going to be a problem. So, you know, you got to make sure to kind of avoid that. And it's going to be interesting to see what they pick right now because they don't have anything to, you know, easily avoid some of these, you know, ultimates right now.
Yeah, it'll definitely be rough. We'll see how things go though. They've just, I mean, so they take out the Roger, they take out the Brody.
Yep.
We might see a Popo coming from the side of Simpsons. There's been a few. We've seen Basic run Claude on the gold lane. Definitely because, I mean, there's not a whole lot to choose from. I'm wondering what we're going to see come in. Hal walking in this jungle Granger right now. I mean, we saw them against Area 77 just line up some nice combos. Hal has definitely showed he can run it. I wouldn't put it as an S tier jungler, but if you can get those early game kills and just have him scale up, it'll look good. I would love to see Coleworld pick that Ling though.
Yeah, I think, you know, the one issue with Granger against a Lolita is the Lolita is able to block that first skill. It's able to block the ultimate. So it's a little bit of a counter to the Granger. So it'll be tough to see him, you know, be able to pull that off. But if he's able to get a few early game kills, you know, the Granger damage can definitely scale into the mid game pretty well.
Yeah.
And he does go Ling. So, you know, being able to get into that backline with the Farsa, the Clint, and the Granger,
yeah,
it's going to be dangerous for the Brotherhood right now.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you got Lolita going up against, I mean, that's exactly where you want her, up against two marksmen.
Yep.
And then you have, like you said, you got Ling to get back there. And the thing is Brotherhood has to use YZ, that Yuzong, and Kufra as their engagers here. Like, they have to. It's all they have. So, Ling is just going to have free range to get in there and do whatever the hell he wants. And then when they try to get on I mean, I definitely like the composition coming from the Simpsons right now. A little bit over the side of Brotherhood.
Yeah, I think I do too. And, you know, it's interesting. We see Kufra with the Petrify. Normally, we see him with the Flicker to be able to get that extra range on the first skill and the ultimate. But he's trying to go for that Petrify, a little bit of an extra stun if he's able to get onto someone. Not something you see usually. And we're going to see, you know, the Beatrix is one of those heroes where if you're able to use it really well, it can be so dangerous. You know, with the snipers, you're able to land 1 or 2 snipers shots. You know, you can kind of take down almost anyone on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's going to have a little bit of trouble in this early game. I think Clint can beat her first 4 or 5 levels, first few minutes. But, I mean, she still scales to the Beatrix we all know so well. So she can be dangerous in the late game, and she just has so much versatility. You know, you can use her as a split pusher. She does crazy tower damage. If you try to dive on her, she pulls out that shotgun. You know, she definitely can do. She's high utility in so many different ways.
Yeah, very versatile. You can use it in a lot of different situations, but it looks like they're going to be focusing on the Beatrix right now, not able to get cut off, and they're kind of invading the blue.
Coleworld takes the blue buff.
Able to steal it.
Force it and is able to hit that Retri. Hal doesn't have time to even use his Retri. I don't know if he misclicked what happened or if he just clicked a little bit too late, but Coleworld definitely a little bit ahead in the game there.
Yeah, I think maybe it was possible he didn't quite expect the Link to get in there. You know, he's able to get in there and out really quickly. So sometimes you're not able to expect, you know, that Retribution coming in, and it's definitely going to be a hindrance for the Granger. You know, he kind of needs that early game, you know, spike into the mid game, and they're able to delay it now.
A little bit of an engage though. Coleworld coming on to Requiem. That Petrify does go off, but it does not save the day. First blood once again going to the side of the Simpsons Phantom.
Yeah, the Simpsons starting off really well again this game, and they're getting, you know, being super aggressive is what they've been doing both games, getting an engage on the Farsa.
Great pick on the Farsa. Annie trying to come in, push them back. Hal comes in, misses that Death Sonata. Railroad manipulation does go off. Hal goes down. It's another kill for the Simpsons, and now they're on the chase. Annie followed up with another death. That is going to put Coleworld at 3-0 right now at 2.5 minutes. Looking rough for Brotherhood right now.
Yeah, the Simpsons, huge early game advantage. They're going to be able to get this turtle right away. And, you know, the Brotherhood just starting off not great. The Simpsons, they really come with that early game rotations. They know what they're going to do. They know where they're going to rotate, and they're out-rotating the Brotherhood in all these early game scrimmages.
Yeah, I mean, it's even that's tough, man. And this is what the Simpsons last time they did it. They're good at. We always said the Brotherhood had a great early game, but the Simpsons also has a great early game, and I think the Brotherhood just isn't prepared for that right now. They're not prepared for these teams to invade on them. Their rotations seem to be a little bit behind, and it doesn't seem to be the Brotherhood that we've seen in past games. I don't know if they're just a little off today, what's going on, but it seems like they're having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're a little bit slow on these rotations, and credit to the Simpsons. They're very coordinated, very quick on what they want to do on the map, and they're able to keep the Beatrix, you know, on that gold lane, being able to manage the Clint right now. And besides being able to manage that, they're able to get the turtles, able to get picks. Simpsons looking really good.
I am wondering if we're going to see something happen here, though. Brotherhood just sitting in this bush. Requiem popping up that first kill, not able to get the knockup. Cassandra uses that flicker to get away, so that is off the choice. But in comes Damien, gets the stun onto Requiem, followed up by the Newman on blast. A nice Tyrant's Rage, though, as Zio pops that feathered airstrike, but Cassandra follows it up with the road manipulation and starts doing some damage. But Annie into this backline, trying to get the kill onto Damien. She should have probably went for daggers, but daggers will still pay the price. Chiquito and Annie on the chase. Cassandra taking some damage, and a kill goes to Brotherhood, finally evening out the kill spread to 4-4 and evening out that gold spread. Brotherhood coming back into this game, Phantom.
Yeah, that was a great counter engage, you know, waiting for the Simpsons to kind of overcommit a little bit, and a great setup from the crew for it to be able to get, you know, that engage onto the lane and really just stun him down and get that kill off. Exactly what they needed right now. Able to get back into the game, and that's one of the things, you know, with Ling is, you know, once you're able to get a pick on him, slow him down, and you know, it really hinders him. He's now got to think about his blue. Now he doesn't have his blue, so it's a little bit tough for him.
Yeah, we are seeing Requiem with this engage. Locks onto Blazer. Tyrant's Rage back onto the tower. She does get a knockup, though. And now Zio is here to help, though. Feathered Airstrike coming down. The stun comes onto Blazer. Blazer trying to get away. The rest of the Simpsons are here to fight, though. Hal sitting in this back line, waiting to see if the Simpsons try to push in. Requiem checking the bush. Takes a little bit of damage, but it looks like we're going to have another disengage here.
Simpsons setting up for that turtle. You know, they saw the Ling didn't have the blue, so they didn't really want to commit too hard, and they just backed off and go for the turtle. And
here comes really Annie, though. Right now. Whole World does secure turtle, but Blazer goes down as Requiem comes in towards Cassandra, and it's a nice answer from Brotherhood. Yes, we lose turtle, but we get a kill, and now we're going to push into this mid lane tower.
Yeah, I think overall, you know, a kill for a turtle, you know, it's probably still better for the Simpsons, but the Brotherhood getting a little bit of hold on the map. You know, they're not pushed back as they were before, and that's really what you want, you know, with the Granger, kind of being able to get him some of that farm that he missed out on the early game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for him, though. He's sitting at 0-2 right now. So far behind Cold World, but they do still have Sirius Chiquito. Doesn't have a death yet, sitting at 2-0, and make that almost 3-0, almost gets killed, and they take a tower. A nice push back in the mid lane, though. Cold World split pushing, getting some nice damage. Tempest of Blades does go off, and Annie is going to pay. Goes down, taken out, but now the rest of Brotherhood coming in. That Sonata fires off, and they're able to snipe out Cassandra. A nice pick from Hal. Brotherhood responding well to some of these ganks. Definitely playing a different game than what we saw last time, Phantom.
Yeah, they're definitely able to respond with some of the kills, but you know, the Simpsons are still able to kind of trade them a little bit. They got the mid tower and the top tower for the bottom tower, and even if it was a couple kills, you know, I think the Simpsons will take that trade.
Yeah, I mean, what the Simpsons is just doing a good job, and I said it, a good counter to the Brotherhood, I've been saying it again and again, is that split push, you know?
Yep.
And the thing is Cold World can do such a great job at this. Annie, though, with the comeback onto daggers, that passive does proc. He's surviving. Cold World goes down. He's still standing. A great play. He does get taken down, but two members of Simpsons pay for it. And Hal taking out Cassandra, a 3-for-1 trade. Brotherhood back in this game, Phantom. Yes, they are losing material, but they're able to win out of these team fights. If they can just turn it around and start taking some towers, they can stand a chance in this game.
Yeah, Annie with a huge outplay, 2v1, able to get the Ling and the even. That's, not what you want from the Simpsons. Overstaying a little bit, trying to get, a gank on the dragon. He's not the easiest to kill, especially close range. He's gonna be able to get that passive. And you're giving the Brotherhood, you work hard for a couple towers, and now, they're back in the game with the turtle. Able to get the gold right even, and it's gonna be tough. They have these setups with the Kufra and the dragon. It's not easy to avoid them.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to start watching out for Serious Chiquito, man. Sitting at almost 7,000 gold right now. Hasn't died yet. Definite win condition for Brotherhood right now with this Clint. In another when we hit that 10-minute mark, he is going to be something scary. He's already locked in his core items. The man's got endless battle. He went straight for Malefic Roar. Now he's locking in that Thunder Belt. He's gonna start hurting. So Simpsons need to do something now. They had a nice early game, but it seems like they're starting to fall back a little bit in these team fights. If they can keep Core World though, maybe not use him as much for these fights and use him just to macro control lanes, take towers here and there, Simpsons can definitely stay in and possibly take this game. Oh, wait a second. A nice pick followed up by the Numenon Blast. Blazer taken out. Cold World able to take out Xyle though. Tempest of Blades comes down and he secures the gate. The kill on to Requiem though. The fight is on though. Annie taking some damage. Damien goes down. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Brotherhood answering well to that pick, to that ambush, and keeping the game in their hands right now.
Yeah, pretty even trade from both teams right there. And I think I like the Brotherhood's, end game capabilities a little bit more. They have the Clint, they have the Farsa for that late game damage. And the Beatrix in the late game falls off just a little bit, compared to the Clint. And Lane can do a good amount of damage. If you're able to steal his blue and being able to, get him away from the blue buff, he becomes a way weaker hero. So it becomes a liability if you're not able to secure those blues in the late game. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they do in this late game.
Oh, missed Tyrant's Rage on Damien. Blazer re-engages, gets a throw. Numenon Blast comes down, and Chiquito is taken out of this fight. Annie in the back lane, though, trying to engage, pops that Dragon Form, locking onto Blazer. Blazer in the middle of a ball of death right now, but ready to fight. Isn't taken down. Damien coming back to edge, try to peel. Cassandra also there. Blazer re-engages, gets the knock up onto Hal. Cold World in the back line, doing a little bit of poke damage. Real world manipulation does go back up. Cold World off the wall, back in the fight, but taken out by Annie. Annie just playing a wonderful game right now, but Daggers is here doing some damage, is going to get the kill on Annie, and she doesn't want to stop just now, trying to push back, forcing Brotherhood back to their base. Simpsons taking that team fight, Phantom.
Yeah, huge engage, long engage from the Simpsons there, and you see the setup they have with the Lolita, with the Edith, able to set up the Eve real world manipulations, and it'll be interesting seeing her build. It looks like she has a lot of cooldown reduction on the Eve, and that's something we've been able to see, change up on the Eve a little bit. Instead of going for, the mana boots and the standard, mana boots, Ice Queen, a lot of people are starting to go with the CD boots into the Enchanted Talisman. It's able to get her ult back a lot quicker, and we're able to see her use her ult twice, in that team fight.
Yeah, and that's, I think after the nerf, like everyone always win the Ice Queens won immediately, and now with the nerf, her ultimate's been extended even longer. So I think that was a major thing that people were worried about, and like you just pointed out, I mean, I didn't even notice that some of these teams were going for it, and now it just completely makes sense, because you need to, that ultimate is so crucial for so many of these team fights, for so much of the zoning. It's what made Eve such a powerful pick, and it seems like teams are finding a way around to still keep her viable in this current meta.
Yeah, and if you have the build, when it comes to the late game, if you're able to land your first skill onto anyone, you almost have unlimited first skill. The CD kind of resets like almost instantly. There's a huge engage on the bottom lane.
Ooh, Daggers taken out, and Damien might just be next. Taking some damage. Seer Chiquito moves in. The double kill goes to Xyle. Blazer a little out of position, forced to use the flicker and the ultimate just to get away, slowing them down. But Brotherhood definitely has position over this turtle right now. Ling is up though with Retribution. I don't think Brotherhood wants to contest unless they can take him out. We know how critical Ling can be for these Lord steals.
Huge burst damage, and that's what you want. Make him recall and burst down the Lord, as you're saying. And right there we saw the Simpsons the Beatrix was a little bit overextending on the lane, and we didn't have the Lolita or Edith kind of set up around her to give her vision. So a bit of a misplay, you know, able to get that pick off on the Beatrix, and now they lose the Lord, and the Brotherhood kind of, you know, on the front foot right now.
Yeah, Brotherhood did a great job with that conceal play on the Beatrix. Also, like, Damien, like, knew they were coming. Like, he tried to get there, but they popped that conceal play, gave them all the speed up, and it was just a wonderful gank. And right there, and then I feel like at that point, Damien and Blazer should have just let daggers die, but they still tried to go in for the save, and it put them both at a big health deficit, and it just really set the Simpsons back here. And at this point, Brotherhood has the Lord. They're gonna make up for all the towers that they lost in the early game. And I mean, again, here's Chiquito just chunking away. I think they knew their condition from the beginning, and they're playing it out as we see right now.
Yeah, as you said, that conceal play they were all grouped up together, all sped up, exactly going for that gank, and it was too fast to be able to kind of react in time with the way they were positioned. You know, not able to get too many towers out of that Lord, but still able to take control of the map, take control of the lead, and, you know, now just try to take, you know, that blue buff away from the lane. That's probably going to be what you want to do.
Oh, Damien taking some damage here. Chiquito laying it down as Ghost Sandra uses that real manipulation, and Requiem does pay the price. He goes down. Zio using that feathered airstrike to zone them away. They try to get the pick off, but Brotherhood not quite able to play it out completely. And I think Brotherhood knows right now they don't completely have the game in their bag. That's why they didn't push too hard with that Lord. They just needed to get map state back. Annie, though, taking a little bit of damage. Damien going a little too far, because Chiquito just bringing just about everyone down to half health right now with that first skill.
Yeah, the Simpsons, you know, the gold gap isn't big enough for the Brotherhood to be able to steamroll, and another huge engage here in the middle lane, getting caught off the Farsa.
Yeah, that was a bad ultimate, man. That was a bad ultimate. All alone, popping that ultimate to seal blue buff and just paid for it.
Yeah, we saw the rest of the team retreat, and she was kind of stayed in the middle, and the Dragon, you know, being cut off way too deep, you know, clearing that lane. You know they have vision on you. You stayed a little bit too long, weren't able to pop your ultimate.
Yeah, Brotherhood's kind of making some weird decisions here. They need to stick together, and like, yes, of course you need to control your macro, but at the same time, when Ling's on the map and you know the speed and mobility that the side of Simpsons have right now, you have to be a little more careful. Maybe send two people down to that bottom lane instead of just Annie by herself.
Right, and that's one of the dangerous things about the the Simpsons. They have the rotation from the lane, but the setup from the Lolita, from the Edith, with the real world manipulation, you know, at any moment they can just turn out a team fight if they get some good engages in. So they're dangerous, even if you're up a little bit on the gold, even if you have a little bit of map control. At any moment you get caught off guard, they're gonna be able to get a good engage in.
Lord is up now. And it looks like the Simpsons maybe trying to take this one. Blazer zoning off.
Burst this down.
Yeah. Damien coming in for the zoning. They do get it quite easily, but Blazer takes a big damage. Numenon Blast there to help zone them, but the snipe coming in from Hal with that Death Sonata is able to pop the immortality on Blazer. The conceal play just to try to get away, but Annie is on the chase, does not want to let this happen. They are forcing this engage. Brotherhood able to get the kill on Ixandwa. Lord, though, does go to the Simpsons. At least they get a kill to maybe ease up this big push coming from the Simpsons here soon.
Yeah, they were able to get the pick on the Eve. They weren't quite quick enough to back out once they got the Lord, but they were able to burst it down. You know, they kind of just came in committed, and Brotherhood weren't really ready for them to be able to burst it down that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, but I like taking that Eve though is huge. Because wait a second though, Annie caught off guard once again, pays the price. Zio tries to use that feathered airstrike, but isn't quite able to save the day. And Cold World really pushing in here as Damien trying to get the stun. They want to get as much out of this Lord push as they can. Uses that Bulwark Shield to stop that Death Sonata, and the damage just isn't going to come from Brotherhood right now. But they are able to keep them back. Requiem with a nice Tyrant's Rage and the Petrify, and they do get daggers out of play. Numenon Blast is up. They're able to get the stun onto Hal. In comes Cold World to help clean things up. The World Manipulation is finally back on the map. Cold World sniped out though from Zio with that feathered airstrike. Both teams just going back and forth, but Simpsons does secure 2 inhibitor turrets, Phantom.
No, it wasn't exactly what the Simpsons wanted, but they were able to get 2 inhibitors, so they're not too unhappy about it. you know, they were able to distract them long enough. And you know, if you're the Simpsons, you know, you take that trade. You know, you lost some members, but you got 2 inhibitors and another in a second tier. So
Yeah.
definitely what you want in these team fights. But you see how, you know, dangerous Brotherhood can be with the Kufa. You know, that Petrify there really kind of giving them a extended CC with the Kufa there.
Yeah, it really helped them secure some of those Tyrant's Rage. I mean, like you said, normally we see it with the Flicker, but I think it worked. It definitely worked. We haven't seen it work a whole lot, but for that one moment, it made a big difference. And yeah, the Simpsons, a little sloppy in the way it happened, but they still got a nice push out of that Lord. Maybe it was their plan, who knows? But it worked for the Simpsons. 2 inhibitors down. They still got plenty of towers on the map. I would say even with the gold deficit, Simpsons kind of has control over the map right now.
Yeah, I think overall, you know, they just able to get the towers, able to get the macro down on these team fights. You know, they saw the Lord, they saw the Brotherhood were a little bit too far back, and they just bursted it down. And you know, overall, the Simpsons kind of getting them with the macro play. You saw the Dragon actually forced to use his ultimate right before the Lord spawns. It's definitely not what you want to see if you're the Brotherhood.
Not at all. And Ling is just going to hammer down in this bottom lane. He knows he can get to that Lord whenever he needs to. Hal coming in with the Destinata, though. Does get some damage on it. Damien and Cassandra. Blazer, though. Oh, we do have Ling in the bottom. He is forced away, but in comes this movement on Blast. Requiem is going to get taken out. Chiquito, though, doing some nice damage. Gets stunned up. Locked down. Damien with the Bulwark shield. It's just not enough as Chiquito gets the kill. Hal, though, able to move on. Blazer goes down, but wait.
Oh my god, Ling with the end.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I missed it. Ling gets the split push.
Wow, he was pushing that bot lane. I think Farsa kind of made him retreat, but she didn't realize that Ling didn't actually retreat all the way. And
I
he
thought
just waited
he
for the next wave.
retreated. I'm so sorry I did not catch that on camera to all the viewers. We thought he retreated. We were caught up in a big team fight, and I guess that Brotherhood thought he retreated too, because Cole World steals the game with an insane banana split backdoor.
Yeah, Cold World with the deserved MVP plays. We saw him do a lot of the split pushing there with the huge outplay at the end, backdooring. You know, I was able to catch the first time he was doing it, but the second time I was too distracted with that team fight. And you know, he did a great job rotating around the map. You know, coming in when he needs to, engaging on the right picks, and taking the towers down. And he's able to end the game with the huge backdoor plays. Well played by Cold World.
Yeah, very well played by Cold. And this is the problem with the way that Brotherhood plays. This is the issue. I think they need to work on their macro a little bit. They need, like, they do great in these team fights. They do amazing when it comes to that 5v5 clash. But it just goes to show right there, you got picked. Even though they had the gold lead most of the game, it always felt like the Simpsons had control of the map, and it kind of felt like the Simpsons was winning the whole time. You know, even though Brotherhood was winning by the numbers, it just felt like the Simpsons was had the game in their hands.
Yeah, whenever the Brotherhood got a couple picks, maybe a 2-for-1 trade, we saw on the other side of the map, you know, the Simpsons would get a tower, or they would get 2 towers, or they would get something else on the map, you know. And you know, that's one of the things with the Brotherhood. They weren't quite on their macros, you know, keeping track of their towers. We saw that Lord push, you know, the huge engage in the middle, yet they lost 2 inhibitors and a second tier while that whole Lord fight was going on. Yes, they won some of those team fights, but if you're losing a lot of these towers, you know, you're gonna eventually lose the game.
So that is it. I almost forgot. That's it.
Wow.
Simpsons 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0.
I thought for some reason I thought we were going to game 3. No, Simpsons 2-0. Clean sweep. I'm sorry. I'm like so caught off by what we just witnessed.
Yeah, that was great.
I'm so upset that I missed that I didn't zone in. I'm like shoutcasting, watching this insane fight at the Lord Pit, and out of nowhere the camera goes over to a base exploding. Brotherhood taken out. Simpsons climbing up the leaderboard right now. Let's take a quick look at the standings and see where that puts them. Simpsons with that, it puts them at a 2-2. They get a nice 3 points. It's going to put them at 5 points, and yes, they're still gonna be in 8th place, but
It's right below the Brotherhood.
yeah, I mean, they're right below the Brotherhood. And Brotherhood does play another game right after this. So if the Brotherhood loses this next game, you know, it definitely gives the Simpsons a possible chance to kind of get them, if they can win a couple more games, they could try to vie for a top 6 spot here.
Yeah, and they only have 4 games played, you know, so some of these teams, you know, either have around the same or maybe a little bit more. So, you know, maybe the Simpsons making a comeback into that top 6, you know, top 6 spots. Maybe they're going to be able to, you know, start fighting towards the later end of the season. You know, they looked really good versus the Brotherhood there.
Yeah, I mean, Simpsons, that, like, I don't know. We just saw them play completely different games what we normally see them play. Just really brought a different level. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they were up against some pretty good teams before, but Brotherhood is definitely not a team to be slept on, and they just picked them apart, man. Like, just found all their weaknesses, knew that, like, I don't know if they've just been doing their homework, been listening to me cast, I don't know what, but they just really showed the weaknesses, the kinks in the armor that Brotherhood has, and they did a great job at it. So next up, though, Brotherhood up against the Valley. Does Valley take advantages of these same kinks and just sweep through Brotherhood here?
Yeah, I think you know, it's going to be tough for the Brotherhood to bounce back after losing 2-0 to the Simpsons. You know, they probably thought, you know, the Simpsons, you know, they know they're a pretty strong team, but they probably thought they had that in the bag, and now they're going to be reconsidering their strategies and their picks and, you know, what they're doing, you know. So it's going to be tough for them to come back, bounce back against the Valley. We've seen them being able to be pretty strong team, able to make almost all their games pretty competitive, and, you know, it's not going to be easy for the Brotherhood.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough game. Now, we do have a little bit of time to kill here, guys. It's only 7-8. It's only 7:08. The next game isn't scheduled for 7:30. If the teams are ready to play, we will get them going, but I can't force these teams to play ahead of their time schedule. So we got a little bit of time to kill. We may end up putting the timer up. We may hang out for a little bit. Me and Phantom can only talk so much about the next game. Quick shout out real fast to all the people supporting the league, to all the people that have been watching, to the North American Mobile Legends Discord channel for sharing the stream, to all my mods, Ritz, Mace Guy, Sakira, so many of you guys, to my to Diosito for doing the data statistics, to Ravi for doing all the overlays and all the graphics design. If you guys need a graphics design for any kind of stuff, please reach out to me. I'll give you guys his info. Big shout out, and most of all, big shout out to United Farmers X for sponsoring the league. They are a cryptocurrency company that you can make some passive income on. They're completely transparent. They have a Discord, a YouTube, a subreddit, so you don't just have to buy crypto from them. You can ask them any questions you want. They help out with charities. They've invested into this league. They've supplied the prize pool this season. So if you want to try to make some passive income, or you're interested in getting into crypto, and it's something that you don't know a lot about, or you do know a lot about, feel free to check them out. All of their links are below in the description. So thank you guys. Also, yeah, that is it for my shout outs right now. Big shout out to Phantom for joining us tonight.
Yeah,
how'd you like those last games?
Oh, those are good games to cast. You know, it was very exciting, and, you know, honestly, I thought it was gonna be close games, but I thought maybe Brotherhood might, you know, be able to take it. But I'm pleasantly surprised with the Simpsons, what they were able to bring, and I'll be looking forward to see what they bring later on the season. You know, if they continue to get stronger as the season goes on.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a few. I mean, we saw them go up against TSU. They got swept. Definitely a few things. I think Brotherhood is a great team, but there is a few, like I've been pointing out, there's a few obvious kinks that I think they need to work on. There was a few times Annie really just got caught off there. A few missed positions that other teams have seemed to take advantage of majorly. So they need to work on something. I do see a question real fast. Did Area 77 get so many matches in the first half of the league? The balance of the games? It's just the way the schedule went. Please be patient. You don't have to be rude. Every team will play the same amount of teams by the end of the season. So just calm down, bro. Yeah, Area 77 has played 7 games. We tried to make it so every team is able to play games at correct times. We also had 3 teams drop because they weren't able to keep up. So so schedules got moved around. But yeah, we're working on it. It happens. Every team will end up playing the same amount of games no matter what. It's how the league goes. So you just have to look at the way that the standings are just kind of show you how many games everybody's played. It's not exactly how where everyone stands. You can see, obviously, everyone can see that they've played 7 games and some other teams have not. So you should know, if you use your brain and you think critically, that other teams are kind of ahead in a sense because they've only played 3 games and they're so close behind. But I guess I just have to explain that to some people. So yeah.
Yeah, and as you see later on the season, the matches plays are going to start evening it out as, the final matches start playing. So you'll see, the real standings, who's really where, and, we still have half the season to go out. So, it's not easy to schedule all these teams playing, teams dropping out, some teams can't make it, some teams playing on different schedules. Big shout out to Rex for setting this up. It's a huge headache for him, and he's able to do all of this for you guys, the viewers. You guys here come support all these games and just come and show support. So big shout out to Rex and big shout out to the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a long road. Season 1 was fun. We had our hiccups. Season 2 has been a lot more fun, but we've still had our hiccups. We've definitely expanded when it comes to bringing on, I've got a team of people behind me now, a lot of people helping. Season 1, it was like just me. I was doing everything. I was pinging teams. I was doing VC checks. It was a lot. So some of the load has been lifted, and I appreciate all the people who have been helping out. And this is just the beginning, guys. We got a lot more in store. I'm excited for how everything keeps going. And up next, the next game is going to be Brotherhood versus the Valley. So the sister team of Gosu, the Valley, is going to be going up against the team that we just saw. I think it'll be a really good game, personally.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be exciting. The Brotherhood, even though they lost, they're still a pretty strong team. And the Valley, even though they haven't won all their games, they always make every game competitive, and they have some really good players, experienced players, and they're gonna come to kind of bounce back from some of their losses.
Yeah, I think it's we just saw the Valley do amazing against No, they did lose to Area 77, but still, they had some great games, and it was a really, we've seen the Valley just completely come in, and they're right now I put them in top 4 by the end of the season. Anything can happen, of course, but the way I'm seeing them play, the compositions they're bringing, the hero utility, just the mass hero pool, they're definitely a team to watch out for. And I definitely put them as the favorites for this. But Brotherhood, I don't want to sleep on them. Yes, they just had a rough game going against the Simpsons, but I got a feeling they're going to come back even stronger in this game against the Valley.
Yeah, and they're also a bit warmed up. They've played a few games. They're a bit warmed up. Their fingers aren't cold. So that definitely helps them a little bit.
Their fingers are definitely not cold. There might even be a little bit of sweat on there.
For sure.
Any other questions in the chat? As long as they're not vulgar.
Did I read some of the questions?
Is there any other
Phantom,
questions?
are you Mexican? I'm not Mexican. I'm Colombian.
There's a difference.
There is a difference.
Colombians don't like to be called that, man. They're very proud. All right. Can you dress up
Rex,
as a T-Rex?
how many monitors do you have?
How many what? Monitors?
Monitors do you have?
I have two monitors.
2 monitors.
I have one. My YouTube chat is right here. My game is right here on the same thing. And then my Discord and my OBS is over here. So that's why you probably see me looking back and forth a lot. Because I do have to constantly look at Discord and stuff like that.
Look around.
Yeah, I have to kind of keep tabs on everything. I have to make sure my stream's not
Have
crashing
a lot of
every
tabs
few minutes.
open. Yeah, there's a lot of things you got to keep track of. I'm sure you have a lot of windows open.
Yeah. One day, hopefully, I can just have someone else. I'm trying to teach the wife to start doing all this. then she can just be the camera person and the computer
On the
person. I
back.
can just sit on camera and just do what I love, being a caster.
She'll
know?
be doing the production in the background.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
You know. Because honestly, I don't want to do all the background stuff. I would love to just be a caster and not have to worry about anything
Right.
else.
Have
but,
everything set up and you just come in and cast. That's what I'm doing, and it's
yeah, you guys got it easy, man.
great. Yeah. I just show up. Rex has everything set up. I just join the Discord call, you know, and then just talk about the game.
Yeah, man, that's the fun part. That's the fun part. We are getting these teams into these lobbies now. But yeah, I just wanted to be a caster. That's what I would love to do. Like if MPL came or anything like that came, I'd love to just be a caster. But I figured the only way I was ever going to be able to cast was if I started hosting events. So I had to start hosting events.
Yeah.
It was the only way.
You're showing your casting abilities. Definitely, my opinion, the best in NA. And you're also pushing for the MPL. You know, you're helping build this community, building the teams, and building the audience too.
Maybe for the finals, I'll dress up like a T-Rex. I have a T-Rex on my shirt right now, you know, representing.
There you go.
But yeah, when this live stream hits 1,000 views, the next following stream, I'll dress up as a T-Rex and cast the whole time as a T-Rex.
With it over your head too.
Yeah, the whole time. I'll be sweating balls in here.
You gotta put like a fan next to you, you know, or inside the suit.
Also, yeah, if you guys want to donate, I almost forgot. We have had a lot of donations come in through the GoFundMe. All the people that work for this channel, for this league, do not get a base salary or anything. All of my mods pretty much just do it because they want to. The graphics designers, all that stuff. So we do have a GoFundMe that helps raise money to support all the people that are behind the scenes on this. The whole way is laid out in there. 20% goes to my data collectors, 20% goes to the moderators, 10% goes to my graphic designer. The reason why it's less is because there's only one of them. 10% does go to me. 20% goes to the prize pool. We have raised $950 for it already. It's your boy
Nice.
Senso with the 4 hours ago donating $100. Win with the
Awesome.
300 donation 3 days ago. Nathaniel Lane with several donations. Juan with the $100 donation. Some of these are private, so I'm not saying their full name. Chris Fontanez with the $100 donation. Harvey with the $20 donation. Thank you guys so much. If you want to donate to this league, feel free to jump on the GoFundMe. We had a $1,000 goal. We're only $50 away from that, and they're halfway through the league. My guess is we might just be able to break 2,000 this season.
Yeah, that would be incredible. That'd be awesome for the teams, for everyone supporting you, and be able to build up on that. I feel like as the playoffs come, a lot more people are going to be coming in too. There's going to be a lot of excitement. A lot of these teams they're showing that they're practicing and they really want to compete, and it's really great for the viewers.
Yeah, it's been, I think, the teams that have been sticking around, we've really been weeding through who is what teams are actually ready to play, what teams are playing competitively, and we're finding those. NA is still working on an esports scene. There hasn't been anyone really pushing hard for it. Most of the teams have all like, for all the previous community tournaments hosted by previous people, it's always been the same players but thrown together on different teams, different things like that. There's only been a handful of teams that have stayed with the same name, that have been branding themselves. So that's what we're working on, and we've been weeding through it, trying to see who rises to the top, and we're starting to whittle down onto that. We're starting to finally find the teams that want to compete regularly, and we're supplying the platform for that. So it's been an awesome experience, and it's just been a wonderful thing to see.
Absolutely, I've definitely been enjoying watching these games and watching these teams compete, and it'll just help the NA community get stronger and stronger, and maybe we'll see 2 teams be invited to M4, and we'll see more representation in NA.
Who is that? I suck outside. Nice.
What happened?
The Valley coming in with the name changes. Always. They're really not supposed to change their names, but...
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes who is who.
Well, I think it's...
The Valley.
When I've been talking about it, I talk about it all the time, you know, teams need branding. And, you know, it sucks when the viewers even come and they're like, wait, who's this? Who's this? And like, they have to weed out who's who. There's a reason why players in MPL don't ever change their name. There's a reason why you keep the same team names. You're building a brand around your team. You're building something that the viewers and the people can cheer for. You know, it's just like having your favorite football team and you know the players. You know who Tom Brady is because Tom Brady doesn't come out with a different jersey every time. You know, so it's just it's something that I've been trying to get some of these people to do and get it to work. So we will see.
Yeah, and I think you know, even if you're a player, you know, if you're able to kind of stick with a certain name or brand, it can help get you an audience, you know, to build your name up, build your reputation. If you keep switching around, they might not know who you are. You know, even if you've been around for a while, there's always new people coming in, new viewers that, you know, might not know who you are.
Yeah, most definitely. Sorry, I had a message from another team come in. Are you secretly Yes, I'm secretly Gosuhoon. I am going to be following up on the rules, and the teams will get a warning, and if they don't change their name back, the player will be suspended or not allowed to play. But I am not going to stop this game right now, because then... we could go without a game this whole time. So I have been enforcing rules. Players have gotten suspended 4 games this season. It is the way things go. But we also, because we are a new league, we want to... I don't know what's going on with Adrian right now. But... anytime that there's been a rematch, the players have agreed to a hero switch. I've literally had like 3 games restart just because they kept messing it up. But again, the same reason why we didn't have 2 games last season is how hard we're enforcing the rules, or last week on Sunday, because the Kingdom didn't have their players ready, so we didn't let them play with random subs. So if you're worried about rules not being enforced, they are. Trust us. And if you don't trust us, you don't have to watch. We are going to be jumping in. Hal is getting on. We do have all of the side of the Valley ready to play. We're still in 6-minute countdown until this game starts. I'm excited for it. I'm really wondering if Brotherhood can really come through and pull this off here and possibly get this win against the Valley.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. You know, we see the Valley, you know, sometimes they make some mistakes. They're a little bit indisciplined at times. And if the Brotherhood are able to pick their spots and kind of take advantage of their mistakes, they can definitely, you know, run over. We see them strong in the team fights, so, you know, a couple good team fights can really just change the map and cause them to win the map.
We may have to take a quick... I don't know if Brotherhood's having some issues. We might put a wait screen on for about 5 minutes until this game starts, just so I can see what's going on with Brotherhood real fast. Sorry for this, guys. But we are we're still on schedule. I just need to talk to them, and I don't want to be typing while I'm on screen and not paying attention. So we are going to jump to a quick timer screen. The game should still be scheduled for 7:30. I'll see you guys soon.
Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. gun and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so in mine? Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave? How could you be so Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Ooh, how could you be so How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so to Mobile Legends.
There's a little bit of pressure onto her from Kagura, but I want to see how this game goes. This is a great game too, and I think a really even draft coming out too.
Yeah, I really like the draft of this Uranus right now. He's definitely been a very niche pick here and there, but he's done so well in so many matches that it's almost surprising that teams don't use him more.
Yeah, coming to the first lethal fight, I do think it'll go to AE, a position to have maybe a little pick on death here. Riles going
getting a little too deep. Might get the pick off, and first blood going to Sentinel. Once again, Riles goes down once again, Ben.
Game, except for a couple of people. He has so much sustained damage, but now with the gank, maybe he'll be picked off.
Yeah, Death coming down, getting a nice pick on a Templates. Templates taking a little bit too much damage, not able to get that passive in soon enough, and goes down. Another kill going to Sentinel Esports, Ben.
Right, I still want to see this 5v5 come together for AE because Eve provides so much with the Kufa, with two fighters pushing it in there. A little bit of fight in the top lane.
Yeah, hers only taking some big damage, but she wasn't able to get the final finish onto hers only. So Riles forced to just revert back. Blink does get picked off in the bottom. So bad gank coming from AE, and now he's popped up. Real world manipulation does go up, getting some nice damage onto Death and Clark Cutie, but it's still not enough to stop the side of Sentinel then. Kage pushed back, brought down a half health. Templates in the back lane in that way of the dragon, able to get a little bit of damage onto Clark Cutie. He is going to be able to get a pick, but he's not. He does get the kill, but the rest of the team is going down on the side of AE. Riles taken out, Kage taken out, and now goes down Blink also. 4 members of Sentinel closing in. Templates taking some big damage, and the triple kill goes to hers only. A nice play coming from Sentinels. You wanted Beatrix to get fed. Well, now she's getting there.
He's taken down for it. These two fighters are so strong to get. Oh, a big pick maybe from Kagura.
I don't, not quite a pick, but able to at least help AE secure that tower, which is huge for them. Yes, they've been losing in kills, but they take a very important tower as the first tower taken in the game, Ben.
Call it smart, honestly, and they don't dive past where they can. They're being pushed to death by Sentinel right now, and they need to work on this macro game.
Ooh, and they get a big pick onto Templates. Riles trying to come in, do a little something here, but I don't know if he can. He's taking a little bit too much damage, and the poke comes in. The Holy Baptism finishes it, and down goes Riles. Next is Blink, as the team of Sentinel Esports closes in this death grip even more, Ben. Yeah, why are they even trying? But Templates going into this back line, trying to do something here. They do revert to the turtle, but Blink pops that Tyrant's Rage and goes down as Rise able to zone away Riles. Death, Hop, hitting that champ stamp, pushing them all away. They don't need Turtle. They don't need Lord. They're going to win these team fights, but AE wants to keep trying, even though they're taking a beating every time. As look at Death coming under the tower, doing a dive, but they're not able to finish it. But luckily, Sushi able to get away, but they are going to take that tower, and Riles hoping he can get the kill, but not able to get enough damage onto Death, getting him within just a sliver of health. Real manipulation
here it is.
Come up though. AE may be able to make a turnaround here. They do try to zone them away, and that seems like that's all they can do right now, Ben.
Punish them. They think they're just free to split push, and they're going to keep doing it. Now pushing that wave out is going to buy them a little time. Here, team fight.
Nice pick onto Death with that Tyrant's Rage, and Tsukage Terra able to get the kill. Useless Ronin zoning them on the side, but Sushi keeping him at bay. Lord slowly inching forward, but look at the damage. Lord is taken out quite quickly, and all that Sentinel Esports gets out of this push is a tower, and they make it 2 members. World manipulation does go up, and Useless Ronin taking some damage, is able to just get away by popping that ultimate, and Riles a little too deep. Blink goes down, and right when it looks like AE gets an advantage, they make the playing field go into the side of Sentinel Esports. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Sentinels does get a tower, Ben. It's still a long way to go, and if you're getting picked off like that, you don't want to take this. Hers only trying to pop that sniper, but getting knocked around by Templates. A nice positioning from him. Keeps on bringing that sniper in, misses a shot, and they're able to get the kill. Real manipulation is up, and the rest of the team is closing in. Useless Ronin on the run, Riles on the chase, and Blink zoning in. They make it a double kill. Now AE finally has a bit of an advantage.
We can't go down. Balmon's still 0-3, right? They're not in this winning position, but they're starting a board here. What do you think happens here, T?
Ooh, Blink misses that knockup on the Clark Duty, but Templates is there and they get the kill. They had a great zoning there with both members in those bushes. It seems like this time on these lords, they're able, with those two heroes, do a little more, and real manipulation does come up. Many members are trapped. Rise is going to go down. The immortality does pop, and the rest of the team is there to maybe finish her off. No, she's going to get away unscathed with this one. Hers only popping. That sniper misses the shot, though, as the rest of the team falls back. A nice play coming from AE overall as they revert back to this Lord, Ben.
Pulling him again, making Sentinel dare to walk in here. Now the big set.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage, though. He does get the knockup, but now Blink taking a little bit too much damage from that Champ Stamp. Death coming in, Ryle looking low, hers only in the back, but Template gets the knockup on the Death. Can he get the finish, though? He does get that passive proc, but he's just not able to get any damage on anyone to bring that health, but he pops that Dragon Form, comes in, Lord a little low on health. Who's gonna get the finish? Ryle trying to come in, but he gets locked down from Pagura and finished off. A big play from Sentinel Esports, a 4-man sweep, and they take the Lord, Ben. And all that's left is Blink all alone. The inhibitor goes down, and game 2 is going to the side of Sentinels. But wait, Riles is here. A big Tyrant's Rage, and down goes hers only in Death. Can they fend this off? Useless Ronin chipping away, but the immortality pops. This could be the turnaround. Lord is heal here. AE turning the game around. 4 members of Sentinel taking out. A huge play coming from Blink and the rest of AE in the final moments, making this game push off. We gotta look at that replay. I mean, look at them coming in. Here comes the rest of the team there. Tyrant's Rage pops off. I mean, I thought it was over. Back to the game, though, because A is pushing in on this base, Ben.
There's 9 seconds, and that's Rise. There's 8 seconds, 5 seconds on the Beatrix. I think they can end this game. This is going to full turnaround and run it down mid.
Oh my God, the base is going down, and the game goes to AE.
Oh no. Oh my God, what a choke.
Run, run, run. I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ashley on Lunox, we saw that on Thursday's series.
Scary.
She's really strong on Lunox, man. So I'm really excited to see her play. It seems like she's so flexible, man. Other teams, please don't try to ban her out. You just can't. I like the Franco pick. I think it provides some offensive and some defensive capabilities. If Area 77 gets shoved into their base again and has to turtle up, Franco plays amazingly well from the turtle position, right? So I think Franco gives a lot of options and does counter Fanny.
Yeah, she just needs to be careful, though, with Fanny with this blue buff coming into her jungle now, as we are about to see. But Yato is there to slow her down. Galaxy causing a little bit of engage on the Aho, forcing her away. A nice hook, though, coming from Mitsuke to keep that blue buff in play. Yeah, you definitely do. He's going to be in this balling. He should, as long as he plays safe, should be right. But look at Merzo's taking a little bit of damage from Mark Cutie. They try to gank him, but again, this clinches, outplays, and gets some nice poke damage. In comes Mitsuke, readying this hook. It lands, it comes in, and the kill goes to Mitsuke. A nice first blood and a beautiful hook from Area 77. I mean, at that point in the gold lane, yeah, it's probably better a nice blue buff steal. But wait a second, Ashley on the trail. Mitsuke does pay the price for that one. But what I was saying is, you're delaying that. But look at this pick on to Merciless. Merciless is going down. He tries to pop that torn apart memories, but he's not quite able to get the finish. But in comes Yeho, ready to get the finish. Closing in, he gets the pop as Mark Cutie gets the kill. The rest of Team Hate coming in, trying to defend, but not quite able to. Yeho gets hit by that Tyrant Smash from Mark Cutie, gets a kill. That's a double kill going to him. A wonderful outplay coming from the side of Area 77. Jero in the back line, causing up on Ashley, but she's doing some big damage. But he might be a little too out. The heal keeps him in, and he's able to just get away. And they revert and get the kill onto Galaxy. Yeho on a killing spree, double kill onto onto Merciless, as the rest of Area 77 closes in on this tier 3 tower. Hate trying to do something. A nice Tyrant's Rage on the 3 members, and they get a huge play.
Oh my God!
Coming from the side of Insomniacs, a wonderful play from Pogi, trying to do something, but she gets locked up. Oh my God, Ben, what did we just watch? We gotta watch it again. Way by popping that dragon mode as Galaxy continues to take damage on here. Nice one from Mitsuke, and the finish comes from Yeho, Ben.
Yeah, this Fanny pick has not been warranted yet. Franco, even though they took Kufra, they didn't think about the Franco, and maybe it would have been too projected if they had banned out Franco too. But man, what a clutch counter from honestly something that's like a really troll pick is working really well.
Yeah, I mean, look at him just sitting in the bush right now, waiting for the right moment, seeing if he can get some. Ashley is hitting the recall, but he decides to go for the Fanny with the crazy flicker and brings her back. What a play from Mitsuke. And now the sweep comes in. Hate low on health. The rest of Area 77 take that tower. A beautiful play from Mitsuke once again, Ben.
That was a 5-head play on Franco. Everybody thought Franco was just walking up to cancel the back, right? Yeah, no, I think it was very situational. They thought about the Kaja, but they thought, I don't want to go tank Kaja like T was saying. So Franco just seemed to fit the bill really nicely. And he's providing so much pressure for the team right now. Insomniacs dead in their tracks, man. What do they have left to carry this game through?
I mean, they had the plus of Brody wait. Night Tyrant's Rage. Can they get a pick here? Pogi tries to come in, but the damage is in there, and he gets quickly taken out from Yato. You know, you think that Fanny has the advantage in this jungle. That's normally where she always does, but you have things like Yato right now hitting this AoE damage. So, like, she's just flinging around on top of a bunch of bombs and getting melted down so quickly. Area 77 coming in to finish this game at around 10 minutes. The suppression comes in from Mitsuke once again, and Area 77 take game 2.
Man, Area 77 honestly just stomped their way through that with honestly a pretty troll pick out of the Franco and make it look so good. Fanny, completely underwhelming, and that was a very planned out draft coming from Insomniacs, and it got destroyed by a Franco pick.
let you leave, leave, leave. Ooh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave? How could you be so Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. On your knees, and you still blame me. Did you think I'd stay just to let you leave, leave, leave? Oh, how could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Oh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Serve your time like you wasted mine. Was it just for fun when your eyes met mine? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. You spend my love so reckless. I'm cashing in on fairness. Why do you lie when you cross your heart and you hope to die? Why do you lie all the goddamn time till you're 6 feet blind? Mine. How could you be so careless? I'll make you bleed to notice. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. Ooh, to me. Run, 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 I'm a sucker with a gun, and I'll make you pay for the things you've done to me. To me. Oh.
Welcome back, guys.
Your team is picking.
We are back, and we have a big game ahead of us. Team SEXI versus Insomniacs. They're doing ping checks right now, so we're ready to go. This is a big game, at least to me it is. I think these are definitely two of the top teams right now, both practically undefeated, both you know, considered to be top 4 on the bracket by the end of the season, if not 1 and 2. So this is a possible future look at what we may see in the playoffs. I'm excited for this game. How about you, Phantom?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. You know, Insomniacs have shown they've been very strong this season. You know, off you know, a little bit of a win streak, beating off A77 and the Simpsons. You know, now they're gonna match up against Team SEXI, who are undefeated in the season right now, and you know, maybe they can pose some problems and take the games from them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Team SEXI has just been rolling over every team they faced. I want to see them have a challenge. I mean, they did do, Area 77 did do well against them, but Team SEXI still definitely, you could feel the dominance throughout all those games, even the game that Area 77 won.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that Insomniacs brings the heat. I want to see some back and forth. I want to see some pressure put on Team SEXI, and you know, I don't want to just see one team beat everybody nonstop. I want to see you know, I want to see that rubber match, man. I want to see it go back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Insomniacs are probably excited, you know, for this matchup. They know it's one of the top teams. You know, it has 2 BTK members. Nicolette is strong, Boss is strong, Best Player is very strong, some of the best players in NA. And they want to show what they're made of, you know. They've been doing really well this season, and they probably want to come here and try to, you know, show off and be like, you know what, we're one of the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely I mean, Team SEXI, they're just a handful of monsters for sure. But honestly, Insomniacs, man, you got Pokey, ex-Area 77 jungler. You got Merciless, ex-Area 77 member. You got Ashley, who at this point I'm considering one of the top mages in all of North America. I mean, just completely dominated, and has a nice hero pool too. People have tried to ban her out. She's even gone with like picks like Lu Yi, kind of off meta, and still dominated in games. So I mean, it's just 2 very strong teams, and though both these teams were kind of thrown together, they're not they're kind of all like top members of different teams, and they're not a branded team, as I like to call it. Both teams have just been shredding through this league, so I definitely think there's a lot to watch out for. I don't think we're going to see any troll picks that some of these teams have been doing against other teams. I don't think we're going to see Shark on Fanny or anything like that. but I am excited to see how it goes exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, what kind of lineups they bring in. You know, we've been seeing a few different picks from some of the players, and you know, are they going to ban Shark's Lolita? We saw that against Area 77 in Game 1, and, you know, they didn't ban it out, and there's a reason it was banned out in M3, and they decided, you know what, we don't want to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is just a monster on that last time we saw Team SEXI play. The Lolita is definitely something to watch out for, but that's definitely not his only option. The man's got a huge hero pool when it comes to tanks, and like, even if you try to ban out some of his picks, he can always go back for other picks that he's known for that maybe aren't as popularly played, like his Akai. I mean, dude's got a monstrous Akai, and we don't even see it that often because it's just not used as much, but it's definitely something viable that he has in his back pocket, you know, just in case things get a little crazy. And then we have Zia, that's been on gold lane this whole season. And I mean, the man's a monster on Beatrix. The man's a monster on so many gold laners. It's definitely something to fear.
We saw his Wan go absolutely insane.
Oh my god. The Wan was epic. Make sure you guys check out the YouTube short.
Absolutely. And we're going to see, you know, we've seen him with the Brody, you know, we've seen him with the Beatrix and with the Wan. You know, he probably has other heroes he can play as well. He's shown he's one of the most he's in the gold lane.
Sorry, my Discord just reset on me real fast. Can you see everything now? Or do I need to reset it? Let me share screen again. Sometimes Discord be acting crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely, I mean, that Wan pick, I want to talk about that for a second. We were doubting that for a minute. We were like wondering how it was going to go. And the man just shredded through. I mean, just crazy plays the whole game, killing people under the base. I mean, and it just goes to show how many compositions Team SEXI has in their pocket that they're willing to bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Wanwan's one of those heroes where it's not easy to pull off. You know, it's easy to get picked off with the positioning. She doesn't have a real dash, so you have to kind of jump around, use her, you know, basic attacks and her second skill to kind of avoid different things and be able to get all those passive marks to be able to get that ult. So you know, he showed a lot of skill, but being able to pull that off, and it's a reason why you don't see everyone playing the Wanwan.
Yeah, and they just did it. I was listening, you know, some of them were talking in the Discord after, you know, saying that the Wanwan was kind of a pick that they decided to go with kind of last minute, and that they even kind of planned it out. It wasn't just a random pick. And just with the combination that game of the Lolita, they had Lolita, was it Eid? I can't remember the other stun pick that they had. But they just had so much CC to combo up with that 1-1, and anytime someone got locked down, Zia was there to capitalize on that moment. And it just seems like the whole team, Shark, I honestly put Shark as one of the best tanks in North America, top 3, maybe even the best. I mean, best of the best.
Yeah,
the man
I would say he's probably the best.
Yeah,
I mean, he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely one. I mean, and he's always there. Like, the man is always there. There's never a like,
absolutely.
Anytime one of his teammates is about to get caught off, he just, you think that a teammate's about to get ganked, and Shark just comes in out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think, you know, his positioning on the map is, you know, second to probably no one else, you know, and he's able to come up with huge plays constantly, save his teammates, initiate, and that's why he's one of the best tanks in the world. And he's very versatile. You know, he has a huge hero pool, and that's, you know, one of the things that make Team SEXI so strong.
Most definitely, sorry. We're just waiting on one player from Team SEXI to jump in, and we're gonna get started here in just a second. So let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to take this. I know a lot of people are big BTK fans in here, big Shark and Zia fans, a lot of Team SEXI fans, but Insomniacs is definitely not a team to go against. Let us know what you think in the chat. Leave a comment, say whatever as we're getting these ready. We're just waiting on Sir Bossy per usual, and we're going to be starting this game in just a second. After this game, we have Exodus 9 up against TSU. Can Exodus 9 finally win a game in this season, Phantom?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for them. You know, TSU, one of the strongest teams in the league right now. They're undefeated. They won the last tournament, community tournament, and they're a force to be reckoned with. So they're definitely going to have a tough road ahead, and it won't be easy for them.
Sorry, we had to turn on. So the tournament lobby, you actually have to enable speed mode so that players can use it. And because we're doing this cross country, I have to enable. So I'm just letting the players know real fast that we're turning it on so that they can use it. So Insomniacs is, so Team SEXI has been known to be pretty aggressive recently, but Insomniacs has also kind of been the same way. I'm wondering if both teams are just going to kind of go for that early game comp. Zia normally is always kind of picking more of that late game marksman, so I'm wondering if we're going to just see heavy clash in the beginning. Will we see patience, things like that, or are we going to just be jumping into battle right off the rip?
Yeah, I think, you know, the first game, they're probably going to try to, you know, come up with a strategy in the early game and try to catch the other team off guard. I would say Insomniac was probably going to, you know, try to come in a little bit aggressive in the first game. You know, they've probably been thinking of something they want to do, a certain composition, a certain rotation they want to do in the early game. So we're probably going to see that, try to catch Team SEXI off guard. But after that, you know, they're probably gonna try to feel each other out, see if, you know, how it works or not. You know, any too much aggression against any of these teams, it can be dangerous. You know, if you're a little bit too aggressive versus Team Sexy or versus Insomniacs, they're gonna make you pay for it. So you definitely want to be calculated in your aggression. But I think Insomniacs are gonna come in a little bit strong in the first game.
Yeah, I definitely think Insomniacs may try to push it early on. But you got to be careful, man. You have to be super careful because, like I said, Shark is just always there. He knows his. I mean, he's one of the things that he's so great at. Even when he has heroes that aren't normally heroes that try to invade, that try to keep vision, he's just so well at keeping his distance and knowing how far he can push every single hero he plays, and he's definitely something that Insomniacs is gonna have to watch out for. I'm wondering how the bans are gonna go also, if we're gonna see any targeting, if Insomniacs is gonna try to pick apart Zia or pick apart Best Player in some of these choices. Best Player definitely hasn't been you know, the most shining player on Team Sexy, but he's been doing his job of taking objectives and things of that sort. So I'm just wondering who Insomniacs really wants to go for here, but only time will tell. We are ready to go. We're going to be jumping into this draft, Phantom.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, interesting to see. I know both teams play really strong Yuzongs in the XP lane, and Esmeralda does. So it'll be interesting to see if either team will kind of let the other team have it or pick it for themselves. You know, we've been seeing every game it's either banned or it's picked.
And we are already seeing that Lolita ban immediately.
Yeah.
The only time we see that first ban is when we see Team Sexy playing. I don't think they want to give that up. I think another important ban here is going to be the Eve. We saw whenever Team Sexy was going against Area 77, it was the pivotal hero that made the difference in all three of those games. So I really think it needs to be something that either the side of Insomniacs either needs to ban or it needs to be their prio pick, because you don't want to give Eve and some other powerhouse pick over to the side of Team Sexy right now, and there it is, taken off the table.
Yeah, I think, you know, Eve is it's one of the best mages in the game right now. She offers just so much in the game, and it's tough to deal with. You know, you definitely don't want to go up against it, and you know, you're better off just banning it off. Just let him play some other mages. We do see a Fanny ban, and you know, it's one of the heroes in the early game. It's incredibly annoying, and it's picked up a lot of steam recently, you know, after some of the latest buffs. And you know, we're seeing it picked a lot. You know, if you have a strong Fanny player, it can completely just up the tempo at the beginning of the game into the middle game, and it can be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. I mean, I'm wondering if it's really worth the ban, but I know Pogi can shred with it, and maybe the side of Team Sexy doesn't want to have to pick up Kufra, doesn't want to have to play counters to it, so just take it off the map now. Right. Maybe they have a composition in mind, and that's just something that's really going to hurt the composition they want to play. So first ban it is, and I think they banned that same pick against Area 77, honestly.
Yeah, so I think they just don't want to have to deal with it and have to try to counterpick it. You know, they're just better off, you know, we don't want to deal with it. That's a hero we don't want to deal with. Let's just, you know, play our own draft, play our own picks, and we don't even have to worry about it. Yeah,
most definitely. We still yet to see Valentina get played in this season.
All season?
All season long.
That hero is just crazy strong right now.
It's to the point where I'm wondering, like, should we just perma-ban her? That way we leave other bans open. I just drop her from the league, you know, just let her not be allowed. That makes things a little more interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Insomniacs
we see a ban not only in
though.
NA, but in the MPL, she's almost always insta-banned.
Yeah, she's broken right now for sure. So the side of Team Sexy right now really focusing on Pogi, taking out the Fanny, taking out the Hayabusa, getting rid of some of those marksman picks that and we know Best Player, we have seen him play the Karina, but I feel like he might favor marksman juggles currently, especially playing on a central server like this. You might not want to pick too high mechanic of a jungle. So I think they're just getting rid of some of those assassin picks that'll really counter anything he ends up falling into.
Is picking.
Yeah, and we see that glue pick. You know, we didn't see it too much a couple weeks ago, or a week ago. I don't know. I don't remember if last match day we saw it, but it's definitely still strong even after the nerf. And it's annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's been getting banned and then it doesn't get banned, and like since the nerf it hasn't been as hot as it was for the first couple days of the league, but
yeah,
it's definitely still been an issue. A lot of teams that have been playing it, and I feel like when you got a team like Insomniacs pick something like that up, it is still a huge threat for Team SEXI. So the question is, how do they deal with it? Shark onto this Chow, Sir Bossy locking in the Esmeralda. Two nice back picks for an answer.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Esmeralda. If it's not banned out, it's picked by someone on the team. Offers a lot of utility, and it does pretty well in the lane against glue. So it's able to, you know, do lane pretty nicely against it. And we see Shark on the show. A lot of engage, a lot of mobility on the show. Not a pick we're used to seeing him a lot in tournaments, but I'm sure he's gonna be able to pull out some crazy plays.
Yeah, but again, I mean, Insomniac's answering back pretty well to that Esmeralda. You know, you bring in Ashley on this Lunox, and we know Ashley is a monster on this Lunox, and then also the Ruby as tank, and I think that the Ruby is going to do great with this Chow, going to do great against this Esmeralda. And then you have the damage, you have the sustainability now. You have a nice front line with Ruby and Glue. And at this point, I feel like Insomniacs can just kind of sit back and really decide who they want to use as their damage dealers here. I like the picks.
Yeah, I think both teams are pretty strong picks right now. And it's going to be interesting. We have both the junglers and the marksmen, or the gold laners, still open. So it'll be interesting. You know, we see Clint open, Brody open, Popol open, Beatrix. You know, do you really want to give Zia that Beatrix? You know, maybe it's not something you want to do. We see a Lancelot ban. So 3 jungler bans on the side of Team SEXI.
Yeah, just really coming down on Pogi, whose name is Rookie right now, but really coming down on Rookie right now.
Yep.
And it's all assassin picks too. It's something that I think Team SEXI just doesn't want to deal with. It does make sense, especially if you're going to end up having, you got Zia, that's almost definitely going to run a gold laner here, I mean a gold lane marksman here. And then if you're going to pick another kind of squishier hero with best player, you know, that's going to be a heavy counter with marksman like that can puncture that back line.
You have the Luyi, who's, you know, not very mobile, a bit squishy, so it definitely makes sense to kind of ban out some of the assassins there.
And I like the Luyi pick too. Like, both teams really not just like locking in heroes, they're definitely countering. Like, the Luyi should do well against the Glue and the Ruby, just like the Ruby was the answer to the Esmeralda and the Chow. So I just like the back and forth of these teams, not just like picking heroes, but picking heroes compared to how the draft has gone so far.
They call me a hero.
Yeah, absolutely. The Luyi, you know, the Glue and the Ruby are big targets for her to, you know, do the chain on them. And, you know, they're not super mobile, so she should be able to land a lot of those hits on them and kind of pressure on them, not let them jump on to your team.
Look at all the jungle bans on the side of Team SEXI.
Yeah.
The respect
really
shown to
trying
Pogi
to question
right now.
the hero pool. Yeah.
I mean, Paquito's still open. But Paquito right now going into that Luyi, like, you already have 2 hard frontliners. Do you pick something like that? You know, there is still Ling open, some other possibilities, but yeah, it's a hard hero pool right now for any jungler. Best player is gonna be first pick. I'm wondering if we're just gonna end up seeing that Granger that he likes to play so much.
We might see that. We might also see a Roger
Your team
on either
is
side.
picking.
And, you know, Roger and Paquito, I mean, they're definitely viable options. I do think Esmeralda is strong against both of them, since both of them generate shields. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, they opt to go for that.
I'm a little confused. I'm a little
confused. So maybe it's a Lennox gold lane.
Lunox gold lane, and then what are they? Hovering over, we are going to see the Roger. What else? I was just thinking of something else that was open also. We have seen best player run Karina recently. I'm wondering if that's going to be something that gets locked in here.
It's possible. Although I think, Karina into Ruby might be a little bit difficult, and into a glue. Not a ton of dashes, so it's a little bit hard to escape. It will definitely be a little bit challenging to play. There's still the Paquito. There's not a ton of jungler options left after, target banning.
You just banned
Kogi.
yourself out also, and then you give up the
But he does
Roger.
have the Granger, which we've seen him use a lot.
Oh. Bringing something crazy in. Are we going to see a jungle X-Borg right here? Haven't seen it in a long time. But he's probably going to...
That would be very interesting to see. Yeah,
It's
that
going to be a
export
hard
jungle,
game for
it had
Karina.
it had a couple weeks where it was really overpowered and everyone was using it, and then it just got nerfed and fell off.
Yeah. But like that, Karina's going to have a tough time. A real tough. You're going into a Ruby who's going to lock you up. The glue. Kagura is going to keep a distance. I mean, there's not even a lot of targets. You got Kagura and Lunox, and then Lunox can just light ult away from you. It's Kagura also has crazy mobility and a good way to get away from people. I feel like best player's going to have a tough game here, and it's going to be very just objectives for him. Maybe not trying to push these team fights early on.
Yeah, I think he might opt out for a tank Karina, build instead of going for full damage. Gives him a little bit more utility. Not really trying to, do all the damage, but just trying to take objectives down and, go in and try to clean up the kills. I think might be what we see. We see a lot of tank Karinas. Sometimes we see damaged Karinas. You can build her a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I mean, the tank Karina would possibly be viable here for sure. We haven't seen it a whole lot in the league, and it was something that had a lot of popularity for a while, but I think in general it's kind of fallen off. But look at Shark coming in. He's going to force this Retry out of Rookie, but Hate knows it's coming, comes over. Shark taking a little bit of damage and tries to play something there, but again, you're up against a team that knows your tricks.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to be a little bit aggressive. They have the Cho, they have the Lu Yi, they have a little bit of that early game, pressure. So they're just trying to be aggressive and kind of take advantage of that.
He needs to be careful though. Rookie coming in. Maybe gonna try to get this kill. BTK Shark forced to walk away. Nicolette maybe going down here. First blood going to Insomniacs Phantom.
Yeah, they try to be aggressive, but then Linux was able to out-rotate the Brody. She was able to kind of win her matchup a little bit and get the rotation off, and that was able to help them clean up that kill.
Yeah, I mean, Insomniacs, like we said, Insomniacs playing a nice early aggression. Shark biting off a bit more than he can do, but he does come in for the knockoff onto Ashley, able to back off. Nicolette gets a little bit of damage onto Rookie, and here comes best player, but the rest of the team is there to help out, so they're forced to disengage Phantom.
Yeah, I think this time they were like, all right, let's not get too over aggressive. We just saw it not worked out, so maybe this time we'll just do a little poke damage and then back out. And now you see them, starting to invade a little bit of the jungle, trying to take that jungle creep from the Roger and maybe go on to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, even with that first blood going to Insomniacs, Team SEXI is not losing any steam. They're going to keep trying to play this game, keeping pressure on. It's what they do, and as we can see, they do it well.
Yeah, absolutely. Although we did see best player use the Retribution. I wonder, maybe the Roger's a little bit low. Maybe he doesn't want to start the turtle, but maybe they do because the Karina doesn't have the Retribution. So that might be a good time to start it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 11 seconds at this point, 10. I think he should have time, and it looks like Roger's not opting to go for that blue buff instead. Nicolette doing a little bit of a teleport play here, trying to reposition. The ult comes from Sir Bossy. Zia comes around the side. Hate taking a little bit of damage here. Torn apart, Memories goes off, and Hate goes down right after best player secures the turtle. Ashley maybe next, best player under the tower and gets the kill. A nice play coming from Team SEXI there.
Yeah, we saw 5 members from Team SEXI all rotate to the turtle, get the turtle, and Insomniacs a little bit slow on the rotation to the gold lane. They were able to get that gold shield, but not quite able to get the tower while Zia was away, and just a little bit slow on the rotations. And definitely don't want to try to contest the turtle when you don't have the members there.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta point out that every time I see Nicolette on this Lu Yi, she does some awesome ultimate plays. Like, just the repositioning of putting themselves in that bottom bush. And then Sir Bossy, like, they must have planned that. Sir Bossy readies up the ultimate. They know Hate's a little out of position. Wait a second, Nicolette, speaking of out of position, picked off. I'm offended, locking on from that Ruby, and they get a nice kill, evening the kill spread to 2 and 2 Phantom.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things with this Ruby pick is, you know, you're going to be able to catch some of these members off. You know, Louis has to be kind of close to be able to get her chain. So it's same thing with Brody. So they're going to have to be really careful not to get picked off by the Ruby.
Yeah, and you can tell that Ruby's the biggest problem right now. Best player, though, coming in, tries to do damage, gets blocked up by that Ruby. Speak of the devil, and taken out. I mean,
Yeah,
every
Best
time
player, a
Brody
little
tries
bit
to
too
second...
deep there.
Yeah, every time Brody tries to second skill in, every time Chow tries to come in, anytime Best Player comes in, Ruby is there to lock them up. Definitely an amazing counter pick for the side of Insomniacs there, Phantom.
Yeah, they're gonna have trouble with the Ruby all game, and you know they're gonna have to try to be able to zone out around the Ruby when they're in these team fights and kind of get her out of the game a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the way they engage these fights needs to be a little bit like, a bit more flanking, not as just right down the center.
Yep.
Maybe even wait for Insomniacs to try to come to them, because right now Hate is going to be ready, and he's waiting for Shark to come in. He's waiting for Best Player to come in and make these plays. Sir Bossy, though, getting a little caught up into this back line. Nice starfall onto Ashley, doing a little bit of damage. Rookie trying to save her. He does use the flicker and takes out Ashley. Back in the top, though, Shark ready to defend Sir Bossy as Zia takes out Hate. Galaxy, surrounded by 3 members, uses that ultimate to get away. Sir Bossy, though, taking some damage, and Rookie gets the kill. Best Player may just be next as the rest of the team chases him down, forced to go back to the jungle. Nicolette tries to reposition herself. Rookie now taking a little bit too much damage. Zia gets the kill. The brawls are here, ladies and gentlemen, as Zia pushes forward. Shark, though, biting off a bit more than he can chew, taking a nice 1-for-1 trade. Both teams losing members. It's a 5-for-6 spread, but at this point, Team SEXI does have a little bit of priority over this turtle, but don't speak too soon as Galaxy keeps them zoned away, Phantom.
Yeah, both teams just engaging in crazy fights. We saw a lot of split fighting. Esmeralda all the way in the back line, kind of splitting them up. Zia, in one place, Esmeralda in another. A lot of back and forth, but I think that the splitting up kind of works to Team SEXI's advantage a little bit, because Insomniacs definitely want them to group up so they can get a good Ruby engage. You can get Glue to be able to jump onto them, bring them back to the team. So I think that's definitely the strategy that Team SEXI wants to do.
Yeah, definitely spread out the fights, and then as long as they keep some of the right people together. But wait, Shark, a nice pick on a Galaxy as Best Player secures the kill. Ruby uses that, I'm offended, but isn't quite able to lock them in. Shark coming in on a Merciless, torn apart memories goes off, and they're able to get a kill. But Rookie is here to fight back, taking out Zia once again. It's just a bloodbath. Sir Bossy may just be next. Shark there to help him get away. It's a 2-for-1 trade going to the side of Team SEXI, Phantom.
Yeah, a lot of aggression from both teams, but Team SEXI kind of able to win some of these fights. Able to get the trades, able to get the turtle so far. No towers have been pushed so far, so still a lot in the map to play for.
Yeah, this must be the first time. This must be the first time in a while. We're 7 minutes in. First turtle just goes down.
Yeah,
and then we have not a single tower taken. My guess is we might have a bit of a long game here, Phantom, where we might be going to the end game. But speaking of end game, I kind of feel like Insomniacs has the advantage when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think they do have a lot of the damage from the Linux and the Kagura, but they only really have the physical damage in the Roger. So in the late game, he does fall off a little bit. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on him to be able to deal out a lot of the damage once he starts building the Athenas, maybe some Radiant Armor. So if he's able to do well, they have a good opportunity in the late game, but if not, it's going to be tough for the mages.
It's true. I mean, there is a heavy amount of magic. Most of the burst damage coming from Insomniacs for that late game is going to revolve around Ashley. You know, Merciless on this Lunox in the gold lane. So, I mean, it is kind of heavy magic. But wait, a big play coming from Nicolette. And they're able to lock on to Rookie, get the kill. Ashley now on the run. A nice teleport coming in. And Sir Bossy secures the kill. And the aggression from Team SEXI does not stop. The pressure keeps coming as it looks like they're going to move up to Lord and try to take it without waiting for the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 2 picks. Huge play from Nicolette. You know, that's where the communication comes in. He's able to set the position for a flank for the team, and now they're able to engage on this board.
Yeah, they're trying to push. A nice I'm offended, though. Zia going down. Shark may be down too. And another member, Zia, 3 members down. Hey, also taking out best player. This is rough. Merciless not staying alive as Sir Bossy chases down. They get 1, but they lose Lord and 3 members. Maybe a little bit presumptuous to try to take that Lord so early, Phantom.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the greatest of, you know, trades. It's only a level 1 Lord, but they lost a lot of members. They lost the first tier mid tower. Now they're gonna lose their blue and some of the jungle creeps. So definitely not the greatest of trades. They, you know, I think it was a great engage by the Ruby. She was able to ult like 4 people, and then Merciless able to jump in and deal a ton of damage to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the moment I saw the Ruby, I'm thinking that's going to be a critical pick. And we're just seeing it. Sir Bossy just trying to use that ultimate just now. And Ruby stops him in his tracks. Wait a second, Zia taking a little bit of damage onto Rookie. Now Galaxy and Hey all alone. Torn apart memories goes off. And the kill is secured along with the tower. Lord is pushing down on this top. Wait, Team SEXI did get that Lord, actually. I missed out on that. I thought, I was almost sure.
You thought they got the steal?
Yeah, I thought Insomniacs got the steal, so they do get the Lord along with this push. And though they lost those members, they are keeping up with this Phantom.
Yeah, I think they were able to turn that around with that huge engage on the bot side. And, you know, we're seeing that Lee, you know, engages. Really catching Insomniac off guard, and it's paying off for Team SEXI. You know, they're not expecting these flanks, these ultimates from Nicolette, and all of a sudden you see 3-4 members up of you, and they're not able to respond.
Yeah, and Nicolette just does. We've seen her a few times on Louis, especially when some teams try to ban her out, and she falls in this Louis pick. And honestly, the way they make plays with it, it makes me think that, like, hey, maybe you guys should just run this more often. And like this game, they weren't really banning out a whole lot of mages, but they decided it was a good pick, and they make it look so good. She really uses that ultimate to its full potential in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think they were probably planning on using it, and maybe it's one of the reasons they banned out so many assassins. So maybe it's something they really want to use, and you can show that they're used to these rotations by the ultimates, and they know when to engage, they know when to back off, like just like that. They realized that wasn't a great play, so let's not go in for that.
Yeah, and then we see Insomniacs waste that conceal play, trying to gain a little bit of ground. And at this point, Lord is going to be up in another 20 seconds. We see Sir Bossy in the bot lane right now, just kind of controlling the macro as the rest of the team start to zone themselves around the Lord pit. We're now going to see Sir Bossy start to move. Hey, able to stop BTK, stop Shark in his tracks a little bit. But at this point, Team SEXI does have position over this Lord pit.
Yeah, they definitely have position. They have the gold lead, and, you know, they're gonna try to just maybe bait them out before going for the Lord. You know, they definitely don't want to go for a contested Lord. They saw what happened last time with the Ruby. They don't want to see that happen again.
Yeah, it's I mean, we said it in the beginning, they have to be careful for that Ruby. She is making plays right now, and I don't think they want to just full engage this Lord. I feel like after that last fight, you kind of want to take this Lord a bit slower and let them. Oh, wait a second, big I'm offended, and members of Team SEXI start getting melted. Sir Bossy locked on from Galaxy Ultimate, and he's taken down Shark with the conceal on the run, tries to get the knock up, but Hate is there to stop it in his tracks. He flickers over, he gets the kick, but he goes down to Merciless. And now Insomniacs are going to move on to this Lord and take this play, and I don't really know if there's much that Team SEXI can do about it.
Yeah, they definitely can't contest it. They're just going to burst this Lord down. And as we were talking about this Ruby pick, she makes a huge play, huge engage inside, and she's proven to be, the game changer right now. The reason Insomniacs are in this game is because of the Ruby making these huge plays. And it's tough for some of these members to be able to dodge it. They don't have a lot of dash abilities to be able to escape, and she's making a lot of great sneaky plays.
Yeah, she's definitely been the star, the MVP of this game so far. But the question is, can Team SEXI work around this, try to do something different? They've been still playing great. They've got more towers. They're leading. They are a little behind in gold right now, but still, they've been playing a wonderful game. So I still think it's really up in the air on the way this goes, but they need to be careful that Ruby, because when those death counters start getting higher, it's huge if you have a team wipe like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see a little bit of engage here on the bot side, but Insomniacs not making a lot of use of the Lord. They were a little bit slow to push with the Lord, and Team SEXI were able to burst it down. So yes, they were able to get the Lord, but they weren't really able to get much out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not the greatest push. They are going to possibly take this tower finally, but they are all into this tower. Sir Bossy taking a little bit of damage, gets locked up from Ashley, and they get just enough to finish him off. They take the tower, and they take Sir Bossy, but still, the macro from, look at this top lane pushing in. Look at all these lanes. Wait a second, Galaxy, with a nice stun on several members, gets kicked away from Shark, and they're forced to disengage. They want this blue. Shark keeping tabs on them, but they do steal the blue Phantom.
Yeah, well, I think we're seeing, Insomniacs showing a lot of strength in these fights, and it's not easy to tell who's gonna win this. It's very back and forth, very even. As Ruby makes a huge setup here, huge engage.
And Zia taken down, 4 members down in a matter of seconds.
They might be able to end this.
They do end this right here. There's no way the death counters come in time. Sir Bossy trying to defend, but at this point, nothing Team SEXI can do. Insomniacs take the game. Let's take a second and see if I caught that replay. They come in. Ruby hits the flicker, brings in all 3 of them. Shark tries to engage and save, and they're just not able to. Zia doesn't even have time to get the torn apart memories off, and they sweep through and take the game, Phantom.
Yeah, I hate with those engages, and then the follow-up from the Linux and the Kagura, just so much burst damage is just too much to deal with. And Linux got the MVP with the a lot of the damage on the follow-up, but my MVP would go to Hate with those engages. Game-changing plays throughout the game, and the reason Insomniacs were able to take the game.
Oh yeah, without that Ruby pick, there was no, if they would have picked something different, like the Raft tank or something like that, I think they would have got shredded apart.
Yeah.
That Ruby carried the game. Hate with, every time they won a team fight, it was because of a set from Hate. Definitely a huge pick. I think Team SEXI needs to think about what they're going to do next to deal with that. Are they going to ban it, or are they going to pick a little bit differently? Because you definitely don't want to run into that Ruby with an Esmeralda and a Chow and a Karina like what we just saw. But let's get back to this caster desk and get ready for game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Karina not being able to be too effective, and we talked about, Karina going into Ruby, into that comp, not very easy, and he opted for full damage, which one of the reasons he was able to get bursted down so easily in some of those engages. And the Linux had the good plays with her ultimate, but besides that, she doesn't have a lot of range with her skills, and besides the flicker, it's hard to not get caught out into one of those Ruby flicker plays.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but this time BTK will have first pick here. And again, I just, the Esmeralda is always such a prio, but ever since Ruby came into the meta, I feel like it's a scary thing to pick, knowing that's what can be picked against you. So I think they need to, think something different here. Maybe pick the Ruby for themselves. This time, Insomniacs does not go for the Lolita ban right away. But Team SEXI not really changing anyway they're banning so far.
Yeah, so far they're banning the Fanny. We'll see if they're gonna stick with the jungler bans. It kind of narrowed both hero pools for best player. He wasn't able to pick many heroes at the end. You kind of had to pick the Karina, and it wasn't really the greatest. You see them banning the glue, and I think it's a good ban, but I don't think that was necessarily their biggest issue, in that competition. The glue had some follow-up, but he wasn't really the main start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's a problem. He's an issue. It's not something you want to deal with possibly.
Yeah.
But like, and honestly, you're right. Like maybe the Ruby ban would be better over the glue because that was the main issue. And though you don't see many Ruby bans, I think
Right.
it's just some of the comps that Team SEXI has shown us so far. It seems that it could be a possible thorn in their side. So you don't want to let that if the Ruby gets through again and they pick some of the same exact
Your
people,
team is
is that,
banning.
you know, do you want to risk that on game 2 where you could lose this series?
Yeah, I think if you let the Ruby through, you probably want to switch up the mage and the jungler. I think, you know, maybe something like Ranger would have been better for best player to kind of keep his range a little bit. And, you know, instead of the Lu Yi, you know, there's still a lot of different mage options she, you know, Nicolette could have gone for. And now we see the Eve being actually opened
That's
for
huge.
Nicolette, so that's going to be, you know, not easy to deal with.
I think with that Eve, now Team SEXI might want to try to lock in this Ruby. I think they're just such a great combo together. If the side of Insomniacs doesn't pick it, or even a Kufra, possibly something to like really keep people inside of that real manipulation as long as possible, I think it's very pivotal. So let's see exactly what happens. Ashley hates not going to let it happen. He locks in the Ruby for himself.
Ruby pick. Yeah, I think it definitely changes a little bit because the Eve can keep her distance with the Ruby, and she can actually do a lot of poke damage to the Ruby. So definitely, it's a lot better for Team SEXI now. I would still want to see them not pick the Karina into a Ruby, but I think it's definitely not going to be the same game for Team SEXI.
No, it's definitely going to be a bit. I mean, for those two heroes alone on the side of Insomniacs right now, they're gonna have a little bit of trouble getting around with all of the slow produced by Eve right now. That second skill, you know, the position of it, Ruby trying to get in. It's gonna kind of help stop Ruby from getting some of those picks. Best player not wasting any time, doesn't want to deal with any of the bans, locking in this jungler immediately, and Zia coming in with the Wanwan. And that I think is a good answer.
Absolutely, I agree with that. You know, Wanwan's able to second skill away from the Ruby, and you know, once she's able to get that, you know, the marks on her, she can just use it to get onto the backline instead of ulting the Ruby. Kind of just jump around and get into the backline after she gets the marks. I do think, you know, the Lap was an interesting pick. You know, we don't see it as often anymore as it used to be, but it can jump into the backline, into the Eve when she's ulting and cancel the ult. So that might be something they're looking to do.
Yeah, but that's where the Wanwan play I think is so clutch here. You know, of course, Sophovius get into the back line, try to dive on a Nicolette, but then you got Wanwan who wants you to come in, like come into the center of us so I can circle around you. Same thing with Ruby, come in. She's gonna do great against, and then the slow. So again, just Team SEXI countering, firing back for their picks. I do like it. And I think this best player on this Hayabusa could also be big, depending. It's going to kind of limit the possibility of some of these marksman picks that could maybe come from the side of Insomniacs right now.
Yeah, I think it might limit it. I don't know if it's a super strong into what we're seeing right now. You know, the Lap was able to sustain, the Ruby is able to sustain, and maybe even catch the Haya. And Linux does have her, you know, her light form able to kind of get away. So right now, not terrible pick, but not super strong into the comp. But we could see something like Popo. And if we see something like Popo, he's able to kind of sustain a little bit of the higher damage with his shield, with his dog, able to kind of split up that damage. So maybe that's something you might want to ban out, even though the Clint is still open.
Yeah, Popo would actually be a really great pick against that. Like you said, so many already counters. But I don't, you know, we haven't really been seeing best player take the front wheel of these games. He hasn't really been like the lead kill, things like that. So, you know, he's been more of secure objectives, take tower, like secure turtle, take buffs, make sure our jungle goes to us, and get towers here and there and possible ganks. So I do think this may be a good pick with him, especially like that's just the way Team SEXI has been playing recently. It's more gone into the shoulder. It's more gone onto the shoulders of Zia and Nicolette, and Shark making the huge plays. So I think best player will know his position as this role possibly if he can't output the damage that we want him to.
Yeah, I do see from the side of Insomniacs they missed a ban. and I don't know what happened there. You know, maybe someone disconnected, or I don't know what happened, but definitely, you know, not something you want to see.
It might have been on purpose, maybe just leave something open.
Maybe they couldn't decide in time.
Yeah, maybe they were all arguing in the VC. Ban this, no, ban this, and out of nowhere the time's out. Someone else just has headphones in, listening to music. You know, I could definitely see it happening, and it looks like Dark on the Akai.
On the Akai.
Your team is
Oh,
picking.
we see a double tank setup.
I'm a little confused.
Double tank setup on the side of Team SEXI, and it might be a Kufra EXP. Maybe this is something some type of pocket formation they want to try here with the two tanks. A lot of engage. We see Shark, #1 Akai in the US. It's gonna be dangerous to kind of go up against that.
Yeah, I mean, Akai will do great at peeling away this Ruby, this Lapu Lapu, you know, all of these picks, and then even the Benedetta, I feel like he should do good against. And I guess they do. I mean,
one thing with
Zia will output enough damage. If you get to endgame,
Yep.
Zia will be able to take out 3 members. Like, at least. We've seen it happen already. So, I don't know.
I think it's definitely possible, but you know, we do have the Lilia kind of has her ultimate, able to regain some of her health. You know, Lunix, if you catch her on the light form, you know, she's able to immune it.
True.
So it won't be as easy for Zia as normal. You know, Lapu Lapu and Ruby are still pretty tanky, so not super easy to burst down. And we see an interesting pick with Benedetta. I think it's something that's picked up popularity in the MPL a little bit recently. And you know, it's that one assassin that's able to get around the map super quickly. It does have the immune on the second skill. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly excited to see. So wait a second. So it's Shark in EXP lane,
Shark in
Serbasi in
EXP lane.
mid. Yeah, I'm wondering about this right here. Are they just trolling? Are we gonna see something crazy? I'm excited for this game, fan.
Yeah, that is definitely not what we expected to see. You know, Team SEXI did lose the first game, so they're trying something completely different for the second game, and you know, they don't want to lose this game.
Yeah, you're taking a big risk for the fact that you're behind a game already, and now you're trying with something different like this. Like, you normally do this first game, you know? You do this against a team you know you can beat later on, but you just had a pretty bad beat against Insomniacs, and now you're going to pull out this crazy comp. Maybe it's something they've been practicing. Maybe we're going to see something wild here, but only time will tell. Serbasi, Hate, Merciless, all sitting in this gold lane, ready to go. Serbasi taking a little bit of damage, though. Nikolai coming up. He's going to get the slow on them, so they're not going to be able to engage onto him. Zia just needs to get gold up. That is his mission right now. Just don't die and farm in the early game.
Yeah, and I do think this Lunix actually, you know, matches up pretty well against the Wan Wan. You know, once she's able to get the Dark Form into the Wan Wan, she doesn't have a ton of escape abilities. She doesn't have Flicker. She only has, you know, her basic attacks and the second skill. So, you know, I think it's good versus the Wan Wan, as we see Shark getting picked off in the XP lane.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ashley getting picked off in the mid lane, so they are at least answering back. But he was just a little too slow, wasn't able to get that level 4. If he had it, he could have maybe made the play. Shark, though, coming back to mid, I think he said, no, I'm not doing this, guys. I'm going down here.
Yeah, he said, you know, screw the XP lane. I want to go back to mid, back to roaming where I belong.
I mean,
interesting rotations. Maybe he wanted to get level 4 really
that's
quickly.
what I was thinking.
Yeah. Because we do know, you know, Akai, before he gets level 4, you know, he's not as useful as some of the other tanks.
Yeah, he's useless, and a big pick onto Hate already. Best player able to get the ultimate, flickers back in and gets the kill onto Hate, but Serbasi taking a little bit too much damage and taking out another 1-for-1 trade. The score is even, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw, you know, Shark on the Akai. He's going to be setting up those plays all game. We see his why. He's the #1, you know, Akai in the US. And he's gonna keep showing it. And you know, that's one of the things with Team SEXI. They have these two tanks. You know, it's a little bit unorthodox, but they have a lot of setup, a lot of engage, and they do have the damage into the Hayabusa, who's now 2-0, and with the wham.
Oh, I thought Zia was about to hit that ultimate. I guess
I think
he
he saw that the Lennox had the life form.
Yeah, so he can't. He's just like, nope. I like the fact that he's able to gauge that, see it, and not just be trigger happy. Best player coming in, gets a nice poke damage, brings Ashley down to about half health, but still, she also has those black shoes. Galaxy tries to get the engage, but it gets taken up by Shark. Shark taking a bit of damage though. Zia is here for the fight, has the ultimate ready to go, but gets Salida before she can pop it. Nicolette brings up that real order manipulation and starts out putting some damage, but two members of Team SEXI are already down and they're forced to disengage. Insomniacs starting to take the lead here, Phantom.
Yeah, Insomniacs on the front, but they came here strong. They came here to play. They're not here to mess around. And you saw the Lennox, you know, able to burst on the wham right before she was able to get, you know, able to proc the ultimate off. And you know, that's one of the picks. You know, Lennox into wham is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, as long as Zia doesn't die, he doesn't need to get kills. He doesn't need to do anything crazy. I think Team SEXI just needs to buy some time. Get Zia to where they need to be. Get Nicolette to where she needs to be. She also has 0 deaths right now. And they do have the opportunity to take this game. So, it's only time will tell if they can actually get to that point though, Phantom.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, they're behind right now, and they're gonna have to, you know, try to come back on this. You know, Insomniacs are probably gonna have the engage for this turtle, unless Shark is able to pull off some crazy play. I think Insomniacs is gonna take this turtle.
They are pushing for it though. Nicolette does have this real manipulation ready to go and zone for this turtle as the rest of the team closes in. Rookie, Hate, Ashley trying to bring the engage, but Shark gets the pin, and Best Player secures the turtle. A nice I'm offended, bringing Shark to the other side of the wall, but Zia is here to force and push them back. So a nice turtle take from Team SEXI, showing that they're still ready to play in these games. Phantom.
Yeah, they're goal down, but it doesn't matter to them. You know, they know how to set up against the turtle, and they're able to zone them out, steal the turtle, and get out. Great plays from Team SEXI.
Ooh, Tyrant's Rage coming on to Galaxy, caught under this tower. The turret shot comes, but Nicolette gets the kill. A nice outplay coming from Sir Bossy and Nicolette in that bottom lane. And while this is happening, the rest of Team SEXI takes that gold lane tier 3 tower, Phantom.
Yeah, that was massive from Team SEXI. Huge outplay from Sir Bossy. Able to save the tower while the team was getting the gold lane and get the kill onto the Lapu Lapu. Definitely not the type of trade you want to see. Now they're still going to get that tower on the top lane. So, you know, Insomniacs had a good early start, but now it's starting to fall apart a little bit for them.
I was literally just about to say that, you know, the two tanks, everyone was having, whoever they put up there was just having issues against Galaxy, and then right before I started talking, Sir Bossy gets this Tyrant's Rage onto him under the tower, and I was like, nope, never mind. I mean, they're making it work. We were doubting it, and they're definitely making it work, and at this point, Team SEXI has the gold lead. We're only 6 minutes in. They've secured the first turtle, or possibly the first two turtle, just the first turtle, and Best Player also doing a good job on this Hayabusa.
Yeah, he's doing a great job picking his spots, you know, doing damage when he needs to, getting in, getting out, and he's 3-0. So.
Oh, we have asked for a pause. Give me 1 second. Looks like Team Insomniacs has asked for a pause real quick. My guess is there's either a connection issue, something along those lines. We'll be starting back in just a second, but we can take this second, kind of talk about this game. Team SEXI definitely, they're up in towers, they're up in gold, they're taking objectives. You know, do you think they got this game in the bag, Phantom?
I think it's still gonna be, you know, a tough battle. We see Rookie or Poggy on the Benedetta 2-0, so he's doing pretty well, and so is the Lennox. Lennox is also 2-0. She's probably, you know, has a pretty good amount of gold, and at any moment, you know, she might get a couple items and is gonna be able to burst on the win. So, you know, Team SEXI is gonna have to keep strong, and they're gonna have to keep doing good setups. You know, it's gonna come down Ken Shark and Sir Bossy giving up setups for Best Player and, you know, Nicolette to be able to, you know, pick them off as the engage happens.
Yeah, we're jumping back into this game now. Was it just the pause strat? Did it buy them some time? Zia coming in on to this, and Shark gets the pin. Merciless taking a little bit of damage, but so is Zia. The tower shot almost takes him out. Merciless with the flicker in. One more shot. Zia does go down. And in the top lane, Insomniacs pushing in on to Sir Bossy and Nicolette. They are able to take that tower also. So Insomniacs is answering back right now. Best player, though, takes that mid tower. Just both teams all over the map making plays right now.
Yeah, I think good awareness from best player. You know, they saw they were losing, you know, the bottom lane, but no one was defending the mid. So, you know, they did lose Zia in that fight, but they were able to get something out of it. You know, get that mid tower, and they're gonna try to start this turtle. And, you know, we're probably gonna see a contest here.
They are coming in. World manipulation does go up. Some nice zoning. Galaxy is getting pushed by Shark Sakai and buys best player just enough time to secure that turtle. But now they're taking some pressure. Galaxy able to get the kill. Zia coming in to try to fend them away and get a kill for herself. But it's just too late. Best player goes down, but the turtle does go to the side of Team SEXI Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. It still goes down, but they, you know, they lose best player during it. I think, you know, Insomniacs probably like that trade. You know, we see Runnings now 3-0. That's gonna be a huge problem for them, especially for Zia. You know, he's gonna have a tough time. He's gonna get zoned out by the Lilia, zoned out by the Linux, and you know, unless he's able to get onto the Lapu or the Ruby without the mages around, it's gonna be hard for him to get his ultimate off, and that's a good amount of physical damage. As Hayabusa gets into the late game, you know, his damage is gonna wear off a little bit, and you know, we're gonna have to rely on Zia to be able to get these ultimates. It's not gonna be easy for him.
Yeah, and at this point now, you know, I was mentioning that she just needed to not die. And she's sitting at 0-2. Merciless, on the other hand, sitting at 3-0. I mean,
Right.
Merciless is already starting to do some big damage, and that's going to be having these two big bulky heroes like Akai and Kufra. That's just pure food for Merciless on this Lunox right there. So Team Insomniacs definitely has some options to come back here, and they're already taking some towers back. They definitely do have a win condition in this mid to late game. And in comes Galaxy. Nicolette picked off. The I'm Offended was able to walk on. Zia trying to make a play here. Needs to get that ultimate. She does get it on the Galaxy. Can she get the finish? She's not quite able to. She does get the kill. Hopping over to Ashley now. She flickers through the tower. Ashley getting away with just a half a bar of health, but Zia does not want to stop. Merciless, though, on the chase, does get some damage on Zia. He does get away, though. Rookie now coming into Sir Bossy, and best player taking out, along with Sir Bossy, 3 members of Team SEXI go down, all for the price of Galaxy. It's a good trade, if you ask me, Phantom.
Yeah, you know, if Insomniacs able to come back around, kind of bait him in really deep, and then, you know, Rookie able to come back on and kind of start picking him off. You know, Zia was able to get away. He was dancing around for a long time until Linux came around. And I think we're gonna, you know, Zia might have to consider building Athena shields. You know, that's gonna be his biggest issue. You know? He's gonna be able to jump around, but once Merciless or Ashley do some damage on him, he's gonna, you know, be taken out really easily. Wan is super squishy.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, if he would have been able to kill Galaxy there, take out that Lapu Lapu, he might have not kept pushing that engage. But again, because he's sitting at, you know, he's got these 2 deaths, he's a little behind on gold, I feel like, compared to where he normally would be with this hero. Like, yes, he does have a high gold count, but it's just not, you mentioned it, he's going to have trouble against some of these bulkier heroes. He can't just one-shot everybody on the enemy team. So I think they need to kind of pace this out a bit more than what they were planning on.
Yeah, absolutely, but Insomniac's looking really strong. They're pushing this Lord. They're all kind of pushing in together on this bot side. It's going to be interesting if they're going to be able to get this tower. It's only a level 1 Lord, though.
Level 1 Lord, you're right, crashing in, but they do want to take something here. Best player in Kufra in the mid lane, defending lanes, as all 5 members of Insomniacs are crashing in. They take that tier 2 tower, and they back off. I like the patience. I like the patience, Phantom.
Yeah, good discipline. You know, they saw they were able to get the tower, but they didn't have quite enough minions to be able to get anything else, so they didn't overstay and overcommit, and that's something you see from the top teams. You know, they know when to push, they know when to overextend, and they know when they don't have enough resources to be able to keep pushing.
Yeah, and wait a second. Hey, with this conceal play, I was hoping for something big there. Didn't do it. Look at Serbasi, though. Cocked up, ready to go. Does have a Tyrant's Rage ready, but he's not able to pop it because Hate stops him in his tracks. But Shark does get the pin onto Hate. Best player just not wanting to come in, though. And Serbasi not able to get his skills off in time. I mean, and I'm pretty sure Hates, if he stops you in the middle of that ultimate, and, you know, you lose it. Some heroes keep it, but I think Serbasi just lost that Tyrant's Rage without ever being able to use it.
Yeah, I think Ruby's able to cancel the Cooper ultimate, and Ruby again
Galaxy
being a massive problem for them.
Serbasi taking out Zia off the map. Just nothing they can do to survive this push Phantom.
Yeah, Insomniacs making play after play. The Ruby just, you know, always there. You know, when Serbasi engages, she's there to cancel it, and when she needs to engage, she does it. And it's proven again to be a really good pick for them.
Yeah,
and maybe,
you
know,
ban
thinking,
Ruby.
you know,
I said
maybe
it.
They should have banned out the Ruby. Yeah,
I said it. They should have banned the
for
Ruby.
sure. Yeah, they gotta listen to you, Rex. Maybe
Yeah,
they need
man.
you as their coach.
They all do. All of them. I know everything, man. I'm a fucking ML. No, I'm just kidding. But it's easy to make those calls when you're us standing on the side and we watch
Right.
teams after teams play. You know, and that's the difference. It's the same thing when viewers are like, why did they pick this or why are they doing that? Because it's different when you're sitting
Right.
there, the pressure's on, the counter is going, and you're wondering to yourself, is Ruby really worth the ban? You know?
Right.
Like, that's
And they
what
have
makes these
other
tournament
bans.
plays so different.
Right. And they have other bands that they're like considering it. Is it worth more of a ban than some of the other bands that they think, you know, are definitely worth
Ooh.
of a ban?
We do get a bit of an engage. Shark pushing in onto Ashley, but Hate there to stop him in his tracks. Ashley goes down. BTK Shark gets the kill. Hate trying to push in. Nicolette zoning off. Rookie is on Nicolette's trail. She needs to get away from this. Shark ready to help, though. Will we see the stun? Galaxy picks off Nicolette in the back line, but still Team Sexy taking position over this Lord. I still don't think it's time to try to force it yet. You know, you draw it even on the kills. Maybe back off and reclaim your possession over your jungle and the map.
Yeah, I think you need to get your health back up, but we do see best players down. So I think once you get your health back up, you want to be able to set up some positioning around this Lord. But it's probably going to be a stalemate for now. And we see a lot of back and forths. You know, there's a lot of engages, a lot of sets, but no one's trying to fully commit just yet.
Yeah, but it looks like Insomniacs might want to. They're going in. In comes Serbasi, Tyrant's Rage, locked onto Rookie, and the damage is going in. Real order manipulation does go up for Rookie, secures the Lord. Hate in the middle of all members, able to get the kill onto Nicolette, and then Serbasi goes down. Zia does get this ultimate off, though. Closing in, Hate goes down, so does Galaxy. Can he turn this game around? It's a nice double kill, but it's still a 3-for-2 trade, and the Lord goes to Insomniacs Phantom.
Yeah, overall, the trade was pretty good for Insomniacs. You know, maybe they overstayed just a little bit. It's huge damage coming from Linux onto the Wan, able to take her down.
That's rough, man. Every time Merciless
Yeah.
is just on Zia's trail.
He's been on him every time. Every time he gets close to him, you know, Wan suffers a lot of health, and that's why, you know, you got to build that Athena shields on Wan. It takes away from some of the damage, but, you know, Merciless is going to be keep trying to pick the Wan off every single time.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm kind of questioning that double tank build. And again, like, you got two heavy engagers. It's like you either try to go in and waste Hate's time on them, or you don't attack Hate, but then Hate just has free roam to get in on everybody else. So it's just such a tough situation for Team Sexy right now. And I get the idea of, you know, they have these high damage dealers, bringing the two tank front lines, but like you said, was it worth to try this different composition out on game 2 when you're down 1, Phantom?
Yeah, and I think one of the issues is there's no easy target for the side of on the side of Insomniacs. You know, Lapu is super tanky, and his ult is able to immune some of the CC. Ashley has her ultimate. Merciless, you know, has the life form, and Rookie, you know, is able to dash around, has the second skill. Not easy targets to be able to get on top of.
No, definitely not. And I mean, I think the main plan was use the CC of Shark, use the CC of Serbasi, that hard lock-in to really give Zia the advantage. But like you said, like they picked Zia so late in the game as this, and they even picked it in to Ashley with these black shoes, to Merciless with this light ult, and you called it during the draft that it was going to be a hard game for Zia to make those ultimates happen, and you were completely right. We've only seen him really lock on to 2 nice ultimates in the past 16 minutes. So I think Team SEXI may have to go back to the drawing board.
Both been on the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Both the ultimates have been on Galaxy, and it's, he's been able to take them out, but it's cost them the whole ultimate, not able to get much out of it. As best player is able to get picked off, not what you want to see from Team SEXI. The Lord's going to be spawning, I can't tell the time, is that 20 seconds?
Yeah, and it's 15, 14, it's counting down, Lord is spawning, and now your Retribution is gone, Phantom.
Yeah, now Insomniacs is just going to set up for this Lord. They have the Linux to be able to burst this down, and I think, they should be able to go for it.
I'm wondering if they're going to let him, though. Shark looking a little testy here, pushing his distance as he usually does, keeping vision. Nicolette does have that real manipulation. Sir Bossy coming in with Tyrant's Rage, but pushes them back towards Lord. No set for them. Zia now getting targeted by Sir Galaxy. By Galaxy, I mean. He is going to try to get this ultimate. It is ready to go. Can he finish it? He does pop it. He gets the kill. On to Rookie next, then on to Hate, but just not enough damage. They're able to get a kill before best player comes in and before this Lord comes in. Can they defend this Lord, Phantom?
I think they might be able to have enough to defend it now that they got the pick off. But Zia is struggling. He's able to get onto the Galaxy, able to pick him off with the ultimate every time. But that's it. He gets the Galaxy, and then he doesn't have enough ultimate for the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I can say is maybe Insomniacs being a little too patient here. They're not pushing in on these Lords, and yeah, you don't have Galaxy with you, so maybe that's why you don't push this Lord.
Yeah.
But they got nothing out of that Lord right there. And Zia's going to continue to melt. If you just leave the Lord open, Zia is going to just melt that down. I mean, she's going to easily take down any Lord you send. So they need to either, capitalize on the next one. But wait a second, Rookie doing a little bit of play, does get silenced and pushed up against this wall. This may be big for the side of Team SEXI. Hate goes down. Rookie may be next. Yes, he does. And now it's just 3 members of Insomniacs left as all 5 members of Team SEXI push out best player, trying to force the engage. Flickers in, flickers out, back into the mid as Zia clears up this wave. Sir Bossy and the rest of the team wanting to push and get as much material out of this advantage as they can. Sir Bossy comes in, big Tyrant's Rage, and down goes Galaxy. I mean, down goes Ashley. All that's left is 1. Can Team SEXI clean this up right here? Shark with the flicker, pushing Merciless up against the wall. It's a full team sweep. Zia getting the wipeout, and Team SEXI with a huge comeback, taking the Nexus in game 2.
Wow, just as we were doubting Team SEXI, they were able to make the comeback and the play, able to, take advantage of Insomniac's mistakes. We saw them all kind of set up and engage onto Shark, onto Akai, one of the tankiest members. They went in way too deep trying to get the the wrong target, and they paid the price. 2 people go down, and they weren't able to back off in time. And once Team SEXI saw 2 people down, they just pushed, and were able to pick off the rest of them. Zia getting the triple kill at the end.
And then Ashley just hanging out under that tier 2 tower. Another big mistake, I think, from Insomniacs. At that point, there's 5 of them. The big mistake that they did of picking those 2 tanks. Now it's scary because there's just 3 of you. You don't have anything to really defend. So I think they just need to back off onto their inhibitor towers, let them take everything on the outside and wait for everyone to come back. But they decide to stay just a little bit too long. Ashley gets picked off, and then the flicker play from Shark, securing it by taking out Merciless. I mean, just completely coming back and reverse sweeping that game. At this point, after watching that, I mean, it's up in the air on who wins this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. We see Zia building that Athena's, able to sustain once he was able to build that. But Insomnia is kind of, they had the game. They had everything right, and couple missed plays. On that Lord, we saw, I forget who was taken down. I think it was Galaxy right after the Lord take, and they weren't able to get much of it. And even after that, they set up on the Kai, on the Shark, and that's not really the right play. it's gonna be tough. I think
Your
Team
team is
SEXI.
banning.
I don't know if they're gonna go for the same type of setup because it wasn't working for most of the game.
I will protect
So they
you.
might try to switch some
Your
things up.
team is banning.
But it's gonna be tough now for Insomniacs taking that blow after that comeback.
Come and join
Your
me.
team
Team
is
SEXI
banning.
taking out that Lunox.
Yes.
Like, yeah, let's not get. So I do like that
Your
both
team
teams,
is
consistently changing their bans. Again, they're
Yep.
not locked into anything exactly. They're changing things up. But the Lolita staying strong on there. And even though Zia didn't, it wasn't the strongest 1-1 game that we've seen him play, it was still enough. He was able to get those 2 kills, able to make a game-changing play. And that's the thing about 1-1.
Yep.
Like, all it takes is one
At
big
any
play
moment.
at any moment in the
Your
end
team
game,
is
and it can turn everything around.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, credit to Zia because he was countered pretty hard, but he was still able to make plays as much as he could throughout the game. Not quite able to get as much as he normally wanted, but right at the end, when they needed it, he was able to get that huge triple kill to end the game. And I think that Linux banning is definitely one you want to see. Both games, Merciless showed very strong, and both games onto
Your
Zia, it
team
was
is banning.
super annoying pick for him on the marksman.
Yeah, definitely annoying picks. And again, though, but look at what's open once again. The Ruby going to the side, and it's looking really similar to what we saw in game 1 right now. The glue's locked in. I'm wondering if the Yeeve's off the map. Does Nicolette go for the Luyi again, or does she lock in something like a Kagura or a Farza, something with a bit more zoning capabilities?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It looks like Insomniacs may be going back to a similar draft from game 1 with the glue. We still don't see the Ruby ban. It was a little bit less effective in that game, but I think it was still a very strong pick, and overall until the end of the game, it proved to be pretty solid. But now they're gonna pick actually the Lilia for themselves, and I think that's a good strategy for them.
Yeah, I wonder if that's so Zia swapped up for that pick. I'm wondering if that's actually gonna be. I wouldn't think it was a Zia pick if Zia just picked it, but she swapped up from the bottom for that. I'm wondering if that's gonna be something to stay with. Nicolette on this Ruby, definitely probably gonna see some switch arounds here. But then again, it's Team SEXI. You never really know.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see Serbasi on the Ruby or Shark on the Ruby. I'm not sure if I've seen either of them play the Ruby much. Maybe Serbasi picks it on the XP lane. It's still, pretty solid pick for the XP lane.
I mean, we did just see a double tank composition, so I wouldn't count out
Right.
Nicolette running Ruby or some kind of randomness like that.
Something crazy.
Something crazy. They love to do it. That's what they're here for. So only time will tell. Ashley's a monster on this Kagura. I mean, she's a monster with most of her mages, but some of the plays I've seen from her Kagura are just
Your team is banning.
textbook phenomenal. Definitely something I'm excited to see this game.
Yeah, I think Kagura is a very
team is
versatile
banning.
mage. She has a lot of dashing. She has that ultimate. It's a little bit of CC and a lot of burst damage. But interesting now, for the first time, we see instead of the gold lane mages that we saw from Merciless before, now we're gonna see the Popol and Koopa, and a little bit of a switch up. We're gonna see how it does for Zia, because we saw it. The mages that he picked were definitely very annoying for Zia, able to kind of tone him down, keep him away from the game a little
Your
bit.
team is
So we're gonna
banning.
see the switch up if it works for them.
Yeah, we will. I mean, I'm wondering what Shark's gonna go. I mean, I'm wondering if we're gonna see what I haven't seen Shark play in a while, which I think could possibly work for this comp, and we don't really see it very often. But I would like to see Shark,
Your team is
run the Matilda. Especially, I feel like it just goes well with the Roger or something like that, especially with some of the dive capabilities of everything. But I'm still questioning if I'm just so caught off by this Ruby pick. I don't know what to make of it. Team SEXI is so hard to every time I cast over some of their games recently, I'm just like, what are they doing? Like, I'm just so confused sometimes.
You never know what they're actually
like what, because at least they haven't been sticking to your usual picks. Like I said, we just saw 2 tanks, and it's
Your
like,
team is
I never know who's gonna
Yeah.
play what, where they're going with everything. Stop it. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think, Team Sexy, they just keep changing it up. They have a wide hero pool. They can play a lot of different things, and they're just kind of keeping the enemies on their toes. They not really know what to expect. But like you said, I think, we saw very strong plays from Shark's Matilda in M3, so we know he can play it. We know it's a strong hero. It's not been used a ton in the league this season, but I think it's a very strong pick. It's very tanky and it has the utility with the dashes, with the setups. So it could be a good pick here.
I mean, definitely could be a good pick. We see the Alice. We haven't been seeing a whole lot of that recently, but
yeah,
I still think it's an amazing pick personally. I just feel like it's kind of hasn't been as prioritized as it used to be, but definitely still something, especially for getting into that back lane and messing with Popo, messing with Kagura. And now we got the, I mean, it's a nice lineup right now from the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, I think, we have the two tanks set up. They're going to be very, hard to kill. And, we still have a lot of damage in the early game with the Popo and the Lancelot. It'll be interesting to see how they go into the late game. I think their late game physical damage is going to wear off a little bit. I think Popo doesn't scale as well as some of the other marksmen. But on the side of Team Sexy, they have a lot of magic. I don't know who we're going to see on the gold lane, if it's going to be Zia on the Lilia, I think, and maybe Alice on the XP lane, trying to fend off the glue. And, we don't see Alice a ton because I think it's a little bit tricky. Her early game isn't the strongest, but if you're able to get her fed, she's a huge problem in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, she's huge problem in the late game. And not only, I mean, and just her capabilities of, she's another one that can turn a team fight around in an instant. If she can get her stun onto 2 or 3 people, and that teamed up with Nicolette, I mean, with this Ruby, whoever ends up playing it, it's definitely a scary composition. And then Shark with his Grok, though, what do you think about that?
I think it's probably pretty good. I mean, it gives him a lot of early game. With the Grok, he's able to be a nuisance, but that mid lane Ruby Grok is something very interesting to see. Nicolette on the Ruby in the mid lane.
She is on the Ruby, huh?
It's gonna be interesting to see how it works out. Yeah.
I'm so confused right now.
So Team Sexy's just switching it up every game. You don't know what they're gonna play, and they have this interesting mid lane comp where it's just gonna be a lot of setup from the mid lane, and they're probably gonna look to be a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, and then look at we got Merciless and Hasten in this bot lane. Maybe trying to get an early game pick here, help Merciless get a throw, and here comes Shark doing a little bit of early game aggression, as he usually does. Coming around, he's going to try to force this Retribution away from Rookie, force him to use it, and this is going to give best player a little bit of an advantage taking this litho, and then possibly even, pushing an invade early on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about, Grok on the Shark just being super aggressive, super a menace. And I think, Grok's a little bit underrated pick right now. He has a lot of zoning capabilities. He has the setup. He's very tanky. And, it can definitely be a strong pick if you know how to use it right. Yeah, and we know Shark is very strong on it.
He should be good against, I think it'll be a good pick against Galaxy on this, putting up those walls, kind of stopping them in their tracks. Might even help a little bit against Kufra and some of these, and Popo. But the Lancelot's going to be able to just dash through that. So, I mean, it's going to come down. I definitely think Team Sexy has some late game options here with this Alice. Best player, though, on this Roger, he hasn't really been, as we've been saying, best player hasn't been shining a whole lot. And I feel like Roger's really reliant on getting some of these early game kills. And down goes Alice, and down goes Galaxy. A 1-for-1 trade in the XP lane, Phantom.
Yeah, I think that trade probably favored Team Sexy a little bit. The jungler gets a kill instead of the XP laner, and Glue actually missed 2 of his minions there. So I think it's a little bit better for Team Sexy. There's a bit of an engage here on the mid lane.
Yeah, Rookie doing a little bit of damage. Not quite the damage he needs to be outputting just yet. He's just not there. But he is gonna send Shark back to base after that one.
Yeah, both tanks recalling now. Ooh.
And the bot
solo
lane
Zia. Yeah, Zia on the Lilia, and we see the Lilia gold lane. It's There's not many heroes that can really face off against it. It's a very strong gold lane pick. Not used a ton, but when it is used, it can be very dangerous.
Especially Zia, who we know as run mage, literally ran mage through M3.
Yeah.
So like we know he if there's any gold laner that can pull in a mage into that gold lane, it's gonna be Zia. We know he has a monstrous Lilia. So and as we just saw, Merciless, who we've been seeing shred everyone in the gold lane, solo killed. Solo killed, no gank, nothing at all. Zia just outplayed you, so it's a big play for Zia in that gold lane.
Yeah, absolutely. He's kind of, you know, switching it up. Before we saw Merciless on the mage and Zia on the marksman. Now we switch it up and we see the mage winning against these marksmen in the gold lane.
Yeah, and it looks like they may be taking this turtle too. Ashley sitting under this bush, not able to really do anything. I think it's a good disengage. At this point, Insomniacs maybe needs to back off just a little bit, try to catch up from this gold deficit.
Yeah, right now Team SEXI kind of just taking control of the map. They're able to get the turtle, able to get the engages, and they just have control of the map. And that's one of the things this Grok and Ruby is kind of giving you a lot of zoning, you know. They're just giving a lot of vision, taking control of the map, and not letting Insomniacs really get anything on the map right now.
Yeah, I mean it's a literal wall with Grok. And then you have Ruby, who's a metaphorical wall. You know, it's definitely, and the way they're both spreading out, like even right there, they're giving space to best player to farm, take objectives, you know, get ganks, and they're not they're staying on the opposite side of the river and just. You have these two heavy tanks that are just hanging out. Now we might be seeing a bit of a play. They do miss the engage on Hate, but it just shows how deadly this combination might end up being.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they get a little bit of a miss, but you do force out the flicker from the Kufra, you know, allowing him not to get as many good sets as he can normally. But Team SEXI overall is just doing a good job taking control of the map and taking their picks as they engage here, maybe on the bot lane.
Ooh, nice. I'm offended onto Hate. He's taking a little bit of damage. Zia is going to secure that kill, putting Zia at 2-0 now. Definitely not a spot that Insomniacs wants him to be.
Yeah, we saw them use the flicker onto the Kufra, and you know, on that second engage they knew he doesn't have the flicker, so everyone just kind of sets up on him, gets the pick on him, and you know, that's a good play from Team SEXI.
Oh, but now Nicolette's a little caught off here. The ultimate does come in from Rookie, and Ashley secures the kill right before Shark is able to come in and help anyone. But while this is happening, Team SEXI takes the EXP lane third tower.
Yeah, I think, you know, a mid lane death onto Nicolette for a tower is definitely a trade you want from Team SEXI. So right now Team SEXI winning on the macro, winning on the map, and it looked like they're setting up for this turtle now. Shark kind of taking the turtle all the way onto his side, and you know, Insomniac's a little bit late on this turtle right now.
Yeah, and I mean, and Sir Boss, now with that tower gone, like we're seeing right now, Sir Boss is going to start rotating down and getting a bit more involved in these team fights, which is going to be huge for the side of Team SEXI. Nicolette going up to the top lane to help defend, but the push is happening here. Ashley trying to ult in, get some damage, forces the flicker out, but Sir Boss, he's on the trail, stuns her up, and Shark gets the kill. But now Sir Boss is looking a little low. Hate going down as Zia just popping these bombs. A nice ultimate coming from Shark, and Rookie is taken out. A nice play from Team SEXI as best player secures the turtle. Now Galaxy, though, on top of best player, not able to get that second. He's going to need to run away, but now Nicolette is going to lock him up. Sir Bossy gets a stun. He's trying to back off, but he's not quite able to. The wall just misses, and Galaxy is going to be able to walk away unscathed. Phantom.
Yeah, we see Shark being an absolute menace in that turtle pit, you know, putting up walls, setting up the ultimate. He got a double kill, and Team SEXI's lineup right now seeming to work really well for them.
Oh my god, another kill going to Zia, sitting at 3-0.
Yep.
Pope, Merciless just not having the greatest game right now. I think Zia's finally getting revenge for that first game with Wan Wan. And the Nicolette and Shark combo right now, the wall and the scythe are just really working well together. It's so hard to get away from those two right now.
Yeah, they just have so much map control. They're able to get vision on anywhere. As they're setting up on this mid tower, Two people going down.
That is huge. And they're just shredding. And now down goes Hate, also a little bit over engaged. The dog dies as well. And they're just going to keep pushing. At this point, they know they have a big advantage. Popo, Merciless, taking a bit of damage, was trying to get that dog back. And Sir Bossy is there to stun him up. That was rough. Maybe a bad spot to try to get your dog back as all of them are sitting there.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Insomniacs. Right now, Team SEXI absolutely rolling through them, getting everything they want. These engages by Grok, by the Ruby, setting up, you know, and then Best Player able to clean them up. And so is, you know, Sir Bossy able to just get in there, do a bunch of burst damage, and we still have Zia, you know, absolutely fed right now. 4 kills, you know, this is looking really rough for Insomniacs in Game 3.
Nicolette does go down in the mid lane, but you know, something Shark with these walls, man. I mean, just such great, even in that last thing, places it against the inhibitor turret, which buys them just enough time to secure that tier 2 tower. You know, when you see the Grok and like, when the average person thinks of, oh, well, that's kind of dumb, like a wall, you know, it doesn't really do any damage. Yeah. But when you see players like Shark and some of these top tanks use Grok, and they just show, it's just like Nicolette with the Lu Yi ultimate, the teleportation. They're skills that like you don't really think of, that you think that they're almost not good because they don't really do any damage, but when you use them in the strategic stance that some of these players do, it just really shines. And it's so interesting to watch the placements of some of Shark's walls and how he uses them to his advantage. Hate now taking a little bit of damage. They're forced to flicker out, but Sir Bossy follows in, gets a stun, locked up though, Tyrant's Raise, and Sir Bossy goes down. Galaxy now onto the back line. Shark uses that ultimate to try and knock him off and stop him in his tracks. Nicolette keeping her at bay, and Insomniacs decides to disengage Phantom.
Yeah, as we were talking about the Grok walls, Shark with a little bit not the best wall, kind of zoning himself and Zia away from Sir Bossy. So, you know, sometimes if you don't place it right, it doesn't work out for you. But when you do place them right, you're able to kind of zone out the enemy or trap him into a corner.
Oh, Nicolette with the flicker in. I'm offended, follow up, and Merciless is going to get taken out here. But Ashley comes in with some huge burst damage. Merciless able to get the kill on to Best Player. It's a jungle for jungle trade right now. Zia, though, keeps pushing forward, wants to try to get the kill, but Hate is there to keep them at bay. Shark, though, keeping the aggression up as Sir Bossy comes around the side. Hate now forced to back off, and the rest of Team SEXI comes in for this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Shark with another wall, keeping everyone at bay, and they secure another piece of material.
Yeah, even though, you know, Insomniac's able to get a couple kills now, a couple trades, you know, the gold lead is still pretty massive. You know, Team SEXI has control of the map. They're taking every jungle, they're taking every tower they want, and you know, it's very tough. You know, they need to be able to get a good set onto multiple people without losing some of their members.
Yeah, I mean, Insomniac's pretty behind right now, you know, 4K. They haven't taken a single tower yet. They definitely maybe just start slow playing it. Maybe use this Lancelot as more of a split pushing, you know, try to take a couple towers and relieve the pressure. But it doesn't look like that's the route they want to go. They want to keep trying to push in, and Team SEXI is ready to take that fight as Galaxy gets a little caught up in the back line, taking a bit too much damage. Able to get that ultimate, though, bring some of his health back, but he is going to go down as Best Player secures the kill. A nice wall placement as it buys them some time to take on this Lord, but at this point, I don't think Insomniacs even wants to try to contest Phantom.
Yeah, I don't think they really can contest it a man down, but they're gonna try anyways. Here, getting a setup onto Grok.
Best Player able to get the Lord, though. Hate taking a bit of damage. It was a nice Tyrant's Rage, but they're gonna pay the price for this. 4 members down as 3 members stand tall. Zia with a 5-0 kill streak right now. This could be the game. The counters, though, are low, so Galaxy is coming back up. Can they finish it here, Phantom?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The Kagura and the Glue might be able to defend this right now, but they probably could still get this inhibitor right now.
Uh-oh. A nice kill on a Best Player. Galaxy able to get to that back line. Nicolette trying to zone them off. A nice I'm offended locks on. Galaxy does not go down yet, though, and the Lord just can't get enough damage onto the inhibitor. Galaxy now on the chase as he uses that ultimate, and at this point, we're starting to see this glue become a nuisance at the 12-minute mark.
Yep. Absolutely. Huge play onto Best Player. Able to defend and, you know, stay with the inhibitors. You know, they weren't able to lose any inhibitors. Huge Lord defend 2v3, and slowly but surely Insomniacs doing a pretty good job defending as they get a setup here onto the blue buff.
Ooh, a big Tyrant's Rage onto Shark, but it's just not enough damage. Ashley taken out from Sir Bossy in the back. Rookie able to take out Sir Bossy though, and now Nicolette is on the run. Kate comes in with a knock-up, and Rookie gets the kill. Zia now a little deep, pops those black shoes, and goes back to her back line, able to get a little bit of damage. Now best player's here, not able to take out Rookie, is on the chase, but Merciless is here. He needs to back off. Popo is going to go down, but Koopa still alive as the teams disengage Phantom.
Yeah, I think Insomniacs right now fighting for their life, able to get trades here and there, and they're slowly able to kind of close the gold gap a bit, keeping them in the game right now. You know, we see Team SEXI a little bit, you know, out of position right now. They're kind of a little bit all over the place. They need to kind of group up a little bit more and kind of play as a team a little bit more. You know, they've been getting picked off a little bit, even with the gold lead, and now the game's close. You know, it looked like Team SEXI was going to steamroll this game, but now it's not so clear. You know, Insomniac's doing a good job getting picks off. Rookie's able to get into that backline and do a lot of damage, and Team SEXI really, they gotta kind of get it back together for this next Lord fight.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we're getting close to some high death counters and a big Tyrant's Rage. Zia though pops those black shoes, and they're, I mean, at this point I don't think you want to take that fight. You missed your major opportunity there. Now it's time to maybe back off, but I think it's going to come down to, you know, just like what we saw last game and the game before that, one big set. You know, whose tank can Hate get the huge Tyrant's Rage and make it so they can get a wipe on 2 or 3 members, or can Shark or Nicolette get a huge play? You know, it's going to come down to that one player making the moment. Where I don't think it's going to be a super drawn out late game fight. It's going to happen quick and the game's going to turn, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be interesting on this next Lord setup. We see Team SEXI, you know, they're set up around it, you know, but, you know, if you're Team Insomniacs, do you want to give it up, or do you want to try to contest it? You know, both of them have their own risks to it.
I mean, they tried to contest it last time, and even with Rookie under the Lord, they weren't able to get it. Zia does secure it. Merciless taking a bit of damage, and at this point, they are going to push forward. Galaxy into the back line. Zia able to get the kill onto Hate. Galaxy constant destruction lands on a best player, pulls him back to his team. Best player, though, gets the kill onto Merciless because Galaxy drags him right to him. And now best player is a little low on health, but he's ready to keep up the fight. Merciless and Hate down. It's a 2-for-0 trade along with the Lord. Rookie now on the run, Phantom.
Yeah, they try to go in for the Lord, but it was a little bit too late. And like you said, Galaxy bringing in the Roger right onto his team, able to give him a kill. And now it's going to be tough to defend, you know, 3v4, 3v5 right now. They should be able to come up in time and defend this as long as they don't lose some members here, as they get a pick off maybe on the glue.
Glue's just too tanky though, but still, I mean, you bring him down to low health, sending him back to base. Shark with these walls, just so annoying. Can they take an inhibitor or two here? Rookie going a little bit deep. Shark taking a bit of damage here though, able to flicker out as Zia keeps up the pressure, but Zia is alone. She does have the black shoes. She's going to be able to pop back, but the puncture comes through from Rookie, and Zia goes down. Galaxy secures the kill. Shark a little low along with Nicolette. They're going to be forced to back off and get no material out of this Lord push, Phantom.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I disconnected a little bit there, but I'm back. Able to defend that. Only losing, what was it, 2 inhibitors or 1 inhibitor?
They didn't lose that. Oh no, they lost 1 inhibitor in the mid.
Almost lost that second one. So putting up a good defense right now. Insomniacs, you know, they just keep getting good defense. And I think right now, you know, on these Lord engages, trying to contest it, that's their problem right now. They try to keep contesting these Lord sets, but they're either coming in too late or not grouping up on the same members at the same time, and it's costing them a little bit.
Yeah, I think the plan was maybe to give them Lord there and then try to take the fight, you know, like, well, they're all a little weakened from Lord come in, and it just kind of backfired on them. And at this point, Sir Bossy's, even though he's sitting at 1-4, but he's got 13 assists, I mean, he's starting to be a little scary. We're seeing him just jumping in these back lines and cause a lot of damage. He's got the Winter Truncheon locked in now, so he's going to be able to really cause some havoc. And as we're talking about a Rookie taking a bit of damage, forced back, Merciless with the stun onto Shark. Hate comes in, doesn't use the Tyrant's Rage, keeps the patience up, knows that's not the play he wants to make just yet.
Yeah, don't want to use the Tyrant's Rage onto Shark right now. Maybe wait for a better setup here. Maybe trying to jump on the best player here, Sir Bossy. Not able to get
They're trying, but I like the fact that like they know that they're all right. That's not the moment. We messed up. It's not the perfect set. Like they're waiting for the perfect moment to really try to engage here.
Yes, Galaxy just being a nuisance with that glue, jumping onto the back line, just trying to distract them right now.
Yeah, but he might be a little too deep, trying to get away, maybe bit off more than he can chew, and he is going to pay the price. He's taken out. Down goes Galaxy. Rookie, though, really causing some damage.
Ooh.
Shark able to take someone out. Ashley goes down. Nicolette does have the immortality, so she's not going to die, and all 5 members still stand as 2 members are down inside Insomniacs. Lord is up. At this point, I don't even think you can try to contest, but maybe they try to do something crazy here, Phantom.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard to get a steal. Maybe Lancelot goes in, but they're going to try anyways, and I don't think this is the play they really want to do.
Rookie a little deep. Hate did die for that. Does close in on a best player. Not able to get the kill, though. And now, still, you have 3 members down. Ashley and Galaxy are going to come back before this Lord gets to base. But it's going to be a tough defense. Rookie can't even... Every time he comes in, Serbasi is there to stop him in his tracks.
Red team turret
Yeah,
has been
absolutely.
destroyed.
You know, every time on these Lord fights, you know, they're just able to zone them out with the Grok, with the Ruby, and it's so hard for them to get in. They do a little bit of damage, but they quite aren't able to burst them all the way down, you know. Team SEXI very tanky right now. Grok, Ruby, all pretty tanky. Roger isn't the easiest to kill, and neither is Alice. So they're having a very tough time. We'll see if they're going to be able to defend this Lord now, crashing down on the mid lane.
It is coming in. Rookie's caught up in the side. Hate talking up that first skill, trying to make a skill here, trying to make a play here, not quite able to. And Team SEXI just waiting for the engage. Zia chipping away at this bottom inhibitor. The Lord still has about 75 health. Rookie dashing in, dashing out, getting a little bit of poke damage as Merciless chips away. Shark, though, making the engage. Hate gets the knock up, and the Lord is going down. But Galaxy is caught up by Shark. Zia able to get the kill on Hate as Nicolette lands a nice I'm offended onto 2 members, but pays the price. Rookie coming into the back lane, able to get the kill, and now he's re-engaging onto Best Player. Best Player a little low, gonna go down. The immortality does pop, and Galaxy is back into this fight. We do have the winner Truncheon come up from Serbasi, but he gets taken out. A huge turnaround coming from Insomniacs here as 3 of their members are down, and Rookie is on the chase. He wants Shark. Shark with the flicker tries to use the ultimate to re-engage.
Oh my god.
And Rookie is still coming for it. Comes through the wall, coming on to Zia. He is on the hunt. He does not want to stop. Chasing down at a half a bar. Does take a shot, gets the kill on Zia.
Wow.
Monster. The whole team is wiped, and this could be huge for Insomniacs coming back. Will they take this game right here? Phantom Galaxy taking tower shots. The death counters are up. Nicolette and Best Player may be the only ones to defend.
Will be up and Best Player, yeah.
They aren't bad heroes to defend this.
Oh my
Can
God.
they make the true play here? She's going to try to pull them away. But Rookie on the tower, and you do have Popo that is just a tower melter, but Best Player is back. Insomniacs decides to disengage Phantom.
Wow, what a play from the Rookie. He was just dashing around everywhere. Oh my god, able to get that huge double kill. Huge play from him. And now Insomniac's able to get some map control for this next Lord fight, but it's still close. I mean, Insomniac's just able to defend every time Team SEXI gets a Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Pogi, Rookie, whatever you want to call him. We've seen him on the Lancelot before, and man is a monster with it. And it just goes to show, man, not scared, half a bar of health, coming in, feels confident with it. But he saw the blood, he smelt it, and he wanted to come in for the kill. And now Insomniac's taking position over this Lord. But still, I don't think you want to force it, Phantom.
No. You can't force it here, you know. Team SEXI at any moment, they just have so much every time. Team SEXI is able to kind of win the Lord, but then Insomniacs somehow are able to defend it. Even after losing a couple members, they get back and able to defend, so it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is definitely anyone's game. I mean, just because Insomniac's great play there, but they're still down a lot of towers. The only inhibitor they have is in the mid. They still have a lot of space to go. This could definitely go in, but a big play coming in from Galaxy.
Ooh.
The knockup does come though from Shark, and Hate is forced to flicker out. The winner Truncheon does come in from Sir Bossy. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Merciless does get the lock-in. Galaxy onto Zia, and Black Shoes pops, and now Galaxy's a little bit deep. Zia's at about half health. Sir Bossy going back to base. Zia with the immortality does pop. He needs to try to get out, but Ashley secures the kill, and Shark now on the run once again as 4 members of Insomniacs chase him down. Best player can do nothing but watch Shark run away. They're going to move back to this blue buff, but Insomniacs is going to try to come in for this Lord Phantom.
They're gonna try to burst this Lord down with Bobo and Rookie trying to get it, but I think Team Sexy is gonna contest this Lord right now.
They are trying. Sir Bossy doesn't take the flicker in, though, as the rest of Team Rookie come back. Lord is still up, though. They've done well at keeping it alive, but here comes Sir Bossy and Best Player. Ooh. It's going to be a battle of retribution, but Ashley secures the Lord with the ultimate. Nicolette trying to fend off. The rest of the team is a little low. Nicolette's immortality pops. Sir Bossy may be next. Shark with the ultimate to knock up Galaxy, but his health bar is just too high. He's just too bulky. Rookie on the chase once again, gets the kill onto Nicolette, and next he's going to be moving on to Sir Bossy. Sir Bossy on the run. Rookie trying to follow that first skill to know where the flicker comes, and he just can't chase down. Rookie decides to opt back and go for this Litho Wander. The first Lord push of the game coming from Insomniacs Phantom.
Yeah, we'll see if, now Team Sexy is going to be able to defend. They still have, towers on their side, but it's the first time, Insomniacs is going to be able to push with the Lord. And right now we just see crazy plays coming in from the side of Insomniacs. Rookie able to dash in and out, even with low health. It doesn't matter. He knows his mechanics. He knows his damage. He knows when he's going to be able to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, and normally you see these assassins kind of fall off in the late game, but Rookie is a player who just, defies odds, and we're 23 minutes in, and he is still such a threat. He knows, who to target, when to target them, how to work his way around the map, and he's great at just cleaning up like assassins are supposed to do. But he just does it to such a textbook manner, such a great ability on this hero right now.
Yeah, but we saw Team Sexy burst down that Lord within seconds, and Insomniac's not able to get too much out of it. They got 1 second tier tower. Maybe they're going to try to push for the second one here, but not getting too much out of it.
They are going to try something. They do have Merciless here with the ability to just take down these towers. Hey, with a huge Tyrant's Rage on 3 members.
Wow.
This could be big. Shark tries to fend them off with the ultimate. A lot is happening right now. Merciless, the immortality does pop. Shark locks him in behind that wall. He uses the winner Truncheon, but he is going to get taken out by Sir Bossy. And now we do have Best Player on the run. Rookie Galaxy chasing him down. Ashley comes around from the bush and secures the kill. It's a killing spree for Ashley, sitting at 4-4. Not a lot as her usual, but still playing an amazing game. It's a 2-for-2 trade. This, 25 minutes in right now. Things are intense, Phantom.
Wow. Yeah, just back and forth, back and forth. We saw the huge set from the Cooper 3-man ult, but the sustain from Team Sexy is just so much that even with that 3-man ult, there wasn't really enough.
Yeah, but it does seem like they're now starting to... They have the sustain, but they are lacking a little bit of damage overall. Galaxy finally caught up a bit more than he can chew. That is huge. They need that. He's at a 70-second death counter. This is where Team Sexy needs to start pushing forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Galaxy going in way too deep there into their base. Maybe they should have just tried to focus in on that one inhibitor and then backed out. But this game just back and forth, back and forth. We're gonna see Best Player still, a bit of it is on his death timer, so they're not gonna be able to start Lord anytime soon. And it's gonna be just another contest onto this Lord fight, just back and forth. Both teams defending, both teams able to defend these Lord pushes.
Yeah, the problem with Insomniacs right now is because of all their inhibitors being down, they have to consistently go back and macro these top lanes. And at this point, Team Sexy doesn't have to worry about the lanes. Their minions can handle them. They're going to keep up the pressure, so they can really sit all 5. Lord is down to about 75% health right now, 26 minutes into the game. This could be the last Lord we see. They have to try to make a play if Insomniacs wants to keep up with this. Ashley coming in onto Nicolette. Shark zoning them away. Hey, he wants to land one of these crazy Tyrant's Rage. Rookie coming in. all that someone needs to do. Rookie steals the Lord. A huge play as Ashley locks the ultimate on Nicolette and Shark. A little bit of damage. Nicolette will go down here, but the immortality is there. The trap is placed perfectly from Merciless, and they do go down. Rookie, though, also bites the bullet as Shark hits his immortality. Sir Bossy into the back lane, able to take out Merciless. He's looking a little low. Uses that Winter Truncheon, but he gets locked up from Galaxy, and now Sir Bossy may be going down here. It's a 2-for-3 trade, but Lord goes to the side of Insomniacs. We may be looking at a very long game here, Phantom.
Oh my god, these team fights are just so back and forth, and the sustain on both sides. Glue is just able to sustain everything, but you know, the Alice, the Shark, the Nicolette just provide so much sustain and lifesteal that it's so hard for Insomniacs to kind of get a wipeout and clean up the rest of the members right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it's gonna be one. But even right now, the big sets that we've seen haven't really been able to secure it. Like you said, the team fights are just so long. I think it's, you know, I think Ashley needs to start becoming a target. If they can take out Ashley and Merciless, then you could probably deal with Rookie and the rest of the team, you know? The problem is like, yeah, you get Rookie out, but then you have Ashley who's able to just burst down some of the tankier people. It's just a tough game from both sides. It's hard to pick who you want to target on each side.
Yeah, it's, you know, even when Team SEXI are able to get the picks off, it's just not enough to be able to end. And then whenever Insomniacs get the Lord, you know, they just have so much burst damage with Zia, with Sir Bossy, and Best Player that, you know, you leave the Lord unattended, they're just going to burst it down in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I saw something in the chat. This is going to be a 40-minute game. I hope not. You know, when you get into the long games like this, like when you get into like past the 25-minute mark, it almost becomes a test of endurance, you know, like
endurance.
How, like, and then it becomes, because at this point it's true, like the team fights are just going back and forth. It's so hard to get a full team wipe at this point. You have so many bulky heroes, so much sustain, that it's like, who can really last long enough and stay on their A game when you've been playing for 30 minutes now, when most games don't go past 20. I mean, it's definitely a test of endurance. It's mental at this point, you know, and who can like stay on their P's and Q's all the way into this late of a game.
Sure, you know, some of these players are starting to get tired with this long game. You know, they've been playing for a while, and you know, they just keep trying to get picks and just not able to end, and frustration can play a part as well. Every one of these Lord fights, you know, are so contested. Even when they get picks, they're not able to end, and it can be really frustrating.
Yeah, I do want to point out a few things. Popo and Kagura have both sold their boots. They've gone into either, you know, they've gotten the extra defense item, they've gotten the other magic item. Same thing with Zia on this Lilia. I'm wondering if we're going to see any more plays. We've seen the Alice also sell the boots. I'm wondering if, you know, that could be the major game changer right there. You know, waiting for maybe Grok to pick up that one more defensive item, you know, and maybe drop the boots. You know, it's those small calls when it comes down to this end game. You know, do we decide to switch an item? You know, maybe pick up an extra penetration item, you know, or pick up an extra anti-lifesteal item. Something like that may just end up being the major game changer here, Phantom.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on the side of Insomniacs, you know, they're missing a little bit of anti-heal. They have it on the Glue, they have it on the Grok, but, you know, the Kagura maybe can use it, or the Popo. You know, they're really the ones doing the damage. So unless the Glue or the Kufa are on top of the Alice or some of these, you know, heroes, you know, you're not going to be able to get the lifesteal. And that's why they're having so much trouble trying to kill his Alice. You know, at times, he really just seems unkillable.
It's true. I think, you know, picking up that Necklace of Durance may be a big choice for Kagura to really put Nicolette in her place and slow her down a little bit in these team fights. Rookie a little caught off here. This could be the play. The immortality does pop, and they're able to get the kill. No, Rookie getting away with just sliver health, but Shark secures it, and now the rest of the team is a little low. Nicolette still does have that immortality ready to go, so she's going to stay in this fight. Gets a nice lock on to Galaxy and Hate. Hate uses that Winter Truncheon to try to last a little bit longer. Shark, though, with the engage, he doesn't have the ultimate to lock him up, but Nicolette with the flicker in, she does go go down. Two immortalities pop up. Best player's ready to go. Galaxy's immortality also pops. Best player now on the chase. Gonna get the kill on to Hate. This could be the turnaround here. All 5 members of Team Sexy still up. Sir Bossy does use that Winter Truncheon, but Merciless is a little bit too low, and no minions for the side of Team Sexy. They need to try to make the play here. The death counters are high, so they do have the time. Merciless and Galaxy trying to defend. It's just those two. Galaxy may be going down here. He does. Best player gets the kill. This could be it for Team Sexy. Finally completing this game at 32 minutes, Phantom.
Yeah, what a game we saw there, and at the end we saw Team Sexy able to get the pick off onto Rookie, onto Poggy, and that was the game changer. They were kind of cut off a little bit, by the slow gameplay, and they were caught a little bit. Everyone was a little bit spread out there, and slowly one by one they were able to get them off and get the kills.
Yeah, they were able to, they took out Rookie and then just started to close in. And again, like you pointed out, maybe the major mistake there from Insomniacs was Kagura not getting that anti-life steal. Yes, some people say the Necklace of Durance isn't as viable as it used to be, but when you're at 32 minutes, I think maybe instead of selling the boots and picking up whatever other item you chose, get the Necklace of Durance instead. Something else.
Or maybe even on Popol and Koopa. You can still get the Sea Halberd.
Yeah, the Sea Halberd.
And it's actually a decent item on Popol. You get the attack damage and you get the attack speed. That's something you could also consider using.
What a game, though. I think that might have been the longest game of the season so far. What a series overall.
32 minutes.
Did not disappoint.
Wow.
I hope we don't see these two teams in the very finals of the playoffs, because it's going to be best of 5, and that'll be a whole night in itself.
Well, I hope we do see them.
Games.
Yeah. Oh man, and Insomniacs in that second game, I think they really had a good chance of winning it and going up 2-0, and they kind of let the guard down and let Team Sexy get back into it. They were really close to that 2-0 sweep onto Team Sexy, and now they lost the series 2-1.
Yeah, but one of them had to lose, right? 2 undefeated teams going at it, clashing right there, and definitely did not disappoint. But Team Sexy does still take a loss there, though, and it shows. They didn't just steamroll on those games at all. They worked hard for those wins, and for a second, like you said, they almost got swept there. Second game could have easily gone to the hands of Insomniacs. So it kind of secures the notion of Team Sexy isn't just going to dominate this whole. A lot of people were thinking that Team Sexy were just going to really, take everyone on, steamroll through the whole league, and take the championship easily. But it shows that it's definitely possible for them to get knocked out if they make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and we see Zia with the huge plays on the Lilia, not able to die, poking out damage throughout. With the Lilia, we saw his play on the Wan. He's proven to be one of the best gold laners in NA, after proving to be one of the best mages and one of the best junglers. So big shout out to Zia, super versatile player.
Just destroyed with that Lilia, man. I felt bad for Merciless early on, man, just getting picked off left and right. Like we saw,
he was getting revenge.
First 3 minutes, 1v1 kill with Zia. He came in there hungry, man.
Yeah, he wanted that revenge after that Wan early game versus the Linux.
Up next, though, we do have an okay game. We'll see how it goes. We have X9, a definite underdog in this game. Let's not sugarcoat it. X9 sitting at the bottom, up against TSU. Considerably one of the best teams in the tournament scene of North America right now. They are a very competitive team. They play in Latam tournaments regularly. They're the last championships of the North American Community Tournament. They are definitely an up-and-coming team, possible candidates for M4 in the future. I know I've talked to their manager several times, and I know that's their goal right now. So they are a very hungry team.
Yeah, absolutely. TSU, still undefeated, and they're gonna look to just keep on going with the undefeated, right now. They definitely don't want to lose even a map against Exodus 9. And I think they're overall just the favorites here. Exodus 9 still don't quite have the experience yet in these tournaments. They're still trying to get, learn from these games, trying to get better. And it's going to be tough for Exodus 9 against one of the best teams right now in the league.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough game for Exodus 9, I think, here. And all they've gone against recently, like literally this is their 5th game now, and I think it's been the Valley, Area 77, Brotherhood, TSU, they're a new team in the league, and their first 5 games have been literally the top 5 teams right now on the leaderboard. So, I'm not counting X9 out. We're hoping that we get a win here. I would love to see X9 secure a win, but it's going to be a tough game. But I think it's a good way, you go against all these big teams up front, really get dragged through. And I think it's going to kind of maybe give them a bit of an advantage when they go up against some of the teams like, some of the lower on the leaderboard teams right now.
Yeah, I think, once Exodus 9 start playing some of the bottom tier teams, it's really going to give them, show off what they can do against some of these other teams, how they face off. And they've learned from these games. They should be able to learn from their mistakes. A lot to learn, a lot to improve on. And just there's a long league, so slowly but surely they'll keep improving.
TSU though, I mean, what I'm hoping to see, something that we just start seeing. Momiel's been running, and I keep talking about it every time we talk about TSU. I bring it up the Bane support, the Bane mage support. So vicious.
You love that pick.
I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick. We don't see a lot of really any other team really play it. And the mage main is definitely interesting. It has a lot of utility. With the slow on the first skill, the heal on the second skill, and then the damage that you can dish out with the second skill and the ultimate once it gets to the late game, it can be a lot to deal with. But it's definitely a hero where you want to get a little bit close and land some of these skills, and kind of have a lot of backup in the engages to be able to set up the ults.
Most definitely. We are going to have to do a ping check here real quick. If anyone in the chat has any questions at all, feel free to ask. A lot of people really loving Rookie right now. The man is definitely a monster. The next game is going to start in just a minute. We're going to do some ping checks real fast. We've really been trying this season. We've really been trying to give every team the best experience possible. We know when we're doing games over a country as large as North America, it's not easy to find a balanced server for everyone.
Your team is banning.
TSU does sometimes have a home team advantage because they are in this closest to central server, and that has to be the server we opt to when 2 teams are so far apart. I am trying a different server right now with TSU versus Exodus 9 to see if we can at least have both teams have kind of an equal ping. So TSU doesn't just have perfect ping and Exodus 9 has 60 or 70. I'm seeing if maybe we can put them both at 60 here. Because otherwise, either one team is going to have really good ping or the other. So I'm trying to find a solid middle ground here. Someone said Trex, your favorite mid laner girl. It would be between,
how many is there?
It would be between Nicolette and Ashley, probably. They're definitely the top 2 mage mid laners that are girls. They're both, and they're honestly like the top, like some of the top mage mid laners in general. Like whether they're a girl or a boy, like they compete with Eugen. Momiel right here, who's a mid lane mage. I mean, just both teams are both of them are. Whether they're a male or a female, they are monsters.
Your team is banning. No matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely 2 of the strongest mages in NA. Which one out of the 2, Nicolette or Ashley, do you think is the better mage player?
Your team is picking.
I think Ashley is the more aggressive mage player. I wouldn't really say either of them are better because they're both kind of different. Like I feel like Ashley's a little more aggressive, whereas Nicolette is a little more I think she's huge. Like, we've seen her with the Eve, we've seen her positioning. She does good with Farza. Like, I think she's they're just kind of a different style when I watch them both play. So I can't really pick between one. It kind of just depends on what team they're on, or what the game comes down to, or what we're looking for here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Nicolette, we see a lot of more odd picks from her. Like we saw that Ruby pick. The Louis with the ultimates, you know, she kind of switches it up a bit. But you know, so far in the season, I feel like Ashley has been putting on a lot of big performances. You know, a lot of big games with her mages.
Ashley is definitely, I think she's the more, I think she's out of probably most of the mages in the league, her plays have probably been the most exciting, if that's what we want to ask for, you know?
Yeah, I think right now she's had a lot of good performances so far. And, you know, it's interesting. There's still, you know, some good mage players, you know, in NA that aren't quite in the league, and it's, you know, interesting to see, you know, how they compare. You know, we see some of the BTK members like Zia and Hui, you know, they're not really playing the mid lane in this tournament. How do they compare to those? I think, you know, it's actually pretty close.
Most definitely. We're doing a ping check right now to everyone that's asking. It's why you're not seeing the game. The teams have to know what they're like I said, we're playing, we're not in a building right now like M3 or MPL. Everyone's not sitting in the same exact room. So we have to actually kind of give these teams the opportunity to see what their ping is going to be. That way, if they know they're going to have a ping that's at 60, they know maybe not to pick Ling or a super high mechanics hero, which is just kind of part of this in the end. It's something that will never be solved until we're able to have LAN tournaments.
I think maybe it's one of the reasons we haven't seen Best play on the Fanny. You know, we've seen him use the Fanny in previous tournaments, and he's a very strong Fanny player, but we haven't seen him pick it off this season.
Yeah, Fanny, I mean, I think there's a few Fanny players, and like you'll see them get played, especially like I think it was the Kingdom against, I forget what team they're going against. They're both on East server though, and we saw the Kingdom pick up. And that's the time we'll see some of those heroes like Fanny come in, when you see two East teams go against each other and they're able to do that, and they know they're going to be sitting on like 40, 30 MS, so they feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we're gonna see TSU just throw in a completely different lineup? Just, you know, try out a bunch of new heroes, something
because they're going against Exodus 9?
Yeah, because they're going against Exodus 9, and you know, we already see them use, you know, kind of compositions that most teams don't use. So now against, you know, one of the bottom teams in the league, maybe they're gonna switch it up even more.
We're still fixing up some of these ping checks. So we're having these teams send screenshots of what their MS was. We're gonna start we're really trying to find a solution to the whole we've had a couple people, you know, have a few issues saying that TSU has an advantage with their server, so we're just trying to find the best possible server. I'm sorry, please take some patience with this. The game will be starting very soon. Again, I know you're hearing the gameplay, but it was just a ping check. So if you had to, Phantom, if you had to pick somebody that what are the teams you think that you know are going to be like top 6? If you had to go for some choices right now.
So for top 6 in the league right now, I mean, I would say TSU is one of them. Team SEXI is definitely one. Insomniacs as well. Those 3 teams are, I think right now, their performances have been showing to be the top 3 teams in the league. And then we obviously have Area 77, who, you know, consistently have been shown to be, you know, one of the top teams. And then you have the Valley, a lot of really strong players. They make any game competitive against anyone. I would put them in there. And then for that 6th spot, I would say it would have to be between the Brotherhood, area or AE, and maybe the Simpsons can make a comeback. They did beat the Brotherhood, so I think those three teams would be fighting for that sixth spot potentially.
Yeah, I think I think that top 6 spot is gonna kind of be a battle between like AE, Simpsons, Brotherhood definitely. But after watching Brotherhood lose and then also take this forfeit earlier, it definitely sets them back. That's a huge setback. You just got swept, and then you technically take 2 sweeps, right, in one night. So you don't even get a point from any of those games. Definitely gonna be a rough comeback for them. That puts them at, let's take a look at the leaderboard, at the standings real fast. It keeps them at 7. They're now 6 games in. They only have 5 more games. The Valley now is sitting at 11 points after that because they get 3 points from that. Team SEXI is gonna be sitting at 10 now. Yeah, they're gonna be sitting at 10 points now. TSU, depending on this, it's going to be up in the air. And the Simpsons is also, now Simpsons catching up to Brotherhood, only 4 games in, 2 games behind Brotherhood, and is going to be sitting right behind them when it comes to the points. So,
and we see AE already with 8 points. We see AE with the 8 points. They've had a pretty good start to the season. So I think the Brotherhood took a big hit today. And the Simpsons might be able to fight for this top 6 spot. They showed they were really strong versus the Brotherhood. They didn't look too bad against Insomniacs, who right now are one of the strongest teams in the league. And I think they're going to be competing with with AE too for that top 6 spot.
Sorry, we're just handling. Talk to me, Phantom. Read the chat to me. I'm sorry, we're just trying to get this game. What's everybody saying?
They're not asking a lot of questions.
Trek should just host a tourney in my backyard or something. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I think with the ping, once it starts getting to like above 50, like 70 ms, it can really change your playstyle a lot. Once you're below the 40 ms, 20, 30 ms, you still should feel pretty comfortable with most heroes. But once you get above 50, you really got to consider your picks. Getting closer to 70, maybe even 80 ms, there's not a lot of heroes that you can play that maybe you're used to playing on that low ping. And it definitely makes a difference. And it's one of the hard things about, North America. There's, you have teams all the way in California, all the way in the East server, Northeast, and then you have teams in Mexico. So it's hard to balance these pings for all these teams when they're so spread out across the North America. And it's one of the reasons even in some of the Asia tournaments, it's a little bit easier even for the online tournaments because everyone in PH, they're all gonna have 20 ms or less. Everyone in Indo, it's gonna be the same thing. They're all gonna have super low ping, even if it's online. And even in the MPLs, sometimes they don't do the in-persons because of COVID or different reasons, but they're still able to get away with the low ping. And that's one of the drawbacks right now of North America. It's definitely an issue, and it's maybe one of the reasons we don't see as many of these high mechanical heroes as you're used to seeing in some of the MPL regions.
All right, I think that's the main reason. I mean, like you just said, 60 ms doesn't seem like the end of the world for a lot of teams. I mean, for like the average casual player. But when you're trying to play Ling or YSS or Hayabusa or something or anything, it is huge. It's a big difference. Or me and you were talking about before this game started. You're trying to do a you're trying to do a flicker throw with you're trying to do like a flicker
Jawhead?
toss with Jawhead, or with Chow trying to have a really nice flicker freestyle play,
Right.
like that's just not something that's easily done, especially when you're at this level of competitiveness. But we are into the game,
My friend.
and
Your
they
team
come
is
in with the Estes ban immediately.
With the Estes ban onto TSU, have we seen TSU this season pull out the Estes, or maybe even in the previous tournaments? I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure Brotherhood has
team
used
is banning
Estes in maybe their last games they did. I mean, TSU
Yeah.
maybe has used Estes, but it's definitely not a super big pick for them.
Right.
Maybe Exodus9 hasn't really completely done their homework, but also like TSU is just known to kind of do anything, so maybe that's just something that Exodus9 doesn't want to deal with.
Right, and it's an interesting, pick. We saw it in M3 how well it can be used by Blacklist. They had that incredible run in 2021 with the Estes, but not a lot of other teams can really pull it off like Blacklist.
Yeah.
You see it a lot in ranked games, but in these tournament matches, it seems like not a lot of teams really can play it off really well.
I wish some teams would.
Your team
I
is
wish,
banning.
because like, there's a reason Blacklist got first place. There's a
Right.
reason why because they
And
have.
it was banned.
Yeah, and it was
Your
banned.
team is
Estes,
banned.
Rafaela, Hylos Tank, these weird things, but they make it work so good, and it's just so dominant. And I think it's also a really heavy counter to the assassin meta of the Philippines and some of those other places.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the reasons why BTK did well against them, because Zane's more of a marksman jungler, and he was able
Although
to
he
pick
did use
apart those.
he did use the
Bowman.
saver.
And
he
the
did use
saber.
the saver versus the Estes, so.
You're right,
Oh.
you're right.
But yeah, for sure, definitely, versus some of the assassins, it makes it really hard. They do some of the burst damage, and then all of a sudden the team is back to full health, and the assassins all the way in there like, oh crap, I didn't do any damage.
So first pick is open, and X9 has left Clint. Oh no, Clint has been banned from TSU. For a second, I thought it was still in the map, and that's not something you want to leave open for Dog Tour. Leonis does get this Yuzong. I can say this: we've seen Leonis do well. He's been gold lane mostly, but I think he may be one of the better Yuzong players on the table. So they may be swapping him over to EXP lane here.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, we could see that, and we see the Eve and the Brody. We've seen Doctor on the Brody, on the Clint, be super strong in the gold lane. So definitely gonna be scary for Exodus9 to see him on that Brody.
Yeah, I mean, Dogtor is just a monster in the gold lane, point blank. Like, whoever he's put on, whoever he chooses,
Yeah.
he's definitely, I think he needs to be a focus for the side of Exodus9. And now you've not only done that, but Eve's going to the side of TSU on Mamiel. I don't get to see my Bane support this time, sad face, but still a great pick for the side of TSU.
They call me a
Yeah,
hero.
for sure. I think they opted for the Lilia ban instead of the Eve ban, and we're gonna see how it works out. I think
Your team
Eve is a little bit more versatile still than the Lilia, but we've seen Lilia pop off in so many of these games that you just don't want to deal with that early game aggression. You can see it in the gold lane, you can see it in the mid lane, and it's a problem for a lot of teams.
Definitely a problem. Definitely a problem. I think this is the first. We haven't seen YSS tonight, right?
Your team is
I think
banning.
YSS is such a great
No,
jungler,
we haven't.
and we barely like this whole season. He hasn't really been a hot pick, but I personally put him as an S tier, man, all day. But
Yeah.
but I don't know. But again, that might be another thing with the Ruby becoming such a
team is
meta.
banning.
That might be one of the major problems for him. And some of these support and weird tanks that have been getting popular do kind of counter him in a sense.
Yeah, I think there's certain comps where it can be tricky because he is a hero that has to go in. And one of the drawbacks with YSS is you give up a little bit of early game. You have to make sure you farm up, you're able to get the War Axe, maybe one more item before he really starts doing a ton of damage. But it's also one of those heroes where if you have a high ping, it can be a little tricky to get that one-on-one combo going on. but I do agree he's one of the S tier junglers. In the late game, there's not many junglers that can dish out more damage than YSS.
No, definitely not. So at this point, we do have some late game capabilities coming from the side of Exodus 9. I like the Chow pick. My guess is it's going to be a Chow tank. If you can get in on Nikto with this, I mean, right now it's just open field for Chow, trying to get Dog Tour, Mamiel. I think you got Leonis to also get into this back line. TSU is going to need to bring something to defend against that.
Your team
Yeah,
is
absolutely. I mean, we have the Cho and the Yuzong being able to dive onto the Eve, onto the Kimmy. You know, we see Brody with the Purify, but you know, Kimmy's going to be that target because her dash, you know, has a pretty long cooldown and it doesn't really dash that far. And the animation isn't the quickest, so it's definitely a target that's a little bit easier to pick off than most heroes, and it's one of the reasons she's not widely used in the jungle, even though her damage, even in the early game, can be really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think she may do well against the I mean, if she can keep her distance, like sometimes sometimes like when the right player's on her, it's like a stiff arm, you know. It's like every time you try to get in on her, she uses that, even though the dash isn't long, it's sometimes gonna be just enough and she's able to keep that distance. And I guess sometimes you just have to be willing to like take those shots, take that damage, but it's some players don't do that. They just decide, all right, back off, back off, back off, and she's just able to kind of stiff arm everyone away from her.
Yeah, she definitely has that zoning. With the slow with the Ice Queen that she's able to build out, it can be extremely huge slow with the red buff. Can be hard to get onto her, so you're definitely gonna see Tamal trying to peel for her and give her as much range, as much possibility to get that damage in. Because if the Kimmy's able to get that damage in with the blue buff, able to sustain, she can melt almost any hero.
Oh, though, what I do have to point out, though, Ziggy locking in this Phoveus, definitely a hard counter to the composition of Exodus 9 right now.
Yeah, that Phoveus versus Wan, it's going to be definitely very tricky to use, and the Cho has a lot of dashes.
And
Wan's going to have trouble
and YSS. I mean,
and the YSS.
Three of their key players right there taken out, but they do lock in the Selena as the end. So I mean, who's going to be able to get the combos off? Who's going to be able to make the plays here? Because there's definitely possibilities for X9 to make a move here. You do have the CC capability, and Wan can get these ults, and it's not like you're up against a whole bunch of beefy guys like what we saw with Zia in those last games.
Right. Yeah, if she's able to get that ult off, the damage she's going to be able to do on the Kimmy, on the Brody, on the Eve is going to be a lot. And it's going to be interesting to see if we see the Kimmy or the Eve opt out for a Winter Truncheon. You know, that can counter the Wan ultimate pretty well and kind of stop her before she gets going.
Yeah, but we are jumping in. Let's see exactly what happens. I'm wondering if we're going to see any kind of Horus already stepping up, maybe trying to harass this blue buff. I like it. I like to see that from Exodus 9. You know, start playing a bit different. Stop being so passive. Even though you're the underdogs, you know, try to get in there a little bit.
Yeah, trying to be a little aggressive. Not quite able to do it, you know. The Eve and the Kai still do a pretty good amount of damage in the early game.
Ooh, though,
And
Yahweh does get the arrow. He is going to come in for the pick, but he's not quite able to kill Nikto. Now on his trail, Horus taking a little bit of damage. Nikto in the jungle. Another arrow comes in, just misses. But that arrow did land, and TSU is going to need to watch out for those.
Yeah, for sure. That arrow landing either on Kimmy or onto the Eve is going to be dangerous. Neither of them have Purify. They don't have an easy way to dodge it. And, you know, it's tricky. You gotta have to dodge it, you know. Sometimes it can be a little hard. The arrow comes in fast. It comes in at a certain angle. You don't have enough time to see it.
True. They are trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Destiny, but here comes Horus onto Tamal. Doing a little bit of poke damage. Dog Tor trying to come in. Not able to get the knockup, but Sin the Kid now here. Wants to contest for this gold crab. We might see a little bit of a fight here, Phantom.
Yeah, we might see it engage. Both teams focusing on the gold lane.
He does force the flicker out of Tamal. Now Horus caught up by that slow, and first blood does go to TSU. Yahweh comes in, a little overextended there. Sin the Kid zones in on Dog Torba, gets caught up and taken out, deleted from Nikto. Another kill going to TSU as Dog Tor escapes with just a sliver of health, Phantom.
Yeah, we saw them get a little too aggressive there, you know, overextending as the Wan is able to finish off the Brody though into the top lane. So a little bit of trades here. I think TSU overall wins some of those trades, and they're probably gonna rotate to the turtle next, and they probably will have position. I think Kimmy has a bit of a stronger early game than the YSS. So YSS, you can't be too aggressive with them in the early game. You really need an item or two to start being able to do some damage.
Yeah, but Turtle's up though. Exodus 9 is trying to contest for this. Yahweh hitting the recall. A little confused like that. Maybe low on mana, I'm guessing. But Syndicate may just be able to take this. Tamal trying to come in to zone away. He doesn't have that level 4 though. Syndicate does get it. As Mamiel uses that world manipulation, but gets locked up by Leonis. Leonis into this backline horse, taking a little bit of damage from Ziggy. Ziggy has procced that ultimate, but he goes right into Leonis's knockup, and Leonis gets his first kill on to Mamiel, but now he's getting chased down. Can he get away here? Pulled back from Ziggy. Ziggy's gonna be able to get this kill. He's a little locked up on the tower, but he does secure it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the turtle does go over to Exodus 9.
They were able to get it. YSS able to jump on it early enough. He's able to clear the turtle pretty fast, and the Kimmy decided to go for a blue first. They didn't really want to go for the turtle right away, and they weren't able to get too much out of that for TSU, so not bad coming in from Exodus 9.
Yeah, they're actually, even though it's small, they have a slight gold lead here. Definitely playing a little bit better than what we've seen them in some of their past games. And Wanwan doing a great job up here against Dogtor right now, really keeping the pressure on. If Destiny can keep this up, keep a lead, stay ahead of Dogtor, maybe even take out this tower and swap down to the XP lane, it's very good for them.
Yeah, although it'll be tricky to swap down into the Phobius in the XP lane.
Yeah,
maybe she'll
that's
just
true.
want to stay.
Good point.
On
good
the other
point.
side of the Phobius, any type of dash, you just give him CD or for the ultimate or for his skills. But I think if you're the side of TSU, you want to focus in on this Wan. If you're able to get a good pick on her, kind of slow down her farm, and get the Brody going, it's gonna be what you want.
Yeah, let's see. We do have a little bit of an engaged. Dogtor does get locked up by one of those Imbecile arrows. Syndicate now up in the top, helping push this wave in. 3 members of TSU under this tower as 4 members of Exodus 9 try to come in. Sin with a little bit of poke. An arrow misses, and it looks like they want to keep on pushing this. Horus zoning away, but Exodus 9 finally disengages here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see the next turtle going up. Right now, Kimmy and Ziggy are kind of set up around there, gonna clear this wave first before trying to go for the turtle, and they're gonna have the first initiation on the turtle. And I don't think XS9 should try to contest this. YSS is going for his blue, so they probably just need to give this up.
Yahweh doing a great job with Zeros. Wait a second, Horus gets a little locked up from Tamal. In comes the world manipulation, and they are to take out Horus. Tamal locks up Syndicate, and he's going to pay the price. Yahweh does let in that arrow, but every time he comes in, Nito is there to, like I said, just bring that stiff arm in. Leonis is going to go down next. They do get a kill on the Ziggy, but for 3 of their heroes and that mid lane tier 3 tower.
Yeah, not the trade you want for Exodus 9. I think, they try to contest a little bit on the turtle when maybe they should have just backed away, try to get and engage somewhere else on the map. And now they're starting to lose, they're starting to lose the lanes, they're starting to lose the macro, and Brody's starting to do a lot of damage there.
They do still have a bit of saving grace, though, with Destiny. I think they just need to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit, keep farming, try to get some picks. I think they need to really try to, maybe lose that bottom lane tower and take the enemy's mid lane tower. Maybe do a little bit of counter push right here. Because, right now, they're going to lose that tower. This is the time that they need to kind of push in elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe go to the top lane right now. YSS is clearing the mid. Maybe you should just go on top with the Wan. Try to get that tower up top. As they're getting a huge engage with the Akai onto the show.
I saw him in that bush, and they were all just walking by him, and I'm like, oh, are they going to see him? Are they going to see him? Destiny does that tower go down. They do get their first tower of the game, finally. Yahweh keeps landing these arrows, but again, just someone is always there to stop her in her tracks. TSU just running a very tight formation currently.
Yeah, anytime that arrow lands, Akai is there ready to pop that ultimate if Selena goes in, and that massive damage from the Kimmy You know, that's one of the reasons the Kimmy can be used in the jungle is the damage once she gets going. You give her a couple seconds onto anyone, and she's able to land the gun. She's just gonna melt everyone down.
Yeah, and it's so hard to get away. I mean, and now you have the slow from her. Not only that, you got the slow from Momuel on this Eve.
Absolutely.
Definitely tough for Exodus 9 right now. I mean, they were doing all right in the very beginning, but wait a second, they do get a lock on Momuel. Momuel will go down here, but in comes the damage from Nikto, and several members go down. I mean, it was a nice try from Exodus 9, but now they're starting to bite the bullet here, Phantom.
Yeah, I think, you know, they went in for that one kill, but it's really not worth it when you lose, you know, 2-3 members for just one kill. And, you know, now they're just down to the inhibitors, so it's probably not looking good. The Lord is up. They're probably going to get this Lord and start going for these inhibitors. You know, Exodus 9 not looking good right now. I don't know how much they can do right now. You know, they have a late game in the YSS and the Wan, but they don't have magic damage for the late game that scales that well. And it's gonna be tough to, you know, they have so much zone from the Kimmy, from the Eve. Phoebus is able to jump in the back line. Brody can do damage. It's not easy for them.
Yeah, and it just, anytime they do try to push the engage, Nikto is just perfectly positioned. In comes this world manipulation from Momuel, followed up with Ziggy on that Phoebus, procking into the back line. Syndicate maybe paying the price here. Ziggy a little overextended though. Can he get the kill? A nice pick coming from Leonis onto Ziggy. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Lord is coming down. The lanes are synced up, and they are going to push this and try to end this game here, Phantom.
Yeah, I think they should still be able to defend these towers if they're able to get the minions together. They do have, you know, one man down. Oh, I think a pick off here on the top lane onto the Brody. Brody overextending, getting a little too confident.
Yeah, well, definitely a little too confident though. Destiny though, taken out from Nikto. That's not a good play. Tamal gets locked up from that arrow, but he's able to use that ultimate and get out. The inhibitor is going to be going down right as Forest goes down along with it. And now they are going to press into this Nexus as TSU doesn't play too crazy. They move on to the inhibitor next. They don't just want to push down the middle. They want to keep it textbook, stay to basic strategy, and take out some more inhibitors before they try to end this game, Phantom.
Waiting for the right play, but then maybe they're gonna go in now with the real world manipulation. Dragon coming in, she can split.
The fountain, what insanity! Leonis trying to get the play, but Nikto is just keeping that distance, keeping the aggression, keeping that steady damage. So hard to get in on them right now. She's 8-0 right now, Phantom.
Yeah, that Kimmy damage right now, no one's been able to get on top of her, and you give her a little bit of time onto any hero and she just melts them down. No one has had time to build Athena's or Radiant Armor.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point the Nexus is going to go down.
Yeah.
TSU will take game 1.
Yeah, absolutely getting mowed down, you know. The Kimmy...
Victory!
I muted on accident, but the Kimmy, you know, if she gets going in the mid game, and you're not able to build Athena's or Radiant Armor, it's no stopping that damage.
Yeah, there's, I mean, like, it's just all I can describe it. The stiff, every time any of them try to get in on her, I'm wondering, you know, I think it was a good actual counter pick to YSS. Every time he dashes in, she dashes away, keeps a distance.
Yeah.
Anytime Leonis tries to get in, she's there, keeping her distance, just poking away. Destiny did good in the beginning, but then just started getting picked off, and we never really got to, I don't think we got to see that 1-1 ult one time that whole game.
Yeah, I don't think she was able to get off. I mean, if she tries to get close, the Phoebus is just gonna ult and, you know, do a bunch of damage. You saw him go full damage, and anytime he ulted, just a lot of damage, and Wan just doesn't have the defense. Not unless she can build an Athena's, and they just didn't have time to build any defensive items.
Definitely not. We're waiting for the teams to ready up. I think X9 is taking a quick second to decide on what their next strategy is going to be. This could be the last game of the night. It's been a long night. It's been a good night. We've seen some great games. Can Exodus 9 try to pull a win out here?
It's going to be difficult for them. I think TSU just has so much more experience playing together, and the way they rotate the map, you know, it definitely sees Exodus 9 get caught always late on the rotations. Once it gets to, after that first hurdle, that's when TSU really just starts to show their dominance.
Yeah, they I mean, they're definitely a monster in their own right. Just like I talk them up sometimes, but I've been watching them play now for season 1, the North American Community Tournament, now this season. They are definitely, when I say that they could definitely possibly make it to M4, I definitely don't doubt it. Not only because of just their skill in the map, but their ability to try out new compositions, and just their overall presence in the game right now. Just doing a great job, committed, practicing, joining several tournaments. They are hungry for this. They really are a bit more hungry than many other teams I know.
Right, and I think, were they in the qualifiers versus, was it Malvinas Gaming, the Peru team? Is that who they lost to in the M3 qualifiers, or do you not know?
I don't know if they actually went to qualifiers last year. Because that was all for...
Because they would probably do that...
Was Malvinas... Malvinas was Brazil, right?
Malvinas was the Peru team, I believe.
Peru teams? Yeah, so it was all
And then
Brazil.
they had the two teams from Brazil.
Oh, okay.
They had 2 teams from Brazil and then a Peru team. I think it was Malvinas.
They might have lost to Malvinas. I don't know if they competed for the M3 qual. I'd have to go back and check. I know they're competing now, and they're getting ready for qualifiers at the end of this year, and they're competing right now in Latam Ligma, or Liga Latam and all that. They're definitely, I think they're actually going down to Brazil later this season or something to compete in some more events down there. Like, they are all over the place, and they're not just
they definitely want to try to make the M4.
Yeah, they have management at this point. They are they're like becoming an actual branded team. They're not just a random team that's thrown together.
Yeah, and they're definitely showing right here in the North America squad league that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they're a tough opponent for a lot of these teams, and they weren't like in season 1. I've only seen them grow too. That's another thing. It's not like they've been stagnant. Most of the other teams, it seems like they're. I haven't seen any team really extremely enhance their skill level and just dominate over teams. But from season 1 to the North American Community Tournament Xmas to now, there's been clear improvement from TSU and just change for them. So I'm always excited to see them play. So let's see if X9 can at least. I just want to see X9 at least put up a fight. Take some towers, have some crazy team fights, do something here, man. Do something. I've been watching on this draft this whole time and I haven't changed the screen. I'm sorry, guys. Now you can see the draft screen. I've been talking too much.
Yeah, we see the Sicilian pick from TSU. We haven't seen it all day today. We did see it banned out once, I believe. And we're gonna see. Are TSU even gonna make it to the late game to see the true potential of Sicilian?
Yeah, I mean, Dog Tour locking it in. I like the Lolita counter though to it, and I'm hoping Omega was a. We did get a swap in on the side of X9. They dropped Horus and brought in Omega. So I know Omega normally actually runs with them. So I'm wondering if it's going to make a huge difference for this game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the thing with Lolita is Sicilian's second skill is able to cancel that ultimate from Lolita. So it's definitely something to watch out for. We see Leonis stay with the dragon pick. And we're gonna see, he's really gonna have to work hard to kind of get some of those engages and get the follow-up with the Lolita in there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something XS9 is kind of slacking on, just some of their overall 5-man team fights and the way they engage things and the way they come in. Sometimes they seem a little split up, or they kind of come in one at a time, or they're losing, 2 members of it has died, and the jungle tries to re-engage randomly, thinking he can get a pick, you know, not knowing that some of the enemy team is in a bush or something. You know, just little mistakes here and there add up throughout all of their games, and it's constantly been the downfall of them. So they need to kind of work on that and tighten up the way they move around this map.
I think, you know, a little bit of communication on when to engage, who to engage on, and make sure they're all on the same page, because like you said, they're a little bit too split up sometimes. One of them will go in, then the second one will go in, and then, you know, one of them will back off. So that's something that, you know, comes with chemistry and communication on the map.
Tamal locking in this Ruby, though. Tamal's another amazing tank overall. Definitely up there with the Sharks, with the BTK Zoltra. He has been playing a bit different tanks than what we've normally seen him for. I think he's been forced to kind of change his position in Season 1 and in the North American. We saw him with a lot of Jawhead, Chow, kind of these real heavy engage, you know, pick off certain hero tanks. And I feel like since those have kind of fallen off a little bit, he's really had to switch up his hero pool and do some different things. So it's definitely different, and I'm wondering exactly how he's going to keep on playing with this change of meta currently.
I think, you know, we've seen him be able to play well on multiple heroes, but it's definitely, you know, within the engage heroes, those are really the flashy tank heroes where you can really see the plays. With some of the other heroes, you know, you're not able to notice the impact as much, because, you know, the impact they have might be a little bit more subtle. But with the Ruby, you will get those engages, and he might be able to get some crazy plays.
And it looks like they are really focusing on gold laners right now, but I don't think they even know that Dogtor is the one on the Sicilian. So they banned out.
Yeah, that might be a gold lane Sicilian.
I mean, if Dogtor stays on it, it's definitely a gold lane Sicilian. TSU did bring in a sub also. They brought in Japanese, so maybe Dogtor's going to be running mage this time or something. Maybe they have a different plan. We'll have to see at this point. YSS gone, Roger gone, Taquito taken off the pick. I'm wondering what Syndicate ends up going for his jungle pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen him on anything else other than those 3 heroes. So it'll be interesting to see what other hero he can play in the jungle.
I mean, I know he does some other assassin picks. Hayabusa, Lancelot are possible. Who else is open for Marks now? Granger's open right now. A couple other possibilities. Wondering if we see anything a bit more unordinary though right here.
Yeah, maybe a Bane.
Something like that. They have tried it. We have seen them run the Bane jungle a few times.
Yeah. It's definitely, you know, it's not used a lot in the upper competitive plays. We saw Wise use it in some of the tournaments, but not many people going for the Bane. If they get a couple nerfs, but I think it's still definitely a viable option in the jungle.
Diggy hovering over this this Thamus EXP lane right here. It's gonna switch over to the Benedetta though. Benedetta is another hero that's kind of, it feels like you know, she was like heavily picked for a long time, and then she kind of fell off. Instead, though, they decided to go for the Dairoth. I'm really up in the air about Dairoth.
Yeah, I think Dairoth is one of those. It's a tricky hero to use because you have to land your skills pretty well and get really up in your face. And it might not be easy with the with the Lolita to be able to kind of just jump in your face, but if he is able to get onto you, his damage he's able to burst out is a lot, and if he lands an ultimate, you know, you're probably gonna die. And he does have that petrify to kind of stun you, able to line up the ultimate. And you know, we've seen it here and there be used, you know, in the side lane in some tournaments, but it's definitely not a high pick hero.
No, AE used it against was it Sentinels at the, I can't remember who they used it against, which I was talking to Sushi after the game, like a day or two later, and they knew that it would lose out to Esmeralda in the early game, but in the end game, it was shredding Esmeralda.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not, it can be viable, but it's definitely something we're not going to see all the time. But we are jumping into game 2. TSU versus Exodus 9. Can Exodus 9 pull something off here, or is TSU going to continue to sweep through this tournament?
Yeah, I think, the Hayabusa here, has some good picks with the Farsa and the Sicilian. That's 2 heroes he's going to be able to jump off on. And neither of them have Flicker. So if he's able to jump on them, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. And those are 2 targets he should be looking at right now.
Most definitely. So at this point, with this Hayabusa, against this Paquito, I think he's going to have a little bit of issues, but I still want to say that maybe, I mean, it's kind of a hard guess to say who has the real early game advantage here when it comes down to some of these core units in the mid lanes.
Yeah, I think maybe the Ruby and the Farsa have a little bit of stronger early game, but the Farsa with the rotation going on the bot lane, getting some good pressure in, and that's one of the advantages of the Farsa is that early game rotation onto the lanes. It's not really matched by any other mage.
It's true, being able to just position yourself so quickly, and then you also, the CC that you get from the first and second skill, that along with Tamal's CC, it's definitely gonna, like you said, I think it should give them a little bit early game advantage in this rotation. Yahweh is probably gonna take him maybe a little bit of time. Kagura can get some nice plays early on, but it's only around the mid game that she really spikes. Omega though taking a little bit of damage, getting locked up from Tamal. Yahweh tries to come in, but Nikto is here. Gets stopped by that trap. A nice played one, but the flicker comes in from Tamal onto Omega. He's able to get out, but Tamal's going to pay the price, and Exodus 9 gets the first blood for that overextension from Tamal.
Yeah, they were able to get the first blood a little bit overextending, and we didn't see it, but the Farsa was actually able to purify the retreat damage, and it actually saved her life. She was really low, and that purified the retreat. I wasn't sure you could do that.
Does it purify the retreat? Or maybe it stops it?
That's what it looked like happened. That's what it looked like happened. I don't know, maybe someone can confirm, but that's what it looked like.
We'll see. Ziggy, though, getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that Petrify, but Ziggy is going to go down. It's another kill going to the side of Exodus 9. While this is happening, up in the top lane, Destiny does get taken out, but at this point, Turtle is on the look at Tamal sitting in this bush right now. Finally, somebody checks it. I thought he was going to go by unscathed there and do some sort of crazy play, but now he is taking some damage. The ultimate does come in from Syndicate, and they get the kill. A nice play from Exodus 9, sitting at 3-1 right now, but the gold lead is not too high as they take away a lot of gold plating from that gold tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Exodus 9 doing a good job on those first turtle rotations. They're able to get some good picks and able to get the first turtles, but it's really going to be up to, okay, now as it gets to the middle game, the second turtle, are they going to be able to keep this up, keep up the rotations, or are they going to fall a little bit behind, a little bit slow on these rotations?
Yeah, they have, and we've seen them do this before. Wait a second, Omega, feathered airstrike comes down, and Nikto able to capitalize and take a kill there. A little out of position, and I get what he's doing. He's trying to keep vision, but you got to keep your distance just a little bit more, you really, it's a hard job to be a tank, and like people definitely kind of underrate it, but it's a hard job to be able to like consistently keep vision and stay alive.
Right. It's a hard balance. Okay, do I want to check this bush for vision, or am I going to check this bush and just get engaged on by everyone on the team?
Uh-oh, though. Omega with the Numenon Blast gets stopped by Tamal, though. Able to get the stun, but Sin going under the tower, hits that ultimate onto Japanese and Dogtor, able to flicker back out as Tamal escapes just a sliver of health. Exodus 9 still answering back. Japanese takes a bit of damage there from Yahweh. Has to use that Purify, but it was a close call there, Phantom.
Yeah, I think the Kagura there didn't have enough mana to follow up on the ultimate, or else she would have been able to finish out the Farsa.
Yeah, well, no, what Farza was able to use that Purify and just walk away. But yeah, you're right, he wasn't able to follow up. Wait a second, though. Doctor taking a bit of damage here. Forced to go back. For once, we are seeing Exodus 9, though. It kind of feels like they're controlling the map a little bit.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well right now. You know, they're getting some engages. They're looking pretty solid right now on some of these plays. And as we say that, they lose out on the mid lane, get picked off.
Yeah, I mean, and TSU just, even though they were doing great in the top half of the map, TSU responding back, not chasing them down, and coming for the bottom tower. Not only that, but Nikto steals the blue buff away from Syndicate. Omega forced to run away there, back off, turtles up, and TSU is most likely going to claim this uncontested, Phantom.
Yeah, and I think this is where Exodus 9, you know, starts to fall off. Around the time of the second turtle, they really got to start looking at what they're doing on the map, because they're losing a little bit too many objectives and they're taking too much time on the wrong plays. You know, maybe they take too long on the top lane or on the gold lane, and as we get a setup here actually on Popol.
Yeah, but wait a second. Omega with the Numenon Blast. Ziggy will go down here now. They are in the chase. Leonis coming on into Maul and Dogtor. Not able to get the Petrify, but does disengage. They do get the kill, but still TSU is definitely starting to take this gold lead and starting to scale up more and more as what we're watching. Nikto, though, coming in Syndicate, trying to get some tower push here. Japanese taking a bit of damage. Omega not able to finish it, though. They do come in. Big burst damage onto Syndicate, and the nice I'm offended on Yahweh is taken out. Omega now on the run and is going to get shredded down. The feathered airstrike sealing the deal. 2 members of Exodus 9 goes down as TSU keeps pushing forward, Phantom.
Yeah, this is where they start to lose. You know, we see it almost every time. You know, the first turtle, they don't do too bad, and, you know, sometimes they're able to win that first turtle fight, get some good pickoffs. But once it starts coming into the mid game, you know, they lose out on rotations, and maybe they focus in too much on the fight instead of trying to split the map and try to trade some objectives on other sides of the map.
And another pick onto Destiny there. And they just, it seems like they're just not making the plays that they need to sometimes. Syndicate, I don't know what was going on there, pushes in, gets hit by that Fed airstrike and taken out by Japanese. Dogtor, though, taking a little bit of damage from Leonis into the back lane, able to get away, though. Now they are on the chase. Look at Japanese just chasing down Leonis right now. He's forced to use that dragon mode just to run away, and while all this is happening, Ziggy in the bottom lane just taking towers, able to get a Petrify on a Destiny, but Destiny responds back by hitting that ultimate, getting the stun. Can he get another one? Possibly get a finish here. Doing a little bit of damage, but not quite able to finish the job, Phantom.
Yeah, too far. Oh my god, that damage by the Farsa and the Sicilian, able to melt down Kagura there. But yeah, just too far gold behind and not able to do enough damage from the Popol.
Oh. And Omega just hasn't been able to land any of those Numenon Blasts. Every time, you know, you said it, the Ruby was going to stop her. Not only that, but Nikto stopping her, Dogtor stopping her. And Farz is sitting at 5-0 right now with some crazy burst damage at only 8 minutes in the game.
Yeah, that, you know, once Farsa starts getting going, that damage from Farsa just able to melt anyone down on the map. And it's going to be hard to stop.
Ooh, Tamal with a nice I'm offended. Ziggy does miss the ultimate. Syndicate, Leonis, and Omega all trying to do something, but the feathered airstrike comes down. Leonis taking some big damage here, trying to escape with his life. He's able to, but they're just not able to get a kill there. I mean, no, Ziggy does go down there, so at least they take one, but it's still a tough game. Syndicate getting a little pushback from Nikto, loses another blue buff. Yahweh trying to defend as TSU just keeps up on this pressure, Phantom.
They're not going to let Haya get a blue buff for the rest of the game. And, you know, Haya without the blue buff, you know, it's definitely a bit of a weaker hero. You take away some of his capabilities. He's not able to stay in as long, use as many skills. And now the Lord's coming up. They only have 1 second tier tower left. And they got to, you know, try to see how they're going to be able to defend this. They don't have a ton of wave clear, maybe just the Popol and a little bit of Kagura. So it's going to be tough for them to defend these waves.
Yeah, I think they just need to maybe sit back, let TSU come to them, let TSU overextend a little bit like we've seen. I mean, like Ziggy coming a little bit too deep. Let them keep, you know, exerting their dominance, because TSU right now just feels like they have this in the bag most likely. So try to use that to your advantage here, and maybe you can get a nice play sooner or later.
Just wait for them to make a mistake, maybe try to overextend too much, and that's when you're going to have to pick them off.
In comes Japanese, though, and they do lock up Syndicate, a little bit overextended, coming in, trying to make a play, but Tamal is just there with that Ruby. Anytime he tries to engage, he gets stopped, can't move, and the feathered airstrike just finishes the job. Leonis, did he disconnect? What happened there?
Yeah, it looked like he just stopped there. But right now, TSU is just running onto the base, running to the mid lane. It looks like they're going to be set up for ending this game. 2 people left, Popo and Kagura. Now High is back up. Are they going to be able to defend this?
I don't know. Lord is crashing out. It's at about half health. Syndicate goes down. All that's left is Destiny and Yahweh. It is closing in onto this base. TSU will take this series, a 2-0 sweep for them.
2-0 for TSU, proven to be not a match for Exodus 9, you know, just too strong. Exodus 9 still need to build the experience, and TSU, you know, they're one of the strongest team, and you're going to need a lot to be able to, you know, make it close for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely definitely some champions, definitely some monsters, and it just, as we're seeing, both games picking different heroes, and yes, Exodus 9 is not the strongest team in the league, but they played all of those heroes well. I'm excited to see how TSU does as they keep moving forward. This is only their 4th game. They still got a lot more games to go, and they still have some bigger teams to go up against, so I'm excited to see how the rest of these games go for them. We're not going to waste too much time. It's almost 12 o'clock. We're going to jump back to this caster desk and say our goodbyes. Thank you everyone for watching tonight. It was a lot of fun. The next games will be this Sunday. Who do we have this Sunday? Let's take a quick look. We have the Valley versus the Kingdom. TSU versus Area 77. Should be a good game. Aether Explicit versus Team SEXI, and the Simpsons versus Exodus 9. So Exodus 9 finally going against one of the middle teams on the bracket. I'm excited for that TSU Area 77, and I'm excited for that Aether Explicit versus Team SEXI. This will kind of be a big... You know, Aether Explicit's coming back this league, and they're kind of showing that they're not going to go to the bottom like they did in Season 1. So this is going to be a good test to see if they're living up to what everyone's putting them at for this season.
Yeah, I think AE, you know, have something to prove, and, you know, they're going up against one of the top teams undefeated in the league, and that's what a better game to, you know, show off and see what they're made of.
Most definitely. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for supporting tonight. Even with that big gap, where we had to take an hour and a half off and wait for the next game. I appreciate everyone for coming back and continue watching after. We had some great games tonight. Any last words from you, Phantom?
No, I mean, we had some great games. You know, Insomniacs, Team SEXI, you know, 2-1 series, had a crazy long 30-some minute game. We saw the Simpsons pull out a great win versus 2-0 versus the Brotherhood. And I'm excited to see the rest of the league, how it develops.
Most definitely. Thank you, Phantom, for casting tonight. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'll